Good morning, good Tuesday morning. We are on day two of jury selection for Chad Daybell. How is everyone today? How are you guys? Let's see who we have here. Ween Baby coming in first. Yeah, QB. She's coming in hot. Good morning, QB. Good morning, Henny. Yes, like QB says, right there, right here. See, looky here, right there, right here. Don't forget to put your DNA all over that like button for our gracious hostess. No collection or analysis will be done. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. While you're at it, please do all the other YouTubey things like subscribe and share to let others know about this awesome content. Thank you very much, QB. I appreciate you. Hey, Patricia, welcome back today. Welcome back. Hey, Morgana Banana. Oh, hey, Miss Shirley. Hi. Mom. All right, so looks like we got our nice little crew in today. Hi, everybody. I hope you guys are having an awesome Tuesday. I hope you survived. If you had any crazy pants weather last night or this morning, I hope that, everything's good in the hood, so to speak. Hey, Tammy Short. Hi. Right. Let me see. Expecting, yeah, who sent that? QB? Was it QB that just sent me this? Yeah, there is supposed to be a press conference today regarding Sebastian Rogers. From what I gather, hold on, let me drop this link here into my panel chat for my girls. I try to do that beforehand, but then I get scatterbrained and forget. Let me see. Hey, Shay. I love when you pop in. I hope you're having an amazing day. Oh, QB's here. Hey, ma'am. Hi, ma'am. You're muted, friend.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. What time does the Sebastian Rogers press conference start?
It did not say. It just said upcoming.
I think I read like 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Um,
Stand
but
by, ma'am.
okay, thank you. Um,
Am I echoing for you?
no,
Okay.
but from what I saw last night, I think I read last night that they scheduled this press conference yesterday or last night, but they kept saying no. There's like no new developments. So like, okay, then why are they having a press conference unless the press conference is to just kind of confirm
They got nothing?
things or, you know, deny certain things that have been like brought up? Because there's been a lot of rumor mill speculation, all kinds of things regarding this little guy. And, um, well, not him specifically, just more the things surrounding him. So, there's been a lot of drama surrounding the search for this.
Yeah.
It's redonkulous. But anyway, um, so we might peep in on that.
I've got it set to notify me when they go live.
Okay.
So if you hear crazy dogs playing in the background, just ignore that.
No worries.
Margaret,
Hey, Margaret.
good morning.
She says, I'm here. I'm in. I made it. Yay. The way you
Yay.
just said that made me think of like Margaret was like running late and almost missed the elevator, and somebody's like, "Oh, hold the door open, hold the door open, hold the door open,"
Something like
and
that.
then she gets in, and everybody's like squishing in for more to make more room. Yeah, yeah.
So
Okay,
funny. So I had the
so
oh,
oh,
sorry.
sorry. Go ahead.
So I had the replay up on the big TV, the big TV. And it's so funny because I can like actually see what everybody looks like
Hmm,
on there. Like Margaret, I didn't know what Margaret looked like, but then on her picture, it's, you know, 10 inches on the big screen. I'm like,
right.
Margaret, look at that.
She just
Uh,
changed her profile picture yesterday.
I thought so. Wasn't it the owl?
Yeah,
Okay. Because
yeah.
I was
She
like, I don't
said,
remember seeing what she looked like, but she big on the TV now.
yeah. I was like, I think it was it was yesterday. I was like scrolling through the chat, and I was commenting a lot in the chat because video was playing and I didn't want to interrupt every 3 seconds with a comment.
Right.
So I said something like, "Dang, Margaret, hot mama," or
Hey, looking good.
"bombshell," or something.
And Patricia
Yeah, I know,
saw
right?
her on the screen, the big screen with her outside and the sunglasses.
Cute.
I reckon I ought to put up an actual picture of me, but y'all don't want to see me. All
Why?
that, that's scurry. I have a picture. I have several pictures like you do with your coffee mug. I do that all the time.
Yeah.
Usually I'm looking over it judgingly, but
Oh, yeah.
can y'all hear the wind chime?
No.
Okay, good. I'm outside.
That's where I'm headed soon. As soon as I get the camera or here. I already had it
There
ready.
you go.
There's nothing actually like playing yet. So I was like, I'll wait till.
I didn't get to the end of the replay. They're still picking, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
They
So
still only got
they finished with their round two last night.
right.
Late. God, it was like just after 8 o'clock Eastern time when they finished. Um,
Oh,
God. Hey, Spins. Good to see you.
getting
Oh,
cut
Ween
loose
Baby
today.
says, look what Ween Baby said.
I know. I thought that's what made me ask if they finished up. I didn't think they did, but I got almost to the end. Look, they were getting a little contentious at the end there.
Mm,
Right, getting a little froggy.
mm-hmm. Yep. That one guy, he specifically stuck with me because he was like, he just did not believe in the death penalty, and
Yeah, and he was not going down with it. Now did they
no,
end up because I was that's where I was um when you started. So did they end up kicking him off?
yeah,
I figured they would. And that dude that did not understand that he was not gonna be able to work while he was I was like, sir,
yeah, that made me laugh.
you can't no, honey. Mm-mm.
I was like, really? Well, but then the judge said something weird, like,
Quitting, yeah.
yeah, and I was like, did you mean to say that, or did you mean to say,
I
take a
think he
leave
was
of
just trying to
absence?
like get his attention, like, sir, you can't work while you're doing this. Like this is not
Right.
that's
Yeah,
not a
'cause
thing.
the guy said something like, well, I mean, because I work night shift and I'd be falling asleep during the day. And oh my God. Oh, well.
Um,
I'm like, yeah, you're not going to be working while
yeah.
this is going on.
I feel like he was in EMS or something. I was like, yo, you ain't running calls all night and then coming in and being in a jury. That's just unless you're at a slow station and you sleep.
Yeah.
No, you're not doing that.
I don't know. I don't know.
I tell y'all I'm sitting outside.
Yeah. Are you enjoying it?
I love it. I don't see. Okay, so I live in an apartment. I have a little porch, but I'm on the first floor. So mine, I think they did it wrong. I get why they did it, but they put up like a wall, right? I guess so people can't just walk in to your porch or whatever.
Hmm.
The second and third floor have like pickets, so it's open. But mine, it's a small porch. I'm in an apartment. It's a small porch. But when you put that wall up, I feel claustrophobic out there. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it at all.
Yeah.
And I hate that because I love to sit outside. I could sit outside. I could work. When I had my house, I had a desk set up outside, not like a real desk, but and I would work out
Yeah.
there. And it was on a covered porch, and that's where I worked. I love being outside. I don't like being outside on my porch. So I don't sit out there.
I don't blame you. I mean,
It's just claustrophobic. Like I said, I get why they do it. I mean, thanks for the safety. They'd have to jump. I mean, it's not like it's a 4-foot wall, like they couldn't jump it if they wanted to. But but yeah, I have my Adirondack out there, and that's like what fits. And I don't know. It's just I don't like it.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
like it.
I'm funny about my outdoor space. Not that my back patio tends to be like need cleaned off all the time, right? That's where everything collects. That's where all the cardboard boxes go. That's where just
Yeah.
that need to be hauled off. And so, but it's a very big back patio.
Right.
And it also is the side of the house where the wind comes from. So there's always leaves or
Yeah.
dirt or just everything in the world. So I have a love-hate relationship with my patio. I love it whenever I've like cleaned it really good and like um what do you call it? Pressure wash the concrete floor.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Everything looks new and clean, and then I can like put my flowers out and cute little decorations out, and then I like want to live out there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's
Tammy,
kind of where
oop,
I'm at now. I need to we're just coming out of winter and into spring now, so it's time to clean the patio off. Dale's been saying he's going to clean it off for couple weeks and he still hasn't done it. So maybe it's this weekend when we need to do it.
Tammy, we're glad you're here. If you haven't already, subscribe and hit the bell, and it'll notify you when she goes live. That way you won't ever miss nothing.
Yeah.
If you already subscribed, just go. Sometimes I forget to do it. Because it's not automatic. So hit that little bell and hit all or whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it'll say
Some
all.
YouTube guest I am, like, just hit the, I don't know what it does. Just hit the button. Pick the things, hit the buttons.
Yeah, do all the YouTubey things.
The YouTubey things. I heard that the other day and that cracked me up. I was like, because everybody knows what the YouTubey things are. Like, subscribe, share, all those things. You ain't got to say it. Just do all the YouTubey things.
Right.
I can't remember. I heard that somewhere. I don't remember where I heard it, and I just laughed. I was like, "That's a good, yeah. Just do all the YouTubey things."
Yeah, I don't know where I heard it from originally, but good
Yeah, I
Lord.
heard it somewhere, but I like to credit people when I pick up catchphrases,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't remember where I heard that. But I just thought that was the best thing. You know, you ain't got to say all. Just do all the YouTubey things.
Right. Shirley says sometimes I cackle when y'all say something funny. I'm sure my family thinks I'm nuts. Uh,
Yeah,
it's a good nuts though.
it's funny.
Maybe that's the worst.
It is the worst. It's not cool.
Yeah, you stray cats from the neighbor that the neighbor feeds that literally pee on everything and they ruin all the furniture. They scratch everything up. Tear
Are
holes.
you in a house? Put mothballs around your house.
Ugh.
Well, that's for snakes, but I feel like it would help with cats. Thanks, Tammy.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. You don't have any trees, but you're surrounded by woods, right? Ooh, we have a camera.
Right on.
Right. Oh, now they got it backwards because it was the opposite yesterday. The judge was on the left.
Okay, we are on the
Oh,
record
Lord.
now. KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell.
Resting with
This
my
is
OCD.
another day of jury selection in small groups. The defendant is here present, represented by his attorney, Mr. Pryor. The state and prosecutors are here present as well. Apologies for the late start, counsel. We had a number of jurors that were late getting in. We have 14 of the 16, one we haven't heard word from, another is still apparently half an hour out, so we're going to proceed without waiting for that particular juror. The jurors that will not be appearing or have failed to appear, I'll read that off in a moment once it's been confirmed. The issue we can take up before we bring the 14 in that are here relates to a issue brought up this morning to the court regarding access the state has to NCIs that are exclusively in the possession and control of the state. The state's, as I understand it, made an agreement and did, in this case, as we started, to provide that information for review of the defense as it relates to check of criminal histories of prospective jurors. My understanding is the state has agreed that any information they intend to bring up on NCIC criminal history is going to be provided in advance to the defense prior to the groups coming in, the 16 groups of Fort Dyer, and maybe I can just get a confirmation of my understanding on that issue from one of the prosecutors, Mr. Wood.
That is accurate, Your Honor, and just for the record to be fully accurate, the state is allowed to share that information and allow Mr. Pryor to review those. We are not allowed to turn copies of it over to anyone outside of our office, but we will, anytime there is a criminal history, share that information with the defense.
All right, Mr. Pryor, is that arrangement acceptable to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, counsel, for acknowledging that issue. The one other issue I will bring up briefly with counsel is on the juror affirmations of the jurors that have appeared this morning. One of them made some sort of an explanation that I'm not particularly concerned about, being asked about the case at work, but not talking about it. That would be juror 791. Does the state have any concern or thinking to address that comment in the affirmation?
No, Your Honor, the state did read over that comment. I think that that wouldn't be in violation of the court's order. It sounds like she tried to comply with what this court ordered her to do.
Okay, thank you. Any concern from the defense as to juror 791?
Judge, I don't know the level of the discussion that's referenced. I may not share the court's opinion in that regard. My concern is that I don't know what, again, how much of a discussion took place. It seems unclear. There obviously was an acknowledgement and there was some discussion. I'd like to know the level of that discussion. What I am concerned about is whether there's been a change in the form of opinion or not. If there were facts discussed, issues discussed, feelings of coworkers discussed, and that sort of engagement took place, you can't unring the bell. And I have a concern about that. So I would like the court to allow some further inquiry into that regard, if that particular juror is going to be.
Okay, well, when that comes up, Mr. Pryor, that they did state there was a discussion. They said they kept the discussion to a minimum, so I think that is an appropriate line of inquiry on board dire. If you have further questions about that discussion and this juror's following of the affirmation, I'll permit that. Likewise, the state's permitted to inquire on that issue also. The jurors now that we've confirmed are not going to be appearing as part of this group would be jurors number 823 and jurors number 1112. So the remaining 14 jurors from this group are here. We will proceed then with bringing those jurors in to continue with our board dire examination of them. Is there anything else the state needs to address before the jurors are brought in?
And Your Honor, just to be clear, and I may have missed it, is the court going to excuse those jurors or are we bringing them in later?
Well, we've got the one group today, so at least the one juror that's on their way is going to be instructed to return likely tomorrow morning. The other juror we haven't heard from, so I'm not sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we kept them in the pool if they may still be coming back.
Okay, I'll confirm who's who and what happened and whether we get any word from the other missing juror. And when we conclude this group today, I'll let council know if and when these particular jurors are going to return for further board dire. Beyond that, anything else from the state before the jury's brought in?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Bailiff, if you'd please have the jurors brought in then.
Sure.
All right, looks like they're ready to roll. Let's get her done. Get her did, get her done. Yeah, the audio is horrific. I mean, I have heard worse. I'll be honest, I've heard a lot worse. But yeah. So Henny, oh, sorry, QB. I was just going to tell Henny instead of them having a media pool camera in the courtroom, they're just going to do the court. The court wants to have their own. What do you want to call it? I guess just their own. They want their own recording. They don't want to give that job to anybody in the media for whatever reason. I don't know, but that's what they want to do. So that's what they're doing. And the audio sucks.
And they have to keep telling the defense to speak into the mic. Hey,
Yeah.
Lauren. Yeah, Ween baby, I've got it marked on my whatchamacallit to tell me when they start.
Yeah, Ween Baby, I heard the same thing too, that they said they didn't have any new developments, so I don't know if they're just going to try to confirm and certain things and squash other things that may, been being said. But yeah, as far as the media pool camera, I think the judge just wants control over their own camera, for whatever reason, but it sucks. They suck.
Have y'all been watching that stabbing on the river video or trial?
I started watching that last night. That was crazy.
It's crazy. And now they just took the audio and video out because the witness said she didn't want to be recorded.
Yeah.
And so everybody's mad. Like, we understand the video, but audio.
I agree, Ween Baby. They don't have to give out any private information, but at least clear up any rumors. And it was Apple River in was it
Yeah.
Wisconsin?
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Some 50-something-year-old man. There was a bunch of tubers on a river, on the inner tubes, like floating down the river. They had this older man go look on
Thank you. Please be seated.
Law and Crime and you'll find it. It's his name is Nikolai Miu or something like that.
Yeah.
But he killed one teenage boy and stabbed 4 other people.
Yep.
Right there in the middle of
All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. I'll note that the defendant is here present, represented by his attorney. The state's present as well, represented by the prosecution. Before we begin the jury selection process here this morning, I'll first inquire, beginning with the state, is there any objection to the manner in which the jury panel has been recalled and seated today?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
From the defense.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. At this time then, I will note on the record, we had 16 jurors summoned to appear today. Juror number 1112 has failed to appear, and juror number 823, for some reason was running substantially late and is going to be instructed to return for another group, likely tomorrow. The remaining jurors have all arrived and reported, and thank you for coming today. Let's next have a roll call by the clerk, if we could, to confirm who's here. And when your name's called, you can please raise your red number so that we can confirm where you're seated also.
I'd ask you to please answer audibly when I call your juror number. Juror 752.
Yes.
Juror 791. Yes. Juror 792.
Yes.
Juror 899. Yes. Juror 909.
Yes.
Juror 922. Juror 923. Juror 924.
Yes.
Juror 937.
Here.
Juror 951. Yes. Juror 1004.
Here.
Juror 1032.
Here.
Juror 1048.
Yes.
Juror 1057. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for returning this morning. You've been recalled here as prospective jurors in the case now before us. I'll reintroduce my court staff and myself again. I'm Stephen W. Boyce, the District Judge for Fremont County, Idaho. I'm in charge of this trial in the courtroom here today. Our court clerk assisting this morning is Shannon Holstein, and she's keeping minutes of these that juror that failed to appear, the court will issue an order to show cause and determine whether or not that juror should be subject to a fine and or jail for failing to appear pursuant to provisions of Idaho Code, Title VII and Title.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. My power, literally, I heard thunder, and the next thing I know, I was gone. Like, I was gone. And I was like, oh no, what happened?
You know, I thought it was me, right?
Yeah, well, right. I can imagine you thought it was you, but no, that time it was me, hardcore. Like, my lights went out. My power, like the whole house power went out.
I thought they passed you already.
Well, I mean, it did, but we're getting more storms this afternoon.
Okay. I'll be safe.
Yeah, let me look real quick. We're supposed to get more bad storms. They let school out early, and they had an early dismissal. So
yeah, no, ugly coming through there.
yeah, there's literally, like, right now we're getting ready to get hit again. So if it does it again, I'm sorry, and I'll do what I can do when I can do it. But I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I know it came through JB last night, and then you and Morgana, and it was going to come. It wasn't, or there's another front right behind it, I think,
Yeah.
coming through.
Yep. A long line of them too, looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, I heard the thunder, and as soon as I heard the thunder, I saw, like, lights flickered, and then poof, it was gone. But then they instantly turned around and came right back on. But yeah. So, all right, we'll continue on best we can. Thanks for being patient and waiting on me, and thanks for letting everybody know, QB. I instantly sent a text and was like, I lost power. I'll BRB.
Yeah. I posted in the back chat. I'm like, hello? Hello?
Yeah.
So, surely you're playing with my abandonment issues. Well, playing with my Wi-Fi issues, and I ain't even on my Wi-Fi. I don't think it's my Wi-Fi. I think it's my phone.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Well, you said you had a new phone.
I do, but I think it's glitched. Because there's sometimes, like, certain apps I get on, the phone gets, like, stupid hot. Like, that shouldn't even be a thing.
Yeah, no, shouldn't be.
But, you know, that involves me going, like, into the AT&T.
You're not about that life today.
I am not any day.
Right.
I may go Wednesday, maybe. We'll see. So.
Margaret says, just stay safe, Jenny. We can always watch the Lemon Life later, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I will. Oh, hey, Gail.
Hey, Gail.
Gail says, hi, by the way. Just got out of the shower. Cute butt.
Cute butt. That's the thing. Don't everybody. Morgana likes to, not Morgana, but Morgana's mama likes to show her butt, not literally, figuratively. Although she does think we can see her.
She's so cute.
She is so cute. I love her.
Okay, I have to switch the Wi-Fi on my phone because I'm trying to check the weather app so I can see if there's any warnings or anything at the moment. But I'm going to continue playing, and if the power goes out again, like I said, I'll just do what I can do when I can do it, and if it gets bad or anything, then I'll let you know if I have to take cover. Hopefully I don't, but.
Girl, if you need to take cover, you just go take cover. You ain't got to let us know.
All right. Let's start back.
All right.
Title II. At this time then, to introduce the parties, beginning with the state, I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. If each of you would stand as I mention your name. In this case, the state is represented by Lindsay Blake, who's the Fremont County, Idaho prosecutor, Rob Wood, Madison County, Idaho prosecutor. Ingrid Beatty is a specially appointed prosecutor, and Rocky Whitson, a deputy prosecutor also. The defendant in this case, Chad Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Pryor. This case is a criminal matter, meaning the defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with violations of the law. I previously read to you, when you filled out your questionnaire, the amended indictment. And with regard to the defendant, then the state of Idaho has alleged that Chad Daybell committed the following crimes, as alleged in that amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 6, first-degree murder. Count 7, insurance fraud. Count 9, insurance fraud. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges. Please remember, that is simply a description of charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. I'll next discuss your duty as jurors. The duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions I will later give you to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying those instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is, what the law should be, or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During the course of this trial, including this jury selection process, you're instructed that you are not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, social media, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. At this time then, I'm going to ask our clerk to administer an oath to the entire jury panel for this voir dire examination. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would please rise at this time and raise your right hands.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully answer such questions as may be asked of you by the court or counsel, such upon your qualifications to sit as a trial juror in the cause now on trial, so help you God.
Thank you. Please be seated. I'll note on the record, the court observed that all the jury panel was placed under oath for this proceeding. At this time, I'm going to ask another question regarding this impaneling. Will the attorneys stipulate, beginning with the state, that the jurors now have been properly called and impaneled? Does the state so stipulate?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Will the defense agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. The jurors have also completed their juror affirmations this morning, and the court appreciates you following the court's admonishing instructions. At this time, I'll discuss now the nature and purpose of this voir dire. This is the part of the jury selection process where you will be asked questions touching on your qualifications to serve as jurors in this particular case. This part of the case is known as the voir dire examination. Voir dire is an ancient Anglo-Norman term dating back hundreds of years to the origins of the common law. In Old French, it simply means to speak the truth. Voir dire examination is for the purpose of determining if your decision in this case would in any way be influenced by opinions which you now hold, or by some personal experience or special knowledge which you may have concerning the subject matter to be tried. The object is to obtain 12 persons who will impartially try the issues of this case upon the evidence presented in this courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. Please understand this questioning is not for the purpose of prying into your personal affairs, but only for the purpose of obtaining an impartial jury. Whenever you need to answer a question, please raise your red card so we know who on the record is speaking. And when you're called upon to speak, because we are making a record, please communicate verbally your responses, such as answering yes or no instead of nodding your head or shaking your head, and try to avoid speaking at the same time as any attorney questioning you or the court so that the record is clear for our court reporter. If you have an answer to any question that you feel is too personal and embarrassing to you to answer publicly, please let me know and we can discuss that in a more private setting. I will acknowledge here that we are live streaming this proceeding. However, jurors are not part of that broadcast. However, your verbal responses are being broadcast on that. You're just not being shown on any video. Similarly, if you think you have an answer to a question that may prejudice other jurors for information you may know about the case, please refrain from saying anything about the facts of the case, and we'll discuss that outside of the presence of your fellow jurors as well. At some point, we will discuss with each of you individually as needed your exposure to any pretrial publicity in this case or facts of the case. I will now read you a special instruction in this case, which is as follows. The defendant, Chad Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori and Daybell and or Alex Cox. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. That concludes your special instruction. At this time, I'll also ask that the attorneys be mindful to not repeat questions already asked by the court or other counsel. The attorneys do have the right, however, to direct any follow-up questions to a juror regarding that juror's response to previous questions. The jury should be aware that during and following the voir dire examination, one or more of you may be challenged. Each side has challenges for cause, which means that each side can ask a juror that a juror be excused for some specific reason. In addition, each side has peremptory challenges, meaning they will be able to exercise challenges without giving a reason for the dismissal. If you're excused by either side, please don't feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned. It has not. I'll now begin the court's portion of the voir dire process, after which the attorneys for both parties will be given an opportunity to make their own inquiries. When I'm addressing questions with the jurors, please pay attention to those questions because you may be called to ask or answer those same questions later. The first general question I'll ask to all of you as a group is regarding your questionnaire. Are the answers given by each of you in the juror information and in your juror questionnaire you filled out last week still true and accurate? If those answers are still true and accurate, please raise your red card at this time. All right, every juror indicated their answers are still true and accurate. The next issue the court wants to discuss is the time commitment required for this case. If you're required to serve as a juror in this case, it will be for a period of approximately 8 to 10 weeks. Would that period of time create a serious hardship upon you or your family, or your business or profession or occupation, so as to prevent you from rendering service?
All right, guys, we're switching gears for just a quick minute. I'm going to switch over to the Sebastian Rogers press conference real quick. It's just now starting. Here we go. Hold on. Let me just change this. Let me go over here and share this screen with you guys. Here we go.
I'm Eric Craddock with Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we're going to come to you today with an update on the Sebastian Rogers case. Sebastian has been missing since late February. The investigation remains ongoing with steadfast support from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and many other local and federal resources. We are exploring every lead that comes in and every tip that comes in. As I said before, the investigation remains ongoing. The entire community is deeply saddened by what has occurred. We're all extremely concerned for Sebastian's welfare. I want to encourage the community to stay vigilant, to report anything that they think may be of some significance to the investigation, no matter how minute it may appear to be to you. Please call 1-800-TBI-FIND with any tips, or the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838. We understand the anxiety and the concern that this case has caused in the community. We too share the anxiety and concern for Sebastian. I want to reiterate that we are doing everything we can to find Sebastian and bring him home. Despite the passage of time, the commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering. I said this when we scaled the search back. Our commitment to finding Sebastian remains. We will continue to investigate every possible lead that comes in. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office wants to express our gratitude to the community and the many individuals who have helped in the search, the many individuals who have called in tips, the many individuals who have printed flyers and kept Sebastian's face in the news. Nothing would make me happier than to wake up tomorrow morning with a tip that cracks this case wide open and we find Sebastian and bring him home. At this time, I'll turn it over to Susan Allen from the TBI.
Thank you, WG. Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. We know how invested everybody is in the search for Sebastian, in finding out what happened to him and bringing him home. And we want to let everybody know he has not been forgotten. Nobody's forgotten about him. Nobody has given up looking for him. At the beginning of this investigation, there was a large land search for him. It was very visible. There were also waterways, lakes, ponds that were searched. There were aerial searches with helicopters and drones and fixed wing planes. They were done at night. They were done on weekends. They were done during the day. That was very visible, and it was something everybody was able to see. But we want to let you know that even though there is not that high visibility in investigating this case, that we are not done. It's gone back to what could be considered good old-fashioned police work. Interviewing individuals, re-interviewing individuals, checking out leads, rechecking leads. We have been working with other law enforcement agencies who have had, in other jurisdictions, who have perhaps had some complex cases of their own that they have worked on to get tips from them. We have had, this day of technology with everyone having cell phones and doorbells and ring bells and surveillance cameras. That, as you can imagine, has been a bit of a chore to be able to collect all those and then review them. It's important so we know what's out there. We have been reviewing that, reviewing it again. We have had other agencies involved. The FBI has been helpful in that. Secret Service has also been helpful in that. So we are just trying to do whatever we can to advance the investigation. It has not gone to a place where anybody has forgotten about him or is not pursuing this. The parents have been cooperative throughout. At the beginning of the investigation, they have pretty much done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved. But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened. We don't know where Sebastian is right now. So we are pursuing any and all avenues. We do want to caution some, there are some social media elements out there who purport to have information that is direct from the investigation. I just want to reiterate that that is not the case. Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete. We don't want this to damage the investigation. So we would just caution anyone who is following the case to just use some caution as to what you see and what you believe. It's caused a bit of a distraction because a lot of what has been out there in some of the social media channels has been rumors and speculations and theories, and some of that has been advanced and people have caught a hold of it as if it's what's really happening. That has resulted in us getting information that is either, like I said, distracting. It's taking away time and effort from what the agencies need to be doing as far as looking for Sebastian. We have had so far, as of this morning, 314 tips that have come in through the tip line. It's been mentioned, but I'll say it again. It's 1-800-TBI-FIND. We are also taking tips through email, which is tips to TBI, TBI, at tbi.tn.gov. What's next? We want people, as Chief Deputy said, to continue to remain vigilant, get Sebastian's picture out there, continue to share his picture, his information. Now that it's getting to be nicer, well, not today with the weather, but now that the weather has turned warmer, people may be more inclined to be in their yards. If you go out and see anything that looks different, let us know. Something where perhaps a teenager could have hidden. If you have a large amount of property in the area or something that has any kind of holes or unstable footing or ledges where a teen could have gone to hide or to play, and you don't feel comfortable checking it out, let us know. We'll get somebody from law enforcement to go out there with you or to check it out themselves. We just want to make sure that every stone is unturned, that there's no stone left unturned, that we want people to make sure that we are looking everywhere we can. We do want to continue to get the tips, but please don't provide information that you might have seen through social media channels. If you have information about Sebastian, about conversations you might have had with him, things he likes to do, places he liked to go, any people he may have mentioned that are in his life, that could be helpful in finding out maybe what he was interested in. Finally, we want to thank the community. We want to thank the media. You guys have been really good about keeping his name in the public's eye. That's really important. And thank you for your diligence in providing that information out there. And as Chief Deputy said, we also want to thank the community. From the very first day, everybody has really been all in as far as whatever they can do to help in the search, to help pass information on, providing water for the teams that were out conducting the ground searches. So thank you again to everybody. I'm going to pass it back to Eric Credit.
The weather is rolling in. We've got time for some questions. So yes, ma'am.
I was a few minutes behind, so sorry if I missed this, but has there been any indication at this point of foul play or anything of that nature?
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out.
We're not ruling anything out.
So 5 weeks, and you guys covered so much ground, searching, going back, researching, checked out every case of a possible sighting, nothing confirmed, not a trace of Sebastian anywhere, nothing found. No footprints, no video, nothing.
Nothing that is taken us to locate Sebastian.
And are there any working theories?
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
2 questions, if I may. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case? And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one of this investigation. There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
Is that moving in Memphis interfering at all with your your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
You mentioned, you were asked about recent evidence. We heard some rumors that JMC had some validity, that there was glasses found within the past few days. Can you confirm that?
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Or have you been able to identify that they were Sebastian?
We are still investigating.
And on the Cajun Navy, have you found how was that coordination happening? Have you found their work helpful? Are you guys working in unison or a separate team?
The Cajun Navy is operating independently. They have not reached out to us.
Have you found their investigation or their work helpful, or has it been one of the distractions that has been mentioned?
One of the things that I really appreciate they've done is print flyers and keep Sebastian's face out there. It's my hope that one day somebody sees something and calls in and this case breaks wide open and we find Sebastian.
They claim they've received threats. To your knowledge, have they filed any police reports or reports to the sheriff's department documenting any of these alleged threats?
No, sir.
Are we able to learn anything about what those threats are?
They would have to call the police and report them.
Where does the search go from here? It's been 5 weeks. There's been no signs. Do you believe he's still alive? And what are you guys going to continue working on?
My hope and prayer is that Sebastian is still alive. Yes. We're going to continue to work on this investigation and follow up every tip and lead that comes in. Some of this may revert back to us going over some things that we've already done for the 6th, 7th, or 8th time. A fresh set of eyes never hurt anything. We're going to continue to work to find Sebastian.
Has the story been changing at all as you've been talking with people, interviewing them for a second time possibly?
There is no evidence to support foul play.
Are there any active currently that you guys are pursuing?
We have tips called in daily.
Any of those tips seem legitimate enough to expand law enforcement resources?
Regardless of their legitimacy, we're going to follow up on them.
Will there be any other agencies pulled in to help in the search efforts for this case?
I'm certain there will be.
You met with the biological father and mother this past week. Is that at their request, your request? Is that just re-interviewing them again?
That was at the request of law enforcement. It's not uncommon to talk to the family in investigations like this. I've got time for one more question.
Just overall, how has this investigation impacted the morale at your department, especially with all the scrutiny coming online?
Let me put it to you like this. If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on it. The men and women of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI partners, the other local agencies, the Secret Service, everyone who's had a hand in this case is doing everything they can to find Sebastian. Morale's high. We are here and we are dedicated. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for keeping Sebastian in the public. Please continue to publicize this photo. Thank you all.
Well, that was that. They gave basically no new information. All they did was basically just say, all the rumors are rumors and that the parents are not, there's no foul play suspected with the parents. So.
Hey, Steph.
Hey, Steph.
You had your NyQuil coma? Y'all, if I ever take NyQuil, y'all won't see me for days.
Oh, right.
I cannot. So, I don't know, Jenny. What do you think?
I don't know. I know that I don't know. I don't know. I just hope that I pray that they find him safe and sound.
I mean, there's been so many rumors, like, you don't even know what to believe.
Yeah, and that's just it. They're all rumors. I know that there's always a little bit of something, but I feel like people take a snippet of something they hear and then it snowballs into something way bigger than it really is,
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like if he got out and walked out of that house and went somewhere, that there would be camera footage of him somewhere. Because that was a nice neighborhood. Those houses has got cameras on them, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. Like if he, because there was a rumor at one point that he wandered off and went to somebody's house because his situation at home was bad. Then why aren't those people saying, "Hey, he's here"?
Right.
I mean, I understand protecting him, but say he's scared or he's this or he's that, and they investigate.
Yeah.
Um, I
I
don't
don't
know.
I don't know. I just
I don't.
hope that we figure it out. And
I don't like that they found the glasses.
did they say though that they were his?
They didn't confirm.
Huh?
They didn't confirm.
Okay. Well, I mean, if they didn't confirm that they were his, then I'd say they're not his, or they would
Yeah,
have confirmed that.
they didn't. They didn't really say either way, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, they also found footprints out to that retention pond,
Yeah.
but they drained the pond and he's not out there. You guys talking about your falling out. The NyQuil, absolutely.
Yeah, NyQuil. Yeah. Well, y'all already know I'm a medical anomaly, and I react weird to stuff, but I tend to hyper react. So if it
Uh-huh.
says it's gonna make you drowsy, I'll see y'all next week.
Ween baby, they just said that I heard them say something about glasses, but I actually missed what they said because I was I think typing a comment and my brain can't do two things at once. So I missed what they said about I heard someone in the media ask something about glasses being found, but I don't know that they were his. And QB said she thought that they neither confirmed or denied that they were his. And I'm thinking in my mind, if they found them and they confirmed they were his, they would have said that because
I don't know. I feel like they're not releasing everything because of the S show that's been going on with social media.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Look what Lee says. Hey, Lee. He says, jumps in and does a cannonball into the pool. Geronimo!
Y'all all coming in hot today. Ween Baby's like, I'm first. And Lee's
Mhm.
like, Geronimo.
Yeah.
Margaret's
Margaret's coming in, jumping into the elevator right before the elevator door shuts. Y'all are doing the mostest today. All right, let's get back to jury selection, and I'm going to click the play button, and then I'm going to get my iPad, y'all, and I'm going to go. I don't know if I'm going to sit outside because if it's thunder and still, I ain't going to sit outside, but yeah. Cha 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 cha. What is it? Shirley says, wasn't this case looked into by the behavior panel? Which one? The Sebastian
yeah,
Rogers?
so they did a thing. Spins
Or,
is yellow.
or do you mean Lori Vallow or Chad Daybell?
I think they did a thing on Sebastian's parents.
I know they did on Jennifer Soto, but I can't remember if they did on the parents or not, on Sebastian's parents. They did the behavior panel on Jennifer Soto and Stephen Stearns, but we watched the
Jennifer Soto.
Soto part, but we we hadn't made it yet to the Stephen Stearns part, so.
Nobody wants to see all that lie
I know.
and crying.
Patricia says, y'all have way more energy than I possess on this Monday-ish Tuesday.
Yeah, they did do one, Jenny. I'm sending you the I know we're not gonna watch it right now, but I'll send you the link.
Okay. Send me the link.
The link.
Yeah.
I thought they did one. I love them.
Maybe put it in the folder and in the
Yeah. Oh, let me make a folder.
the little cute section you got. So okay, we're gonna go ahead and get back to this because I need a potty break anyway. So we'll see you back here in just a second. Why did I forget all of a sudden how to share a screen? Hold on momentarily. Okay, here we go. I did. I was like, wait a minute. Wait. What am I doing? What am I doing? What are you doing?
Service as a fair and impartial juror in this case. If you believe that it would be a hardship for you to serve, please raise your red card at this time. Okay, we have a number of those. If you please hold those up for a moment, I'm going to list those out. Let council do the same. All right, thank you. We'll take up these hardship concerns first with the group. We'll start with juror number 792. So give me a moment, I'll look at the questionnaire. And during this phase, I may have the council inquire as well on specific hardship questions during the course portion of the board diet here. So juror number 792. You got a couple of personal issues you brought up there. In addition, employment concerns. Can you explain what you think would occur if you were required to sit as a juror in this case for that length of time?
I was out of work for about 10 months, started a new job about 5 weeks ago, so just getting my footing.
Is that new job a full-time employment?
Yes.
Have you discussed with your employer the possibility that you would be required to serve on this jury?
Yes.
And what did they indicate would be the status of your job if you were gone that long?
Maintain the job, no pay.
Okay, so you wouldn't lose your job, but you would not be paid for the term you were gone?
That's my understanding.
Any follow-up board diary from the state?
No, Your Honor, the state also had a note on the hardship to follow up. I think given that additional information that he would receive no pay during his service here, the state would make a motion to remove him for cause based on hardship.
The defense is going to stipulate to release him for cause, judge, in this situation.
Okay, well, given your employment situation with that new job, just coming off a term of unemployment, the court finds that would likely create a serious financial hardship for you, given the length of this trial. So for that reason, juror 792, I will sustain the for cause challenge based on a hardship. So thank you for coming in and filling out your questionnaire. I'll allow you to be excused. You can please return that questionnaire to the bailiff on your way out. So next, talk to juror 899. Did you raise your card, please? Did you raise your card about a hardship also? Okay, thank you. I note in your questionnaire, you didn't mention something on that. Can you explain to the court what the hardship would be?
Yes, my husband's job is ending in May, which means that I will be making up more than 50% of our income, and I am afraid of losing our home, not being able to pay our mortgage until my husband can find a new job.
When in May would that be occurring? Do you know?
He said that towards the end of May. I'm not entirely sure.
If that did happen and you were here doing jury duty still through that time period, do you believe that would become a significant distraction for you to be concerned about your financial situation?
Absolutely.
All right, and again, counsel, this one didn't have an indication here in the questionnaire, but that's why we bring jurors back. So I'd like to have a little more for Dyer from the state and the defense to make a determination, beginning with the state.
Your Honor, the state did not have the note of hardship. We did intend to talk about some other things, but given that information today, I think the state would simply make a motion to excuse this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, Mr. Pryor, response for the defense.
Judge, I'm inclined to agree with the statement. The court would like me to elaborate a little bit on the level of that hardship. I would, but I think given the circumstances, I'd stipulate. I'll defer to the court. If the court wants before I elaborate some more, that would be fine. But given the statement, I feel that the distraction of worrying about having a home to live in is significant enough.
Okay, juror 899, I guess I'll just follow up briefly. You indicated you thought this might put your housing situation in peril if your husband's job ended and you were not available to help support family financially. Is that correct? Okay, based on that concern, I do think that would pose a significant distraction for you during the course of the trial and a potential financial hardship. So the court is going to accept your representations on that issue and allow juror 899 to be excused based on a motion to strike from the state without objection from the defense. So thank you for coming in last week, filling out your questionnaire and returning today. You can be excused with the thanks of the court. Please drop your questionnaire off to the bailiff. Next, talk to juror number 923. All right, juror number 923, you've expressed a concern in your questionnaire about both being a student and working. Could you elaborate on why this would create a hardship for you?
Yes, the classes probably go into mid-May and see those. We're not able to focus on those. And then I do work full time as well, and balancing the shoes would be kind of hard. And then if I wasn't to work, and probably use that apartment.
Have you discussed your potential service with your employer?
Yes, we didn't mention pays for the time. I can ask about that. They didn't say anything about it, so I don't think that I would pay, but they wouldn't.
All right, does the state wish to follow up before Dyer?
Your Honor, the state actually already had a note here as well on hardship. We had noted that she indicated she was a full-time student and that she worked full-time. I think given that additional information, just going off what we know today, it sounds like she would not be compensated for her missed work time. I think all three of those things together would create a hardship. So the state would make a motion to excuse juror 923 for cause based on hardship.
All right, Mr. Pryor, as to juror 923.
Judge, I was also going to request that the court excuse 923 hardship as well.
All right, juror 923, then the court will sustain the strike raised by the state and agreed to by the defense, allowing you to be excused for hardship. Thank you for completing your questionnaire and returning today. Please drop your questionnaire off with the bailiff on your way out. Next, talk to juror number 924. In your questionnaire, you stated, I have work out of town. You didn't have any other detail. Could you describe what type of work that is, when that would be out of town, and how it would impact you if you were doing trial?
Yeah, I'm a musician, so I travel for other towns to play music. Work isn't always set. It kind of comes in as I go. So like in a month from now, I don't exactly know where I'll be, but generally the work is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that just makes it impossible for me to leave town.
And is that your sole source of income?
Yeah, my wife and I are together and we kind of share our incomes. So it is my sole source though, yes.
Inquiry from the state?
Your Honor, we also have, excuse me, had noticed that hardship of having to work out of town and had planned on following up. But given the additional information today, the state does believe that this would pose a hardship for juror 924 and would make a motion that he be excused for cause based on that.
All right, from the defense, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I also had a note to excuse this juror for hardship because I think he has to make a living traveling outside of town, and I think that's a significant hardship to have to try to make a living, perform jury service while he's also trying to travel out of town to attempt to make a living. So I'm
All right, court's considered the challenge there, given that that is your sole occupation and source of income. The court will sustain the challenge 924 as excuse for hardship. So thank you for completing your questionnaire and returning. You can drop that off with the bailiff on your way. All right, juror number 937. Thank you. You put quite a bit of detail in here in terms of what was going on with scheduled medical appointments, etc. I reviewed that. It is a concern about a hardship. Are these appointments that could possibly be rescheduled, or would that be too difficult?
No, they could not be. Most of these appointments were scheduled months ago. One of the ones I get are Botox shots for migraines, and if I don't schedule that, and maybe if I get them, I wouldn't get another one in 3 months. It's when my next shot's due in May, and schedule for that.
Okay, and those are specifically for management of migraine headache pain?
Yeah. And I still get that, so it makes them less frequent, less severe. So some of it's medical appointments. I'm a single mom widow, and I have to take my minor daughter to a couple of doctor's appointments as well. So I'm the only parent that can attend those appointments. I usually work little bits of time, often out of state because of a long story anyways. But I am getting short on money, and I may very well need to take another short-term job. before we're planning on moving to Oregon, because I may run out of money and not be able to pay the bills. So I can't do that if I'm going to trial for 8 to 10 weeks.
All right, I appreciate your explanation from the state and follow-up with our.
Thank you, Your Honor. We also had marked down to talk further with Juror 937 about the listed hardships. I think the court already went over the questions with regard to rescheduling and that kind of information. Given everything from Juror 937, the state would make a motion to remove her for cause for hardship.
All right, from the defense.
Judge, I concur in that motion. I had her marked as hardship.
All right, Juror 937, thank you for your service in completing the questionnaire. I'll sustain the motion of the state without objection of the defense that you stated as sufficient rationale for a hardship preventing your service in this case, given the length of the trial. So Juror 937 may be excused. Please drop your questionnaire off with the bailiff on your way. Next, talk to Juror 1004. All right, raise your card, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. In this case, you didn't indicate anything in the questionnaire. Would you please explain what's going on that would create a hardship at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. As far as employment goes, I'd be able to retain that. And I'd be basically be FMLA and a protected pay, so it'd be coming out of my pay account for my time I've built up. It would require additional staffing to be called in to fill my position due to the nature of my job. The additional issue would be with childcare and the cost of childcare. My wife's current job that she'd be getting soon would be essentially a 9 to 5 every week for the foreseeable future. And if I was required to attend here, I'd have to provide childcare for my 3-year-old, and then also for my 12-year-old, and my 15-year-old is currently employed, and I help with his mom to take him to and from his current employment as well. So being unavailable to be there for that would create significant issues, again, with child cost to even find childcare for them. And also, I'm sure their mom would take issue with me not being able to take them on the days that's currently scheduled for me to have them.
All right, you're currently a police officer, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you saying that your department won't, or your employer won't cover jury service?
So I believe they will. I'm not clear. I've discussed with them the potential of needing to be here. I'm a little unclear, and that's entirely on me as far as exactly how that pay would go. I certainly would be compensated and certainly wouldn't lose my employment. But due to minimum staffing requirements for our department, if I wasn't available, there would be frequently days where other members would have to be called in on their days off to fulfill my position.
Okay, thank you for the explanations from the state. Any Bordar?
Your Honor, I just would like to clarify. I think I understood correctly. The concern sounds like when your wife's at work, you provide the childcare.
So I will clarify. So my current wife is the one that's beginning a new job. Her and I have my 3-year-old daughter together. My ex-wife is the one I have my 15-year-old, 12-year-old with. We have a custody schedule. And I would get them for, part of the week, and she gets them for the other part of the week. So if I was unavailable, per the agreement, she would be the first one I'd have to ask to cover for that. If she was unavailable, then it would be a child care issue trying to find care for them. Not so much for my 15-year-old, but getting him to and from his place of employment so he didn't lose his job and just began as well. So it'd be a custody potential issue if she wanted to make it, which I wouldn't be surprised if she did. But then for my current wife, it would be just the cost of finding constant daily long-term care for my 3-year-old.
Because when your current wife starts her new job, you would be providing the childcare for the 3-year-old at times, at least?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And you do not have childcare already set up or anyone in place.
So
Is that
we,
correct?
we do have someone in place. I'm not sure if she's gonna be able to fulfill every single day of the week, during the normal work week. Right now, due to the way our schedules work, she watches my daughter. There's only a couple days a week that we need coverage, just because we've adjusted our schedules to where we actually work opposite sides of the week. And there's only a day or two here and there where we actually need coverage. Other than that, we just switch off with those duties.
Thank you for that additional explanation. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. Judge, given all of that, I think it does rise to the level of a hardship, and the state would make a motion to exclude juror 1004.
Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'd also agree that 1004 needs to be excused. As a lawyer, I'm well aware of the difficulties when ex-wives need trying to navigate through custody and the impact actually on your two teenage children. That has to be taken into consideration, along with the fact that the financial burden of having to provide additional child care to your children. I think it's necessary that you be excused. I don't know that we should force him back. That burden.
All right, I'm considering this one. Juror 1004, in your questionnaire, you indicated that your current wife is also a police officer. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Having considered the challenge here, the court is going to deny the challenge to strike. I don't find that there's a for-cause hardship represented by this prospective juror rising to the level that they would be unable to serve in this case. While I understand that may be hugely inconvenient if the trial really goes as long as we've scheduled, it's an inconvenience for anyone required to sit for that length of time. And based on that, juror number 1004 will remain in for further individual questioning or group questioning. All right, the next hardship issue raised was by juror number 1032. All right, thank you. All right, this juror's requested a hardship excuse in the questionnaire, talking about employee training and employment issues, and also issues with tending to children, including a special ed child. So would you please describe to the court in a little more detail about how this may impact your employment as well as your family issues involving your children?
Yes, so as far as the employment, I verified that I will get paid for at least 6 weeks. We're still rolling that up the chain to make sure that it would go to 8 to 10 weeks. So I'm pretty confident that I would get paid. The inconvenience and hardship would be more family related. My wife and I are the sole providers here. We have no family, no caretakers. I'm the one in the morning that makes breakfast, gets her bills ready. She has to leave the house by 6:45. She's a special ed teacher. To clarify, our kids are not special ed. She's a special ed teacher. For example, the past week when I had to come for jury duty, and today she has to show up to work 3 hours late. It's kind of a ripple effect on her. Our schedules, the pickup schedules to the 6 and 3-year-old that we have. To add icing to that cake recently, we just had a family diagnosis of cancer, stage 4, which is out of state, and we've been trying to monitor it. Hopefully it doesn't turn into the worst case scenario, but she may have to travel depending on the circumstances in the next 3 or 4, 6 weeks. We hope it doesn't get that level, but there is a possibility that she may travel, and if she travels, that kind of leaves me in limbo with the kids. Kind of uncertain.
All right, thank you for that explanation. Let me go on to the state then and ask the state if they have any board dire on the hardship request.
Judge, the state does not have any questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Pryor.
Sir, all of these things, the thought of, I'm sorry about the cancer diagnosis. I really am. All of these things that you just talked about are going to be distractions for you. That'd be fair.
I think that's fair.
And these distractions, are they going to be in any way impact your ability to listen to the testimony and make a fair and impartial ruling? In this case, is this going to be something that you're going to be thinking about and not focusing on the significant importance of this case?
I think that's safe to say my mind will be wandering on other things, yes.
Judge, based on that, I'm going to move to excuse this juror for cause.
All right, based on those further responses from the state, the response to the motion to strike.
Your Honor, the state has no objection.
All right, given those previous responses, juror number 1032, the court is going to find that service in this case would constitute a hardship, disallowing their service. So I'll sustain that defense motion to strike. And you can be excused with the thanks of the court. Please return your questionnaire to the bailiff on the way out. I believe that concludes discussion of hardship with this group of jurors, and thank you all who are remaining here at this time. The next matter we'll go into.
We approach just briefly.
Yes. All right, we're back on the record. I had a brief sidebar with counsel. On the issue of hardship, we had one other juror that we just wanted to talk to about that, juror 752. Thank you. You did indicate in your questionnaire you believe you had a hardship. We didn't discuss that, and I don't see that you raised your card. It was work-related issues. Do you have anything to indicate on that, or have you resolved any potential hardship, and would you be able to serve given the timing?
So I am currently the CFO of the entity that I'm at, and I know everybody has time commitments, hardship and stuff. I do have a stay-at-home wife. I have spoken to the CEO of the company to let him know we're trying to figure out backup plans. I didn't, like say, I didn't feel we could potentially work around it, but if I get sequestered, that become issues around month end, quarter end. Those are always tough times. But I just feel like everybody has those commitments, work commitments. I didn't want to make it a bigger deal just because that I'd be different.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. With that in mind, then you do believe you, if required to serve here, would be able to do it and give this your full time and attention if that was the requirement and you were selected?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you for your responses on that. With that, if council has any further questions, I'll just allow that in the section of Board Dyer, and we'll pass over remaining for hardship questions and move on. The next matter we're going to discuss relates to your potential knowledge of the case. You have heard a summary of the charges made in the amended indictment. Other than what I have told you, do you know anything about this case, either through your own personal knowledge, by discussion with anyone else, from anything you've read or seen in the internet, newspaper, television, radio, noting this is a highly publicized case, so many jurors have heard of the case. And if you have, we will discuss that. And again, the details of that will be discussed individually with you. So don't bring up any facts. But if of these remaining jurors, if you have knowledge of this case, meaning more than just what you heard described by the court, would you please raise your red cards now? Okay, so we've got most of the jurors here, and if you'll keep those up for a minute, I'll get these all noted as well as counsel. Okay, thank you. We are going to move on. We'll note that and discuss that information with you individually as you're brought back in once we conclude the group questioning here. Next issue I want to bring up is as it relates to the charges in this case. I've read to you more than once now what the charges are, but this case has charges involving murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud. Is there anything about just the nature of those charges or the subject matter of the case that would make it impossible or difficult for you to fairly and objectively evaluate the evidence in this case and render a fair and impartial verdict? Okay, no one affirmatively answered that. I'm going to next ask some questions that might seem very obvious based on your questionnaires, but I'm required to go through these on some Idaho statutory authority to make sure there's no connection between you and any participants of this case. So next question, are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know him, Mr. Daybell, from any kind of business or social relationship? All right, no one answered yes. I'll next ask about any legal relationship you may have with participants here. Does the relationship of guardian and ward, master and servant, employer and employee, creditor and debtor, landlord and tenant, boarder or lodger exist between any of you and any of the attorneys here today? No one affirmatively answered that. Are any of you a party in any civil action, civil lawsuit against the defendant, Mr. Daybell? No response to that. Have any of you ever brought a criminal complaint against Mr. Daybell or been accused of a crime by any of the 4 prosecuting attorneys that are here present today? No one responded to that. Do any of you have any kind of an attorney-client relationship, previous or current, with Mr. Pryor or his law firm? No one responded to that. Do any of you believe you've already formed or expressed an unqualified opinion that the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense charged? And if so, please raise your red card if you already have an opinion of guilt. All right, we've got one, juror 1057. And we will discuss that with you individually, 1004 and 951. And then we'll discuss that with you individually. Somewhat related here, do any of you have any bias or prejudice either for or against the defendant, Mr. Daybell? No response to that. Are any of you unwilling to follow the court's instructions to you as the jury as to the law that you must apply in determining this case? No one responded to that. Do any of you have a religious or moral position that would make it impossible for you to sit in judgment of another or to render a fair and impartial verdict? No one responded to that, and I'll note we will ask you further questions individually that may cover that topic as it relates to the state's notice of intent to seek death penalty in this case. Are any of you, if selected as a juror in this case, unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as instructed by the court? All right, no one said yes to that. A final catch-all question here. Do any of you have any other reason why you could not give this case your undivided attention and render a fair and impartial verdict? No one answered that question either. At this time, then, that concludes the court's portion of voir dire. I'll now allow the state to have its voir dire, followed by the defense, who's going to be doing voir dire for this group today.
I will be, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. If you'd like to go ahead and question Ms. jurors, you may do so.
Thank you. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being back here this morning. I know this one's been a bit of a longer process, and you were all here last week to fill out some questionnaires. So we appreciate you hanging in there with us while we go through this. The reason that we go through this whole process is we want to do our best to ensure that both the defendant, Chad Daybell, and the state get a fair trial. And so as we go through questions today, that's what we're looking at. That's why we're asking you questions. So as we go through this, I don't mean to put anyone on the hot spot or in the hot seat. So I hope no one feels that way, but we may ask you some questions as we go through this. If I use the term brutal honesty, what comes to mind? Juror 1048. If I use the term brutal honesty, what does that make you think of?
It makes me think of just telling the absolute truth. No falsehoods, no lies, just straight facts and straight truth.
Thank you. And juror 909?
Just that you would be completely honest regardless of how it might make the other person feel.
Thank you for that. And the reason I bring that up is as you sit here today and answer these questions, we're going to ask you to be brutally honest. And so it's part of the process today. And then if selected as a juror, at some point, you're going to go back with your fellow jurors when the court instruction says you can start talking about the evidence and what you've heard. You're going to start having discussions. And we want to make sure that anyone here can be brutally honest both today through this process and also when you go back into that group setting, that you can be brutally honest with each other and speak up. So that's why we talk about that. And I don't know if any of you know, to me, when I think of brutal honesty, one of my nieces comes to mind. So she was my first niece, and as this little girl, I quickly learned if I wanted to know the truth about something, I could go to her. If I wanted to really know how my hair looked that day or how an outfit looked, she did not hold back. She let me know. And I think we probably all know somebody like that, that whether it's a little kid or the filter, and I don't know if all of you know someone like that, that's kind of your go-to to get that straight answer. And juror 1057, I think I saw you nod at one point. Do you have someone like that in your life that will just give you that straight answer? The judge talked to you about the subject matter of this case, and we didn't have anyone raise their hand that they couldn't sit on this. As you're aware, this case does deal with several counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as well as several counts of first-degree murder. There was a question on that questionnaire. Some of the images that you may see in this case may be graphic, they may be disturbing. It's normal and it's fine to be disturbed by these images. But I just want to check, is there anybody on the panel today that have seen images of, say, children, and maybe not the best images, graphic images, disturbing images? Is that going to cause anyone here concern that they couldn't be fair and impartial? Juror 1057. Let's talk a little bit about that.
It wasn't children, but my brother-in-law caught on fire and I put him out. And it's been a long time, and after filling out this and being here, more of those thoughts come to my mind.
Of what you saw that day?
Yeah. And smelled.
So in your mind, if you were, and that's a fair answer, and so not trying to put you on the hot spot, but just asking a few more questions. For you, if you were to see images, would you be able to set aside any thoughts of your brother-in-law and be able to just look at the images and give them the weight you think they're due? in relation to any other evidence presented?
I think that's it.
Do you think it would be so upsetting that it would cause you any kind of physical or mental anguish to the point that you couldn't be fair and impartial?
I don't know if I can honestly answer that, but I do know that I've been having trouble sleeping.
And when you say trouble sleeping, did that start, do you mean since you've been selected to potentially be a juror?
Yeah.
And do you feel that's impacting your life in such a way that it would affect your ability to sit as a juror in this case?
I would hope not.
Thank you for your honesty. When I talk about brutal honesty, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Has everyone here flown on a plane before? I see, I think everyone nodded yes. So when you get on the plane, you probably recall at some point they kind of tell you, hey, sit back or lay back, enjoy the flight. We're gonna arrive at our destination at such and such time. If instead of getting that announcement, the pilot told you, hey, so I'm gonna try to land the plane. I think we'll get there at this time and hopefully we land. Would you feel comfortable staying on that plane? I see a few people didn't respond completely. I saw a lot of shaking of the head. Juror 752, would you feel comfortable staying on that plane?
Not knowing, I mean, I like to know where I'm going, and if there's uncertainty, I'm gonna be questioning it, you know, trying to see if it gets answers. I don't like just be blindly and just following. I'd like to see what's going on.
And I appreciate that. Juror 922, how about you?
I prefer my pilot to be competent and confident, I would say.
And I think those are both very fair answers. So if you have the choice and you could get on a plane where the pilot says, I can for sure land this plane, and the other plane, the pilot says, I might be able to land it, which plane are you getting on? And I'll ask Juror 951, which plane would you get on out of those two?
The one, the pilot being confident of getting to our destination.
And I know that might seem like an odd analogy, but when we ask you to sit here, and this goes back to the brutal honesty, because the defendant, Chad Daybell, is entitled to a fair trial, as is the state, we want to make sure that we have jurors that can say, you know what, I can sit here, I can weigh the evidence, I can be fair and impartial, and essentially I can land this plane. I can do what's being asked of me. And so as we go through these questions too, we want you thinking of that. Can you be, keep an open mind and weigh the evidence and give it the weight that it's due? Because that would be your job as the jurors here. So I have a little boy, and in the mornings when he wakes up, if I ask him, what do you want for breakfast? 9 times out of 10, it's cheesy eggs. But his cheesy eggs are made a certain way. We have to do the eggs, we have the cheese, we have the milk, and we have the salt and pepper. And honestly, he likes extra cheese. So that's his recipe for the cheesy eggs that he wants me to make. And if I vary it, he's not necessarily happy. But do any of you have that experience where, whether it's a kid or someone in your life, there's some kind of a recipe that they like made just a certain way? That's just how they like it. And your 1004, have you had that experience?
Definitely similar with, you know, 3 kids now, they're getting older, but yeah, my 3-year-old, she'll eat just about anything, but she's very particular about certain things. So yeah, I can relate.
And your 909, how about you?
Mainly with kids, but I don't know that I've ever had anybody that was super specific. It was either I don't like it or do like it.
Or I like it. And if you're around someone like that and you're given this recipe, I think sometimes it's easy to say, you know, if I changed it this way, if I added this, or if I took this out, or I made it just a little bit different, it would make more sense, or I would like it better. When you're sitting here today, and the judge did give you 1 jury instruction today, if you're selected, you're going to hear a lot of jury instructions as you go through this. And some of those jury instructions are also going to be instructions that contain the elements of the crime. So kind of like a recipe, the judge is going to lay out, the state has to prove these specific things. The state doesn't have to prove these other things, and the state has to prove all of them. And sometimes it's easy to look at those and think, well, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Why don't they have to prove this? Or maybe they shouldn't have to prove this. But we have to make sure that you can follow that recipe or that jury instruction as given by the judge. Does anyone have concerns that you wouldn't be able to follow the instructions given by the judge, or that you'd be tempted to modify it. Anyone have that concern at all? Okay, I don't see anyone saying they have that concern. So with those, when we talk about the recipe and the instructions, as I said, the judge will lay out the elements. And sometimes it might not require an ingredient or an element that you think we should have to prove. When you're dealing with first degree, you would get a jury instruction and it'll come from the court, but it will essentially talk about an individual had to be part of causing the death. But one of the elements isn't going to be that we have to prove the actual cause. So essentially, we have to prove that they were part of it or that they committed the murder, but we don't have to prove how they went about it. Does anyone have concerns with that, with following the court's instruction on that? So if the state was able to meet the burden of proving that they did it or they were part of it, of the murder, would anyone have concerns if the state didn't prove the actual cause of the murder, if that's not one of the ingredients? I don't see anyone saying yes to that. And again, you previously heard the judge give an instruction regarding conspiracy and talking about it being an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. So I'll tell you, I have some older brothers, and 2 of them were pretty close in age. And so my mom will tell stories about the 2 of them because they would get into shenanigans together. And the 2 of them, one of the things that they would do is the older brother and the younger brother would get together and they'd come up with a plan. And oftentimes the older brother wanted the younger one to carry it out first. So they came up with a plan to jump out of the barn door. So as part of this, they come up with the plan, they go into the barn together, they climb the stairs, and the younger brother jumps out. Well, he gets hurt. So the older brother doesn't follow. But they both had talked about going to do it. They both had the intention. So ultimately, they both were involved in that. So when we talk about a conspiracy and an agreement by 2 persons to commit a crime, you'll get instructions regarding the agreement and what qualifies as an agreement and what an agreement actually is. And again, that will come from the court. But you'll also, it will talk about the only one person in that agreement has to do something that is referred to as an overt act. So only one person has to do some act to further that. Does anyone have a problem? Because let me back up a little bit. You were also instructed by the court that there are co-conspirators that you may hear about, and you're not to worry about what's going on with them. But what you will hear evidence is of some of the actions or the allegations that the state has, and you'll hear evidence regarding those actions of the other co-conspirators. Does anyone have a problem knowing there's an agreement and only one person has to do an act in furtherance? Does anyone have concerns that person A may not have done the act in furtherance of the conspiracy and person B did? Does anyone have a problem then essentially holding person A still accountable? So like the brothers planned, both of them climb up the stairs, but only one jumps out the window. But they both planned it. They both were going to do it. Anyone have concerns about that at all? Thank you so much for your time this morning. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wade. Mr. Pryor, you can conduct voir dire for the defense.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Always distracted. I don't know if that's something I need to do this or. I'm here today to ask you a number of questions. And I don't want you to infer from any of those questions that there's a right or wrong answer. What we're here today is just talk and get to know each other and sort of get feelings about how we feel about a variety of topics. And again, there isn't any right or wrong answer. Before we start that, I do want to ask you a question. And I brought this up with a couple of the other hearing folks. Many years ago, when I was a much younger man and much skinnier, I was in college and I was having to do jury service, much like what you folks are doing. And the attorney at the time, and I remember this, and I bet maybe it was the reason I became a lawyer, I don't know, had an impact. Because the attorney stood there and said, is there anybody who just doesn't want to be here today? And I thought that was a very interesting question. And I didn't think long, and I raised my hand. Now, I'm not trying to dodge my responsibility and my civic responsibility to be a juror. That's not really what I was doing, because I appreciate that. And we have a law enforcement officer who's sworn to uphold the law and to do his best to follow the rules. And yet, I can tell by the distress of having to be here, and I can see it on his face, there's concern. And so I really want all of you, and the state talks about brutally honest, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit later, but I need all of you to be honest with me. And you're not going to hurt my feelings. I can't speak for the folks over here, but I know that no one's going to take offense to that, because this is a serious case. And it's a complicated case. And we need all of your attention. We need it to be focused on this. And it's not going to be imputed to you that you're not doing your civic duty. And it's not going to be suggested that you aren't, faithful to our country, or all of those things that are at least important to me, but important to all of us. That's not the case here. But in all seriousness, I guess we have to really be honest about that. I'm not going to use the words brutally. I'm at a strange adjective to attach to a statement of honesty, but that's their issue, I guess. But again, I'm going to ask this: is there anybody who just feels that what's going on in their personal life is so profound and so complicated, they just don't think they could, in all reality, do this very complicated job? Hold up your cards, please, if you feel that way. Nobody. Okay. We're here today, and you've heard the allegations from the judge. You've heard him what he's had to say about the charges that are against Mr. Daybell. Is there anybody here who, at the present time, based on what the charges are alleged, believes that Mr. Daybell is guilty right now? At the present time that he's guilty right now. 1057? Okay, and 1004. And I guess I'll inquire, 1057, is there any chance that you're going to be able to change your mind in that regard, or are you pretty firm in your belief in this?
I will definitely weigh the evidence.
Okay. Okay.
You asked if I felt that, and I answered correctly.
Okay.
I answered honestly.
Okay. Okay. And 1004, law enforcement officer, I can understand that.
I definitely would want to weigh the evidence.
Would weigh the evidence. Okay, all right, thank you. Is there anybody here who can't sit for long periods of time, other than me? Is there anybody who is unable to sit, or because of any kind of health concerns, you're not able to, okay, 922. You have some concerns about sitting for long periods of time?
I know I'm young, but I have had a kidney stone in the past. I'm already sitting here wishing for a bathroom break. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it's just, health concerns. It's difficult.
Do we need to take, and I don't want to announce this, but do we need to take a break right now?
Not on my account only, but if there's other people that need it.
Judge, do you think you want to take a short break?
I do, actually. Looking at the time, sometimes we lose track of how long these jurors have been captive before we get breaks and other court staffs. So it is late in the morning. Let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess. Okay, and we'll conclude then with additional defense for Dyer, but we'll go ahead and take a mid-morning recess at this time and try to come back in about 20 minutes.
All right, please.
Henny, we are definitely on a break. Where you at, Jenny? Well, maybe she's still watching the weather. I hear her. I thought. So what did y'all think of the last round of people? I feel bad for that officer. I don't know why they didn't dismiss him. Most likely Steph. That's why I just decided to come back. I about fell asleep. Kicked back on the couch and very comfortable. But I like how they say be brutally honest, and then people are brutally honest and they're like, well, but are you really? Girl, facts, Steph. I want some cheesy eggs. But I need someone to make them for me because I'm currently relaxed on the couch and I'm not foreseeing me getting up. My best friend's house is like a resort. It's very nice. Scrambled eggs with chive and onion. Oh, that sounds really good. I bet she has all of that here too. Lauren, exactly, QB. I said a whole bunch of things. Which one are you agreeing with? All of them, all of the above. I don't know. I felt bad for the officer. I feel like they should have let him go. They let other people go for less. And so I don't understand, especially with having to deal with the ex-wife and the custody and all the things. Oh yeah, QB is at the BFF resort. Y'all don't understand. Her pantry is like a grocery store. I love it. And she got an indoor and her house is like my house when I had my house, like my house used to be. She's got the indoor and outdoor refrigerator. All the good stuff's in the outdoor refrigerator if y'all ever know. And her pantry, I'm like, ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? And I always bring like my own food and stuff. She gets mad at me because she cooks for me and has stuff ready for me, and then I bring my own stuff. But I sure was in that pantry earlier. My BFF's house. Yeah, see, hers is like a candy shop, grocery store, fun fat. I mean, it's just, anyways. Clara is her mama. She ain't a ghost. She scared the snot out of me, though. I didn't expect her to be here yesterday. And she was big mad, too. She thought my BFF sent me over here to watch her. I'm like, ma'am, I'm here for the dogs. I am not watching you. You do what you do. Oh, hello.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I hear the rain, too.
Oh my God, I
Hi,
have been
friend.
swallowing my head off at y'all for 10 minutes now.
No. Oh, yeah, there's definitely a ghost in this house, Morgana. It just ain't Clara. It's Mike. He definitely hangs out here. But I'm just chill. It's quiet. I like the rain at your house, Jenny. Not the tornadoes. I just like hearing the rain. Oh.
Yeah, it's awful nice, I reckon.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Well, I just started
What?
talking because I wasn't sure what was going on with you.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
There might be a little bit of a delay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I can hear
This is freaking me
you.
out.
Hello?
There's a massive delay.
I can't tell.
Okay.
Steph, Steph, you got 2 wives, 3 wives. You don't think they're your BFFs? Come on now. Stop it. My BFF didn't have a choice. I came to her house. We worked together. I came to her house. This was 20 some odd years ago. And I had a shower curtain that I had special ordered off the internet. Back then, that was a big deal. And I hand picked it out, and I came in and went in her bathroom, and she had my shower curtain. I'm like, "Yep, you my friend now. You my BFF. You can't go nowheres." And I loves her. She's the bestest. She's the bestest. Yeah, she's the bestest. So I was just telling them, like, I'm like at a resort. I mean, like my living room could fit. I mean, no, my whole apartment could fit in like her living room and dining room. And don't get me wrong, she got a lot of people too. Like it's nice right now because there ain't nobody here.
Right.
Now, if they were all here, no, homie, I'd be at my house. Because it's a lot. It's a lot.
That little doggy is cute.
Oh, yeah, that's Coda. She a hot mess. She rules the roost. But they were good last night. They were good. They didn't wake me up.
The little gray one.
Yeah, that's Coda. She a whole hot mess. So they've been laying out sunning themselves.
Oh.
What's Steph say? Why can't I come? No, don't, Morgana, don't be giving my patio bedroom away. Right, Steph? She's a hottie. I think we lost Jenny again. Yeah. See, Steph, when Aiden graduates, you got nothing. You got nothing holding you there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to figure out my Wi-Fi. My internet's being poopified right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully
There ain't under the
fix it.
patio. Like a tree house. You can't live under the patio. There ain't no under, I don't think. Morgana, you got an under on your patio, Dutch? I don't think there's an under.
What are you gonna
I'm
do,
just gonna.
Steph? Hang out down there? You gonna hang out down there with all the spiders and the cobwebs, or what?
We're just gonna rotate. I got to go out to JB's at some point. She a short order cook. I bet she'd make me some cheesy eggs.
All right.
I'm so
Hey,
tired of them talking about cheesy eggs.
I got cheese and I got eggs too. So
I'm on my way because I
think
want to go to Delphi. Delphi. Got to start a Delphi fund. I hate my rent had to go for that.
it is what it is, I guess.
But I mean, those are the things we do. That's why I just drive my BFF's car every once in a while, and then I go back to my little putt-putt.
Or Spin said this is her favorite part of the Crime Cafe, the total randomness.
Yeah. I'm telling you what, I was trying to fall asleep. Okay, Jenny, we were talking, and I don't know if you were talking, but what you think about that officer? Why that judge? I mean, they both said let him go, and the judge was like, no.
Oh, honey, I don't have a clue. I missed every bit of that. I was literally watching the radar.
Okay, so there was this officer that got on there, and he said it was going to be a hardship. Both he and his wife are police officers. They work opposite shifts so they can keep their kids. Okay. Then he's got other kids with an ex-wife who apparently their whole thing is not good. Which the defense attorney apparently has an egregious relationship with his ex-wife because he brings her up all the time. So, but he said he sympathized. So they have custody agreement, that they split the week with their kids. They're older kids, but they still split the week with their kids. And he's like, it could cause a problem because it's court ordered visitation. And if I don't have my visitation, then she could make an issue out of it, which I think she would probably make an issue out of it because that's what she do. And so the state and the defense were both like, yeah, we don't have any issues. Well, I think they both said they would release him for cause of hardship. And the judge was like, yeah, no, I don't see a hardship. I mean, I know it'll be inconvenient, but it's not really a hardship. So yeah, sit down. Thank you. And I was like, y'all let some people off for like less than that. Why you go? I don't know. It just, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, maybe you don't think it was because of the whole being a cop part?
I don't know. I mean, I thought they would let him go. I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyways. But
Margaret says neither side wants anybody who's going to be distracted by their obligation. If there's a problem, they should be excused.
yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, if you are worried about your ex-wife starting some crap because you're gone for 6 to 10 weeks and can't fulfill your, I mean, you gonna be a little sideways. I figured the same, Spence. I figured with him being an officer, they'd let him go. At least one side would. But
yeah, I don't know. I didn't know. I missed that whole thing.
yeah.
So I missed all of it, except I know I just looked down at the chat and the chat was saying all I could see was chatter about the cheesy eggs. And I was like, great, now I want some on cheesy eggs.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. They got to go through, there's like, they sent out like 3,000 things, right? We've heard all the way up to juror 1,029 or something like that. You're telling me you ain't got no other stories but some cheesy eggs? Like, you gonna tell that every single time? Come on now.
Well, they usually, the one that was in the, okay, so the other day I had mentioned that one of the attorneys was off the prosecution side. I got it wrong. It was a different girl. So the girl that is on there, I say girl, it's a woman. I think her name is something Blake. She is still there. It's the other woman that was off that is no longer on the prosecution. And it wasn't anything like dramatics. I think she was moving or some life-changing something or other, but
yeah.
Anyway, her spiel was, I remember hearing the cheesy eggs before, but the one that she told the most was the other chick was you bake a cake, you need the eggs, the flour, the sugar, the water, the blah, 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 blah. And if you try to make the cake, but you don't have the eggs, this recipe isn't going to turn out. It's going to, flop. And if you don't add the oil, and then it's going to do this, and so that was her and she told that one over and over and over and over and over.
I just think like, okay, for me, if it were me, which it's not, but if it were me, I would have a handful.
Right.
I mean, this is televised.
Like bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, I'd have a handful and be like, okay, here's my cheesy eggs, here's my cake, here's my dogs, here's my, you know what I'm saying? Like I would pick I would have like 5 stories. I mean, it's not hard to come up with like analogies. Just do it.
Right.
But like I'm gonna have to make some cheesy eggs. Like this is ridiculous. And now I'm gonna have to make cheesy eggs with cream cheese because Steph said cream cheese and that sounded really good.
Hey, do you know what else is really good in cream cheese? I learned this from a Pioneer woman. Is mashed potatoes. To put cream cheese in mashed potatoes.
Oh yeah, I use cream cheese. If you want to creamy something up, like okay, all right, Pioneer woman, she got that 7-can soup, right? And she throws Velveeta in it. Well, one, Velveeta is expensive. Okay. Two, me, I'm not about. I'm more of a white cheese. I like queso blanco and stuff like that. So, man, don't laugh at me.
Yeah. I'm
And
not. I'm
so,
not. I'm laughing at Spenz's comment.
oh, okay.
She said, "Ma'am, you best not be
I'm
cooking
not
up
cooking
those
the.
doggos."
No, I just mean like if you have the dog. Okay, I got one for you right now because my BFF went all like crazy and started cooking food for her dogs, and so now they've gotten used to the homemade food. So they get the kibble, which is the regular dog food, and then they get a scoop of the fresh stuff, right? And so my analogy would be they have gotten used to the kibble and the fresh food on top. If you come back and you give them just the kibble and you don't let them have the fresh food, you think they're going to eat that food? No, they ain't going to eat that food. They're going to be mad. So y'all going to be mad if I
So
don't
what
put the fresh food in
analogy?
there? I'm saying if I
So
give you
what analogy is that? Is that analogy supposed to be for the jurors to not get mad or to get mad if they don't have lunch
no,
by noon?
yeah, yeah, I'm mad if they don't have lunch by noon. But I'm
Sorry.
saying like you could, ma'am, I'm out. I quit. I'm fired. I got my pink slip, my tutu. I got my tutu.
Whatever.
Anyways, so yeah, these dogs, these dogs, they got it made. They're spoiled, spoiled. But they're only spoiled when she's here because they don't try that crap with me. Like they get her up at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're like, "Excuse me, where's my food?" I was like, "Nah, homie, I ain't getting up. Sorry." Wait a minute, what is she doing?
Some really are, Patricia. I mean, I've seen some that's super duper strict, and they'll even say that, like the judge will say, um, "How much longer do you think this witness will be? If it's going to go past 5 more minutes, then I'm going to go ahead and call a lunch break in 5 minutes or now." Or they're
Yeah,
super duper strict.
this dude is like, "Oh, I lost track of time. Sorry." I'm sorry. What?
He's probably just like, "We got a crap ton of people to get through. Let's do this." And I think too, because these jurors are not like in there all day, they're in there for chunks of time. They probably don't have to actually break for lunch because the lawyers and the judge themselves are going to be like, "Yeah, let's take a quick lunch," but you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I
I don't
agree,
know how
Morgana.
that works.
Why they gotta tell stories? Just be like, can you, if the judge gives you instructions and you think maybe you know a better way, but these are the instructions, can you go by the instructions? Yes or no? Boom. I mean, if we didn't tell all these stories, like that dude, that defense attorney, when that with that police officer, he went through a whole diatribe about how he knew and he sympathized because ex-wife and this, that, and the other, and thank you for your service and blah 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 blah. And yes, I agree, he could be excused, sir, sir, sir. All you had to do was say, "I agree. It's a hardship."
Right.
No, there was a lunch break yesterday. It was like at 2 o'clock, Steph. It was late. Well, 2 o'clock their time. So it was like 4 o'clock our time. Oh,
But
but I thought I heard music or
oh,
something.
yeah, you did. I had to open the door and check on Jolie for a second because she was pecking at the door. I'm freezing out here now, though, so I'm gonna mute, run through the house, go to the bedroom, because Eli's TV's blasting. Uh, so I'll be
Okay.
right back here in just a second.
All right. All right, y'all. What we gonna get into? Jeannie's gone. I know she's listening. Look, ma'am.
I ain't even made it in the house yet, you crazy
Girl.
person.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I'm not okay with him dosing you with NyQuil. I need his number. I need his digits. Where's JB? Did she tell us she was gonna be somewhere? Now I gotta do a JB check. Excuse me. I'm here. I'm talking. I saw her this morning and then tag her. Because she was having weather too, or she had weather last night. Let's see. Don't mind me. She was in Discord early and said, what you mean after he's off work? I don't give a, never mind. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I care. Mm. No, I do not. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Yeah, I think she's probably sleeping. She was up all night with the weather. They had tornado stuff going off and it was a whole thing. So she's probably sleeping. Y'all disappear. And, oh, he gonna be in the Outer Banks? I always wanted to go to the Outer Banks. But look, we'll talk off. I don't want no audio of this. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Now I want somebody to make me some eggs. This dog is snoring like a man, y'all. She's so little. Look, you make it. No, man, this is gonna be evidence and a trial, Steph. Delete that. I always wanted to go there. I've never been to the Outer Banks. I've never been. I mean, I'm vacationing at my BFF's house. All right. I mean, this is the bulk of my vacay. No, we are not committing crimes.
Please be seated.
Oh, they're back.
Yours, Robin, please.
Everybody be quiet.
Well, I thought they went on lunch.
No, they took a bathroom break.
Oh, okay. And Steph, they did have lunch yesterday, but it was like not till like 2 or 3 o'clock. It was crazy. And I mean their time, not my time.
Steph be needing to delete some messages in chat.
In what chat?
The YouTube chat. She talking about a murder and a vacay. That's evidence. Get rid of that. Right spins like threw me under the bus.
You do need a defense attorney, QB.
I have one.
I know,
Maybe.
right?
I don't not have one. How about that? Yeah, the guy with the kidney problems, they had to give him a bathroom break, put him on the spot.
Yeah, go pee-pee.
Like, I got kidney issues, and even right now, I'm wondering when I can go to the bathroom. They're like, "Do you need to go potty? Do you need a potty?" Oh,
I have a bladder the size of a pinto bean. I mean, I could pee every 5 seconds. So,
well, I mean, he ain't wrong. I mean, if you have kidney issues and you had a kidney stone, you're subject to other ones, and that ain't no joke. That's about the closest a man can give to giving birth.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. We are in for Dyer. Mr. Pryor was doing so for the defense. You can continue, Mr. Pryor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll move on a little bit. Is there anybody in the jury pool today who knows any of the parties that are here today? Any of the attorneys? Number 10004.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with Ingrid Beatty. I've worked cases with her again.
And would you just, without too much specific, identify which one you say is Ingrid Beatty?
He's the blonde.
And there's no doubt that the two of you know each other.
No, sir.
And the fact is you've worked on cases with her.
That's correct.
And you're familiar with her.
Yes, sir.
And you've discussed it. And the fact that you've worked on cases with her, is there even the slightest possibility that you would put more weight to anything she said as opposed to, let's say, me?
In all honesty, yes. She's a very good investigator and prosecutor, and yes.
Okay, so if you were to have me testify and, or not testify, excuse me, if I were to offer some evidence. Ms. Beatty was offering evidence here. And it would be, and it's human nature. You'd agree with that, right?
In truthfulness, yes, sir.
Yeah, that would. And in fact, you would give Ms. Beatty more weight and pursue that situation. Is that fair?
I think that'd be fair, sir.
Okay, okay. And thank you for your brutal honesty, I guess. I'd use a different word. I guess I'd say transparent. Brutal always sounds so difficult to me, but anyway, I'm going to move on a little bit, and thank you for that disclosure. I appreciate that. Part of this case, so we are going to see some pictures. Very, very graphic pictures. I want to tell you that I'm involved in this case. When I look at these pictures actually hurt my heart. Difficulty is this, is that although they hurt my heart, is it fair that when I look at these pictures, I assign those pictures to Mr. Daybell? Is there anybody, because they look at these pictures and then you have the same reaction that I have, these pictures truly hurt my heart and it's painful? Is there anybody who's going to be able, who's going to say, these pictures hurt me so bad that I have to blame him regardless of what the evidence may show or otherwise? Is there anyone? So, jury number 791, is that your number?
Yes.
Okay. I you know, I see your reaction, like this to your facial. Are you trying to be strong, or is that something that you think is going to have an impact?
It's hard for me to say ahead of time. I would like to think that I will take all of the evidence and weigh them appropriately. I hold myself to a very high standard, and the nature of the case, I would want to be very fair and impartial, not taking anything lightly. Due to the nature of the images that might be shown, will probably be difficult. I can't say how I'll necessarily react to them, but I don't think I will let it impact my ability to judge.
And I appreciate you taking the time to talk about this, because you can understand and agree probably that looking at very graphic pictures can have an impact on it. But we need to be honest about that. I talked about that before. There's no right or wrong answer. This isn't a test that you get scored on. What we want you to do is to be able to look at the evidence as fairly and as impartially as possible. When either of us, whether it's these folks over here to my right or on my side, provide you with some information or show you some images, they're going to be painful and they're going to be graphic. But what has to happen is that you have to look beyond all of that and say, I'm going to take the value of those pictures and look at those to prove some point. But is there anybody who thinks it's fair that by automatically looking at the pictures, that you should presume that Mr. Daybell is guilty because you looked at very unsettling and disturbing pictures? Is there anybody? Juror number 1048, what are your thoughts on this? As far as the ability to view graphic pictures, look at those things.
I don't feel like I have any concerns. I feel like I'll be able to do what I'm asked to do. Okay. I've been in a line of work where I've had to learn to compartmentalize things, and so I'm capable of doing that.
Okay. And I went to you because I'm going off of my memory. Hopefully it's still relatively intact as I get older. But my recollection, if I recall, is that you're the juvenile corrections person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I would imagine you do have to deal with those things, and you have to be able to compartmentalize and separate your feelings about certain things and look at things in the big picture. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Okay, I'm going to switch gears a little bit, just a little bit. And I want to talk a little bit about bias, how we judge and view bias. And I think what I'm going to do, and please forgive me, officer, I don't mean to keep picking on you. And I appreciate your being very honest about that. But when my recollection of yours, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you were a traffic officer, is that right?
I'm a patrol officer.
Patrol officer, I used the wrong term, I'm sorry. Now, as a patrol officer, while you're driving down the road and you find someone who's breaking the law, like speeding, and you pull them over, okay? Now, I have a difficulty is that in my prior life as a lawyer, when I got pulled over by a police officer, I had a habit of just saying, yes, I was speeding, and then they would ridicule me with the particular law enforcement agency that I dealt with. They said, you know, you're a lawyer, why are you admitting the truth? And then I said, well, it's because I was speeding, and I was being very honest about things like that. Is that your usual experience, that when you pull people over for speeding, they immediately acknowledge that they were breaking the law?
I'd say it happens more than not, but there's definitely some that
Try to get out of it.
try to get out. Yes, sir.
And there's various reasons people try to get out of this, right? And there's various reasons that people may not be particularly honest about things, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
And then one of those reasons could be they have an agenda.
That'd be fair to say, yes.
Okay, and that doesn't just apply to regular citizens, it applies to everybody, right?
I agree.
It applies to doctors. Police officers can have an agenda, they can have a desire that a particular case goes a certain way. Do you do that?
I definitely have biases, everybody does. I'm not gonna say I don't. I definitely, in an interest in professional, I remove those things. I can maybe assume a situation is going to go a certain way or assume something happened, but I also know that if I'm going to arrest somebody or if I'm going to write somebody a ticket, I need to be able to prove the unreasonable doubt that in fact, whatever the violation or crime that we're dealing with happened.
And you would agree with me that if like in your, I'll just pick with your profession, I'll get to some of these other folks. In your profession, if someone has a bias, that's a troubling issue.
It can be if they let that interfere with making decisions, you know, in a particular case or something like that. Everybody, I would agree, has biases. You know, everyone has different opinions about book theory, things like that. It's when it becomes an issue is when that those internal feelings, internal thoughts based on whatever experience you've had in life with that, when you start to allow those to actually dictate your decisions, that's when you would have an issue, especially in my profession.
Or you make a predetermined decision that this is what the results you want. That's concerning as well. And that should never happen in law enforcement, should it?
When it comes down to making actual charges and arrests, no. There's times where something based on experience, there can be certain perceptions from the situation that based on training and experience can lead me in a direction of either proving something or disproving that an event occurred or details of it occurred or not.
Okay. But the reality is that you shouldn't have that tunnel vision. You should look at the whole picture rather than trying to pursue an agenda. Is that fair?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. It's inappropriate for someone in a position of authority to inject their opinion and then pursue a matter because that's the result that they desire. Would you agree with that?
I think it's solely on that, yes, sir.
And that's bias, right? Okay. Thank you very much for your answer. Now, the prosecuting attorney talked a little bit about conspiracy. Is there anybody here who doesn't know what the term agreement means? Please raise your hand if you know what an agreement is. Okay. Please raise your hand if you don't know what the term agreed means. A-G-R-E-E-D. Does everybody know what agreed means? Okay. I'm going to give you a little hypothetical. I'm going to inject one of you in this hypothetical, okay? And I haven't picked on juror 951, so we're going to pick on you a little bit. Is that okay? And if it's too much, tell me, please, okay? This isn't to put you on the spot. We know each other, let's assume we know each other, and I go up to you and I say, you know, juror 951, it's a beautiful day out today. I'm going fishing today. Okay? And then I go off and go on a fishing trip. And then suddenly I look over across the pond and you're there fishing. And I didn't know it. Do you believe that's an agreement to go fishing together?
Yes and no.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Yes, you had mentioned that you're gonna go fishing.
Okay.
But I've never agreed to go fishing with you.
Okay.
And so if you were to be there fishing and I just happened to come along and I start fishing across the pond, that wasn't like an agreement to go together.
Right. So you, in that instance, you would say there is no agreement. Okay, and juror number 922, you got an interesting nodding. And I guess I'd like your.
I appreciated your 951's answer of both yes and no, but
okay.
Recognizing that, I don't know, that kind of social situation is awkward in one part, and to have an agreement, you really need to talk about it beforehand.
Right. And when you say you need to talk about it, does it have to be laid out specifically?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that, juror number side? Little than that. 752.
It wasn't an agreement.
Okay.
They just showed up at the same time. Okay. But yeah, nothing was agreed.
Okay. And let's say as a result of the fishing, let's go a step further with this. As a result of this wonderful fishing trip that I went on, I look across the pond. And the other person fishing, and we're going to let you off the hook today, sort of, that's a terrible expression, but we're going to let you off the hook today, juror 951, and we're going to say it was somebody else, okay? And let's say that as a result of both of us being out there fishing at the same time, I'm not catching anything. But boy, the other person across the pond has a stringer full of like 10 trout. And juror number 1057, the limit on trout that day was only 6. And unfortunately, that person was breaking the law. And along comes the fish and game officer. And this fish and game officer says, you broke the law and I'm giving you a citation. Okay? In that situation, am I responsible for a citation as well because I'm fishing on the other side of the pond?
I do not think so.
Okay. Juror 1048, should I be getting a citation because I was fishing on the other side of the pond?
No, if you didn't reach your limit or exceed your limit, then no.
Well, what about just the fact that maybe we were both there fishing together and there may have been, whether there's an agreement or not, does that make me guilty?
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Hold on, guys. I'm in here. The kids' TV is up super loud. I can't do nothing about that. Let me see if I can change my settings. It won't let me. It won't let me change my settings from my iPad. I don't know why, but it won't. So I know his TV is crazy loud. Oh, QB says BRB. I have a Clara. Can you guys hear me over his TV? This is my life, by the way. I'm usually holed up in the bedroom with a noise canceling microphone. Not the case today. I was in there a while ago, but then I was like, okay, so they're going to go back to chit chatting. So I was like, let me go to the kitchen and just kind of, you know, do my thing, hang out in here, get some stuff done. So, and it looks like they're coming back.
No, whoops, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, well, maybe we should start.
All rise. Course of good session.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, I tried to start with no chance. All right, just back on the record here, the court will note for the record, we had a sidebar concerning the scope of voir dire. The court generally does disfavor hypotheticals, and I've notified counsel of that, considering Idaho Criminal Law 24B. So, Mr. Pryor, I'll allow you to continue with your voir dire, but please refrain from further hypotheticals at this point.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit and try to avoid the hypotheticals. I think there's an official story sense. I need to know your feelings on how you would evaluate truthfulness, bias, whether people are telling the truth. I'm going to go back to my police officer. And how do you gauge, officer, whether someone's being truthful?
There's many different ways. There's body language, there's eye contact or lack thereof. There's also, through the investigation, whether an individual's statements are adding up with the evidence I have, corroborating statements, other statements that disprove what they're saying, and there's lots of different ways you can detect lies or pursue truth, either do.
And as part of your occupation, you actually carry camera and recorder, is that right?
That's correct.
Is that a standard practice?
For our department, it is, yes.
Okay, and it's a good idea to record when you're investigating a crime. Do you agree with me?
It is.
Okay. Okay. And are there instances where you would not record something if you're involved in a crime investigation?
For my department's policies, it's if we're interviewing suspects, victims, or pretty much any contact with the public, we record. So
That's okay, thank you. So if we move on to the issue of trying to gauge how someone's being truthful or not being truthful. There are various reasons that people are untruthful. Okay, and in line with trying to give everybody an opportunity to talk, we'll go to 909 because I haven't done anything with you yet. What sort of instances do you see where people tend to be untruthful?
When they have done something wrong.
Okay. So right off the bat, if they're trying to get away with something, they tend to be untruthful. Would that be fair? Yes. Okay. Are there other reasons people are untruthful?
Sure, little white lies.
Okay, little white lies, that would be to a spouse or something.
Sure.
Okay, or it could be bigger white lies. Let's say one of the people in the relationship is having an affair. Do you think people lie when they're in an affair with somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go to 922 and I'm going to work my way through. Do you think that people tend to be untruthful when they're involved in affairs or unrelated relationships that they shouldn't be in?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And how do you feel about that?
About the lie itself.
Well, about the fact that maybe someone is trying to cover up an affair. Would you think that's human nature to do that if you're engaged in that conduct?
I'd say it most likely comes from a place of shame and guilt, at least in most instances.
Okay.
And I think we ought to be opposed to those feelings.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that number, tree number 1048?
Did you restate the question?
Well, affairs, in terms of truthfulness, is it a tendency for people to be truthful when they're involved in an affair?
I would say it's probably a tendency to be untruthful if they're involved in an affair.
And it's a way to sort of, like juror number 922 said, just hide your shame, or there may be other reasons as well, right?
I would agree.
But it's not uncommon that if someone's trying to hide a relationship of some kind, in your eyes, they would likely be untruthful about that, trying to hide that relationship.
I would say that's the case, yes.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you very much about that. Your thoughts on that, juror number 951?
From previous line of work, I would say that you restate that question.
Well, or what are your feelings about if someone's involved in an affair? Is that something that you tend to see where they would be truthful, untruthful, or would they just basically have asked, they would say, oh yeah, I'm doing that?
I would say that when an affair is occurring, yes, they're going to be untruthful about it, to try to hide what's going on.
Okay, okay. Okay, all right. Folks, I want to thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I know this is the most comfortable thing to do, but it's necessary and it's important. And I think both of us, both sides, folks to my right here, the prosecuting attorney's office, and myself, we're striving along with the judge to try to get an idea of what your thoughts are and beliefs are. And again, folks, there's no right or wrong answer. All of you have a right to an opinion, and I think both sides are going to respect. I know the court's going to respect your opinion. So I want to thank you for what you've done today and having to go through this. I hope it wasn't too terribly unhappy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. That will conclude the group session of this voir dire examination. At this time, we're going to move on with individual questioning on different topics for certain jurors, and we'll have each of you return individually. So we'll start off smallest number to largest. And so if juror 752, you would remain seated, please, and the remaining jurors, if you'd all step out with the bailiff.
All right, great.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, for juror 752, upon review of the questionnaire, I think the only topic that we need to address in further voir dire would relate to questions regarding the death penalty. Is the state agreeing or have any further question on bias or hardship?
I don't think so. No. No, Your Honor.
All right, any further questioning before we get on to the death penalty questions with Mr. Pryor?
Judge, no. I guess I just want to clarify a couple of things.
Okay, if you go ahead and make sure your mic's on, Mr. Pryor will allow you some additional board dire on the hardship.
Sir, you mentioned that there may be an opportunity for them to sort of cover your responsibility as the chief financial officer. Do you have an assistant or someone who works underneath you or perform the same duties?
So I have a controller underneath me that can do probably 70% of the work that I do. My only concern is to get sequestered because I plan on working in the evenings, early mornings, weekends and stuff to cover up the remaining things. So,
And that was what my concern is because you mentioned that your hardship in the beginning, your evaluation, I'm going off of memory once again, but at the very end, and do you have a copy of your evaluation or your questionnaire? Excuse me.
yes, I do.
And if you return to the bottom portion, it's the very last page of your questionnaire, there's a comment there that talks about the fact that, please don't allow me to put words in your mouth. But it seems to suggest to me that you intend to work while you were on your free time during this trial. Is that what I'm hearing?
If there's, like say we leave at 3:30 in the afternoon, I'm planning to work the remaining part of the evening.
And when you say the remaining part of the evening, what do you refer to?
So probably till 7 o'clock.
Okay.
I mean, I'm used to working long hours, so
Okay. Is that your standard practice you're accustomed to working very, very long hours anyway?
it just depends on situations. If it's not been called in, if we're going for a sale of the company a few years ago, it requires me to work a significant amount of hours.
Well, I understand it's significant, and I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to get a feel for whether or not I'm comfortable with you working, 5, 6, 7 hours after sitting in front of a jury and absorbing all of this information. This is not a reflection of you. Please don't take it. Please don't take it. What I have a concern about is that whether you're going to be able to put the necessary attention and focus. You have a significant job, very, time-consuming job. It's going to require a lot of attention. This is not just any run-of-the-mill job like me or anybody else. This is a serious position. And it requires a significant amount of time and effort to perform your job. Do you agree with that?
That is correct.
And what I have concerns about is that at the end of a 5, 6, 7 hour day listening to evidence, you're not going to have that downtime. You're not going to have that release to be able to absorb and maybe rest your mind, so that instead what you're going to do is you're going to go and work for, at least from what I'm hearing, 5 or 6 more hours on your job responsibilities and try to keep things afloat. Is that what I'm hearing?
There will be days like that.
Is it going to be every day?
I can't say it'll be every day, but there will be days where there's certain things come up that I would need to have. So to me, my only concern is if I got sequestered where I wouldn't be able to have access to the internet or anything else. And that goes on for like a period, yes, that would create some concerns.
And that's going to cause some concern in terms of your employment.
I mean, they wouldn't terminate me, but like say, there's decision making that's done that I would need to be part of, that I wouldn't be able to be part of.
But are you, the judge has purposely set a schedule for us from like 8:30 to 3:30 with time for some lunch to be able to do that. What I have a concern about is the court specifically set a short time, and I don't want to read into the court suggested stuff. I heard you to do that, but I would imagine the reason he's doing that is because after 5 or 6 hours of engaging in this sort of position to be a juror, you're going to need some time to recuperate from that. It doesn't sound like you're going to do that. It sounds like you're going to work.
I mean, like say, we all have responsibilities. Even when I come home in the evening, I got to take care of kids. I'm used to doing this. Like say, I don't want to say this is not possible, because it really is possible to do multiple jobs. And like I said, to do this, I need to still work a couple of hours in the evening. This is what I'm accustomed to.
Okay, and you don't think that that's going to have any kind of an impact on your ability to effectively listen and do the job as a juror for 10 weeks?
I don't believe so. Like I said, my only concern is if we get sequestered, and that's a piece I don't have control of.
And if you do get sequestered, that is a significant concern. That would be
Correct,
large.
because I don't know how long that will.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's my only concern. If I get sequestered, if it was for a week or 2 weeks, that would be concerned.
And at that point, it becomes a hardship. That'd be fair.
I would say yes.
And sir, don't take this as a personal affront. You can appreciate that I have a concern that you're going to be doing 2 jobs at a time when we're dealing with a case of significance. So, Judge, I'm going to move cause in this particular case. I have a concern for his.
A response from the state.
Quickly, we would object to that motion. We believe that the juror has to continually express his understanding of the potential risk or any potential hardship serving as a juror. But he also understands that he has plans and he practice he can serve. So I have heard the juror say that he feels like it will actually be a hardship. He just needs to express concern. So at this point, we don't think there's a cause to excuse this juror.
Okay, I'll just have a follow-up inquiry briefly here, Juror 752. There is a substantial likelihood of a time of sequestration without making any promises. That could be a week. There's potential it could be longer though. And when you consider that, do you still feel like you're able to give your undivided attention to this case, even should a sequestration period take place?
I would say, depending on when that week happened, if it was over a month-end week, it would cause concerns for me because, like I said, we wouldn't be able to close our financials, which we need to report at that time.
If that were to happen with bad timing, would someone else be able to assist in your employment responsibilities in your absence?
They, like I said, they would, but they wouldn't be able to complete the full job. Unfortunately, like I have a controller that's been around about 4 or 5 months. She's not at the point where she can completely prepare the financials.
All right, but you're telling me you would be able to, regardless of your work commitments here, be committed and able to fully pay attention and consider the evidence in this case?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection as to 752 in terms of expression of a hardship based on his responses. And so the next matter the court then is going to address with you, Juror 752, is it in relation to that part of your questionnaire that's titled Attitudes Regarding the Death Penalty? Do you recall last week when you answered your questionnaire, thinking about and answering questions concerning the death penalty? Okay, are the answers you provided in that questionnaire still accurate and reflect the way you feel as you sit here today?
I do agree.
Okay. You indicated in your questionnaire you support the death penalty when you were given the option of yes or no, support or oppose. You said support. Do you still agree with that stance?
I do.
You also made a choice when given options about what most accurately represents the way you feel, and you said option C, which is, quote, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Do you still think that accurately represents how you feel about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask an additional question there. If you are in favor of the death penalty, then do you believe the death penalty is appropriate or should be considered in every case where a murder has been committed?
When it's first degree murder, I do believe it should be considered.
Okay, and if the court were to give you instructions then about the death penalty, would you follow those instructions?
Yes.
If the court included instructions for some reason that you were not to consider the death penalty or instructing you that there are options besides the death penalty, would you fully and fairly consider those options as well?
I will.
All right.
Yes.
So given your views then, is there any reason for me to think your views would prevent or substantially impair your ability to serve as a juror in this case in accordance with the court's instructions if you receive those about the death penalty?
There should be no concerns at all.
All right, thank you. That concludes my inquiry on that topic. Does the state have any more dire on the issue of the death penalty?
You do not, Your Honor. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude your individual regard, Juror 752. You'll be escorted back to the jury room. We'll bring another juror in and we'll get through the rest and then you'll receive further instructions. All right, thank you for returning. This is Juror 791. We've got some additional voir dire I think we need to conduct as it relates to potential bias, and that would be due to information this juror has about the case from previous media. Some expression of concerns also about guilt. So the court wants to start there with bias questions. If the state would like to conduct any voir dire, I'll allow that, and then I'll allow the defense.
Morning. Morning. So I just wanted to ask you a few questions about some of the media exposure that you've had in this case. In your questionnaire, you referenced some news reports and also some documentaries. Do you recall which documentaries that you watched?
The two that come to mind, one was from I think it's ABC 2020. And the other one was a Netflix documentary. I watched it once when it came out. I can't recall the title, but it was specifically about Lori.
And that's okay. On one of the questions in the questionnaire that you filled out, at the top of page 15, there was a question: could your knowledge of Chad Daybell prevent you from acting impartially in this case? One of the things that the judge is going to instruct you during this trial is that Mr. Daybell is innocent until the state meets its burden of proof. And the state would meet its burden of proof by introducing evidence during the trial. Nothing that you've heard thus far is evidence. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in answer to this question about your knowledge of Mr. Daybell, I believe that you were concerned that what you've heard so far would impact your ability to be impartial in this case. Are you concerned about that?
I've been
going back and forth on it. I've trying to gather my thoughts here.
Okay.
I feel like with some of my answers, and I kind of feeling I was probably contradicting myself unintentionally. I feel I have a fairly good grasp of being able to compartmentalize that I would not allow like the stuff that I've heard in the past, which has been quite a while, to correct my judgment.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. In one question, toward the bottom of page 15, you had indicated that even knowing that news reports and documentaries are biased, the evidence points to guilt. Do you still believe that up to this point?
I think I was trying to answer it, my mindset separate from me. So it was more the mindset of documentaries, or mostly documentaries. Especially the Netflix, if I have a predisposition of viewing the defendant as guilty. So it's more that I am aware and I acknowledge that what I was watching already had the preconceived notion of guilt. I don't think I put that across very well.
No, that's completely fair. And I really appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty today and in your questionnaire. Would it be fair to say that this is something you're still wrestling with?
I would want to say no. I don't know if parts of me disagree with that. And again, with the compartmentalizing, viewing the evidence as it is, and again, not taking what this is about lightly. I don't want to presume guilt where there is none. I wouldn't want to subject any innocent person or anyone to anything like that.
Of course. And just one last question. Toward the bottom of the questionnaire on page 19, you had indicated that you had formed an opinion of Mr. Daybell's guilt and that you could possibly set it aside. Has that opinion changed today, as of today?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to excuse this juror for the exposure to the media that she's already had.
All right, so request from the state for excusal for bias. Mr. Pryor, response?
Judge, I could just want your, just a couple questions.
You may.
And I appreciate your being honest. What I'm seeing is that you're struggling with this issue and you're not sure really how you feel. Would that be fair?
That would probably be fair.
If you're struggling with this, I think I told you, there's no wrong or right answer. What we're trying to accomplish as people who are, pretty certain about what they are. If we're struggling with things, we all struggle with things. This is a big deal. So I don't want you to feel like we're beating up on you or being disrespectful to you in any way. In fact, I appreciate the honesty and how straightforward you've been about answering this. Judge, I think I concur with the state. I just have concerns about something that she's just struggling.
Very well. I've considered the responses in the questionnaire also, juror 791. Absolutely nothing wrong with being interested in cases, following them, knowing about them. As you have mentioned here both today and in filling out your questionnaire, sometimes they portray things in a way that will cause people to form opinions. I do concur that I think the opinion's been formed here. So based on the responses, I am going to sustain the state's motion to strike for cause for this juror based on bias. So thank you so much for your responses today, for taking the time to complete your questionnaire, for returning back, and the court gives you sincere thanks. Please drop your questionnaire with the bailiff on your way out. All right, we'll next have juror 823.
I had 823 is excused. Did I miss?
Oh, I may have. Oh, this is 823. I apologize. 823 was our juror who ran late, but I think is going to be returning. Maybe tomorrow. We'll talk with jury commissioner and I'll clarify that with counsel. So 909. All right, juror 909 has returned some indication in the questionnaire of knowledge of the case. So this is the time, juror 909, we want to discuss what you may know about the facts of this case and how that may impact your ability to be impartial. I'll ask the state at this time if you'd like to inquire or Dyer on that issue.
Thank you. Juror 909. Looking through your questionnaire, it looks like you know a fair amount about this case. Is that accurate?
Not necessarily this particular case, but I knew about the other case that
Okay.
this deals with a little.
And are you referring to the case Lori Valley?
Yes.
And did you follow that trial?
Not super closely, but there was enough talk about that I heard stuff. So I heard something about the trial. I knew the trial was going on. I knew that conviction. I knew that.
And with what you did know about that, do you think that could in any way shape your opinion about the presumption of innocence for this defendant going into the trial?
I think it's possible, yeah.
I think in your questionnaire, when it asked if any of your possible exposure to news reporting or the city around this case caused you to form an opinion, you said maybe, and when it's asked if you could put it out of your mind, you said maybe I could try to be impartial.
I would like to think I could be impartial, but I can't help but wonder if evidence from the defensive side, the side of the defense would have to sway me. I know that that's not. I'm not sure that I can say that he wouldn't have to do something.
Sure.
Sway me.
So, and then And there's no right or wrong answers. We appreciate your honesty. So, Your Honor, based on that response, the state would move to excuse juror 909. Appreciate your honesty.
Response from the defense.
Judge, I would appreciate his honesty. Appreciate it's straightforward about your responses, but this situation.
All right, juror 909, I've considered your responses to the questionnaire also. I do think that for you in particular, for this case, the best match is a juror, since you have knowledge of the corresponding case, which has likely influenced your opinion of the defendant in a way that would be fair. So nothing personal again. This is just the information we're going through with each juror to ensure a fair and impartial jury in this case. So thank you very much for filling out your questionnaire, taking your time to come back today. You're excused from your jury service, and please drop that questionnaire with the bailiff. Next juror will be 922. All right, thank you for returning juror 922. Just reviewing the questionnaire here, and I don't believe there was any expression of prior case knowledge here, nor concern necessarily about hardship. So, as I understand it, with this particular juror, we would be reviewing questions relating to the death penalty. Does the state have any further report other than that topic?
Judge, we actually do have one small question related to hardship.
Go ahead and start that then, Mr. Whitson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, do you happen to have a questionnaire with you?
I do.
I might just invite you to go to page 20 of the question. Anyway, Bill, before I ask the question, you did indicate that you did not feel necessarily a specific hardship that you were to insure. Is that right?
That's correct.
Page 20, question 2, you indicated that perhaps you have some anxiety and that you would need legs so you can pay attention.
That's correct.
Do you feel comfortable just explaining that a little bit more?
Sure. And it came up earlier as well in regards to health issues. Both, I think physically and mentally, I prefer to have frequent breaks in order to process information better and so on. I think that I can perform just fine. I've done so academically, at least in my life, but I wanted to also recognize that I have those, I wouldn't even say shortcomings, just challenges that I face.
When you say frequent breaks, do you have any idea what that might require for you? Say that in the worst scenario versus the best scenario.
I think usually every few hours is fine. I know it's hard to judge simply because I have yet to be in a situation like this, and I can't necessarily, comprehensively predict how I might react to what is invariably difficult information. But I think that the structure of at least what I've experienced so far is manageable.
So then just as a final question, in your estimation, as you said there today, you do believe that even though there'll be perhaps even distressing photos or graphic things that may cause some additional anxiety, you do feel like you can manage that and work it through that serve if you're chosen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you for answering the questions. Judge, I don't have more questions.
No, Judge. Okay, thank you. All right, so Juror 922, the next topic we want to go through with you relates to the section of your questionnaire that, and do you have a copy of your questionnaire there? All right,
Yes.
we're on page 12, and that's the section 5 of the questionnaire, attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall going through these questions last week and answering them?
I do, but may I make an amendment? Is that?
Yeah, I saw, I think I know where you're going with this, but tell me what you intend to change or correct on your responses, if you would.
It was more so at the time I was operating with the understanding that process was sort of one fell swoop. And you may correct me if this is incorrect, but it seems that it is the first responsibility of the jury to determine a guilty or not guilty verdict based on the evidence, and then to decide the charges.
In general terms, I think you're accurately tracking the legal process that would occur in this case, yes. Okay, and while we're talking about that, well, let me first let you know that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember that any penalty you're considering could be considered as if it is absolute and would be carried out in the case. So with that in mind, a few questions. I did want to seek a correction here. You stated on page 12 you oppose the death penalty, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you've made some other comments we can talk about in a moment. On page 13, you circled under part 6 and option A, and I wondered if that is the one you intended to mark. That's the option that says, if a person is convicted of murder and the death penalty is requested, I will always vote to impose it regardless of the facts, law, and instructions given in the case.
I would say that's correct, yes.
Okay, I'm wanting to make sure we're tracking on impose versus oppose. So support or oppose the death penalty, in other words, for or against it, you said oppose, and you made some statements. That circle A is to always impose it, would be to give someone the death penalty.
I see where you're going now, and I did indeed circle the wrong option, just based off of an oversight in wording.
Okay, and I understand where that occurred, and again, I'm not trying to influence or have you change that. It's just a diametrically opposed view there. Would you do me the favor of reading through these options again under part 6? And if A is not what you intended, let me know which option you believe most accurately represents your feelings. And if you need to take a moment to do that, please don't feel rushed.
Certainly, thank you. I believe F would be accurate. That is to say, I'm strongly opposed to the death penalty, and I would have a difficult time voting to impose it. Yes, voting to impose it, regardless of the facts, law, instructions in the case.
Okay, I appreciate you making that correction on your choices there. So let me go back through some additional questions then. You stated that your views on the death penalty would not impair your ability to view the facts of the case impartially. Do you still believe that? Would you view the facts here impartially?
I do.
Okay. Do you feel, you next check the box, yes. Do you feel your views on the death penalty would prevent or impair your ability to return a verdict of guilty on first-degree murder against the defendant, even if the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt? So the question again, to summarize, would your views impair your ability to return a guilty verdict here?
At the time, I believe so. I believe, at least upon further reflection, I'd say, knowing that there are sort of two concurrent processes, I believe it's entirely possible that I might find a person guilty or not guilty based solely on the evidence of the case. But I would still be stubborn or staunch in regards to what I believe is appropriate punishment under those circumstances.
Okay. So moving on then, if you were to find or determine and vote for guilt, and after that, the court gave you instructions requiring you to next consider the death penalty, would you refuse to follow those instructions or be opposed to those instructions?
I believe I could follow those instructions fairly, but I also still feel that my moral position is more sort of irrelevant to the facts of the case, that it applies in all circumstances, and so it would be difficult to reconcile that with the consideration of the case at hand.
Okay, so given your feelings then, even if you didn't morally agree with it or want to do it, if I gave you instructions that the law said you had to consider it, would you follow the instructions and allow those instructions to supersede your own personal views on this?
I would, especially considering that I would be just one among a group of jurors. I would defer to the sort of knowledge and expertise and conclusions of the group over my own stubbornly held beliefs.
Okay, so what you're not telling me is that you would absolutely refuse to follow an instruction if it required you to consider the death penalty?
I would consider it, yes.
Okay, thank you for your responses. That will conclude the court's voir dire on that issue on jurors 922. Does the state have questions?
We do, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sir, we certainly appreciate your candor, and certainly you're right in the position. Although the response you just gave the court does raise a bit of a tangential concern. You said that you, in your deliberation, if the court were to instruct you to consider the death penalty, that you would defer to the other jurors. If in fact, part of the court's instructions are that any verdict be unanimous amongst all the jurors, and you were instructed that you needed to come up with your own verdict, taking the influence and considering the perspectives from the other jurors, but that you needed to make your own decision. Is that something that you still feel like you could do? Could you make your own decision, follow instruction, and if actually appropriate, impose that?
I believe I could. I believe it would also be, of course, strongly influenced invariably by the beliefs I hold now, but I believe I could.
When you say strongly influenced by the beliefs you hold now, perhaps could you flesh that out a bit more? Could you explain that some more?
Sure. I feel opposed to the death penalty in all cases, and so it is difficult for me to imagine trying to put myself in the shoes of someone who would consider it fairly to say that there are circumstances where the death penalty ought to be applied.
Is it fair to say that you have some doubt, even though you would be willing to have some doubt, that you could actually do that? You could actually set that aside and consider constructive. Is that fair?
I think if I'm being fair and honest with myself, yes.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, based on this, and I do appreciate the juror's candor and his honesty, I think he's going to be very honest. But I do also think that he has a very strong opposition to the death penalty. He's included it multiple times in this questionnaire. It's that day. I think he's trying to listen to the court and potential instructions, but he just told us that he's not confident that he can actually set this aside. And I think based upon that, he ought to be excused for cause based on this issue, Judge.
All right, Mr. Pryor, I'll allow some more dire on the topic first.
Sir, I heard it a little differently. I heard that you'd be able to follow the court's instructions. Is that correct?
I believe I could, yes.
Okay, regardless of what those instructions are, right?
Yes, and also with consideration that the instructions are or will be in the case of a guilty verdict to consider the death penalty.
And please don't allow me words in your mouth. Just let me walk through this. I think you correctly identified, the court recognized that. You recognized the first part of the process is determine whether there is guilt or innocence. But once the guilt or innocence is determined, then let's assume that there's a guilty verdict. That's not to imply anything with Chad, but let's assume there is a guilty verdict. At that point, the next process is for you to weigh whether you would vote for life in prison or whether you would oppose the death penalty. And what I'm hearing from you is that you, although you feel very strongly and you have strong convictions against the death penalty, you will still follow this court's instructions, and you will honestly and faithfully follow the court's instructions and consider both, even though you hold these strong feelings. Is that fair?
Yes.
Judge, I have fair. Thank you.
All right, the court's considered these responses from the juror. Thank you for your candor in discussing the topic. The court does not determine here that these responses result in a finding that this juror would be substantially impaired or prevented from performing their duties based on an indication that they will follow instructions given by the court, despite a strong or very strong moral opposition or belief against the death penalty. So the court will overrule the request to strike from the state, and that will conclude the individual voir dire for juror 922. So the bailiff will take you back to the jury room. We'll get through the rest of our jurors and give you further instructions before you're released today. Thank you. Let's next talk to juror 951. All right, thank you for returning. Juror 951, we're going to conduct some individual questioning with you, beginning with some information that you have about this case or the facts. So starting there with the state, if we want to discuss potential bias, I think that's the only issue for the other topic we'll get to, based on, I don't believe any representation would be a hardship. So the state can inquire on bias.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. So In your questionnaire, you indicated that you've had some media exposure to this case.
Correct.
About how much media exposure do you think you had?
When the case had eventually first started, a lot. To be completely honest, 100% a lot. Once it died down for a little bit, my thoughts died down. But after I had started my job with IDOC, it had gotten brought up multiple times.
So you had some conversations at work about it.
Yes, not like me individually having a conversation, but like hearing others talk about it. And so you hear people talk and then you have your own thoughts that conclusion to your head.
Just out of curiosity, what were your thoughts at the time?
I am a very forward person, and so I'm the type of person that I want to know the facts, and I want to see evidence, and I want to know the whole picture before I put pieces together to come up with a solution or the answer.
So did you form an opinion about the case and who might have done what?
To be completely honest, I want to say I had.
And was that in regard to the defendant or was that in regard to Lori Vallow?
It was more of Lori Vallow that I had more of an opinion and I had more of knowledge on than Mr. Daybell.
Okay. And do you understand that you'll be instructed that the defendant enjoys a presumption of innocence? That means that he gets to start this trial with a clean slate. Is that an instruction that you can follow?
Absolutely.
And you understand that as Mr. Daybell sits here today, he's presumed innocent?
Absolutely.
And do you understand that nothing seen in the news or heard in the media is evidence?
Correct.
And do you understand that you can only base your decision in this case on the evidence by testimony from witnesses and exhibits that you get during this trial?
100%.
Okay. I have no additional questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor?
Ma'am, you mentioned that you had 100% media exposure. Is that, I assume that's a lot of exposure.
I suppose correct, yeah.
I suppose. You've watched Dateline?
When the case had eventually or like first started, I was on top of it. I was very interested. Not only from my previous career, but I also have always had the thought of becoming some sort of law enforcement. So I am always to watch anything that has to do with the news.
So you're an inquisitive person, that be fair?
Correct.
You're curious.
Yes.
And is that curiosity going to be creating a problem if you were limited during this trial to not looking at any of those things and only considering what you're hearing? And you are literally going to have to block out all the social media, all of your friendships. You're going to have to tell them we can't talk about it. And there's no right or wrong answer. Everybody, we're all different personalities, right?
Correct.
I imagine we're two different personalities. But it's a difficult thing to block out. You mentioned that you work at IDOC and then people started talking about it. You had to make an effort to sort of block that out, right?
Absolutely.
And it's a distraction, right?
To a point.
Okay.
I think from my background with IDOC and with my background events that have occurred in my life, I'm very capable of putting things to the side and keeping things, I can't really say hidden, but like to myself, not to like discuss any
anything to anyone.
So if I understand what you're saying is that you, and one of the other jurors mentioned that it was the term compartmentalize. In other words, I have a position, I've made have a view of what happened here. Okay, and then please bear with me. I've made a determination based on what I've seen up so far, that this is what I think went on. But even though I've made a decision ahead of time, and I've taken the time, and you're an inquisitive person, and I've looked into things, and I've made a decision in my mind. But in spite of the decision I made, I'm going to consider the other evidence before I make my final decision. Would that be fair?
100%.
Okay. So in other words, you do have an idea and a position, obviously with Lori Vallow, right?
Yes, but I would, in my thought, I see is I want to see the evidence. I want to see the whole story before I become assertive to.
Right. In other words, you sort of made you have an idea what your position is. You said, all right, I made a determination of where I stand on this thing, okay? But at that point, before I make that final decision, I want to see the rest of the evidence.
Correct.
I want to be able to look at things and say, is my initial instinct and my personal feeling about this case and what I really believe happened, before I jump into that compartment, I want to confirm it with the rest of the evidence. Even though I've made a decision, I'm not going to say absolutely until I'm able to make the determination that my instincts were correct. Is that fair?
100%.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else, and I'd move for cause in this
Response from the state.
And Your Honor, I believe that this juror has indicated that she can set aside what she has heard. I also believe that she was pretty clear that her initial impressions in this case were largely based around Ms. Vallow. She indicated both sitting here today and in her questionnaire that she could set those aside and be fair and impartial. So the state would object to the motion to excuse this juror.
All right, I've considered the motion in this particular matter with this juror and the responses today, who's indicated a willingness to follow the court's instructions and consider the evidence and comporting with instructions already provided. I have not heard a opinion that I think rises to the level where I'm concerned there's been a shifting of the burden as we have with many other jurors here. So for those reasons, I am going to overrule the challenge at this stage and continue on with the voir dire of this particular juror. All right, at this time then, juror 951, the next topic we're going to discuss is the section of your questionnaire that's entitled Attitudes Regarding the Death Penalty. Do you recall last week filling out your questionnaire and thinking about those questions and filling out those responses?
100%.
And do you still maintain the same answers that you previously put in your questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay. I will advise you in this case that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. Remember, any penalty you're considering should be done as if it is absolute and carried out in this case. So with that in mind, I will first, just reviewing your questionnaire, see that you checked the box saying you would support the death penalty, and you also said you strongly agree with the death penalty. Is that your belief here today?
100%.
Okay. You are given a series of choices about what accurately represents the way you feel about it. You checked an option under 6B, and you said, I am strongly in favor of the death penalty and would have a difficult time voting against it, regardless of the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Do you recall selecting that option? Okay, so knowing that you support the death penalty, the next question I'm going to have, and it relates back to that answer, is do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or given in every case where a murder's been committed?
No.
All right, in your mind, when would it not be appropriate to be considered?
In my belief, it's more of trying to figure out the best words. For somebody to perform an act of murder, I believe that not only, like, to some degree, they should receive the death penalty, but then at some point, they should have the, like, life to imprisonment to where they have the, like, they have the thought process of what they did and what they have to suffer. And family members to the victim what they have to suffer. So there's, it depends on the crime, or like it depends on the murder.
Okay. Going back to your option B, you circled here. You said you would have a difficult time voting against it, regardless of what the instructions were in the case. If you are given instructions, are you going to follow those instructions? Or do you think your view on it would impair your ability to follow the instructions if the instructions, for example, said you are not to consider it in this case?
I will follow the instructions. I said earlier, and I will say it again, I'm more of evidence to be proven guilty, and that I guess that is the way I see it.
Okay, and if part of your duty as a juror is to not only determine guilt or innocence based on evidence, if then you are required to consider punishment in this case, and you're given specific instructions about how to do that, including options that may or may not result in the death penalty being imposed, will you follow those instructions?
Yes.
Okay, that will conclude the court's voir dire of this juror on that topic. I'll ask the state if they have any voir dire.
Thank you, Your Honor. So when the judge asked you about whether or not you would impose the death penalty in every murder, I believe you said it depends on the murder. Is that right?
Correct.
And by that, did you mean that you would consider the facts of an individual case before you decided whether you think the death penalty is appropriate?
100%.
So you would consider evidence that was perhaps presented in mitigation or in favor of the defendant not getting the death penalty. You would consider evidence like that before you made a decision.
Yes.
And you would weigh that evidence, and you would weigh any evidence presented by the state to decide whether or not you would impose the death penalty.
Correct.
You would not necessarily impose the death penalty in every case. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I have no additional questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor, you can inquire.
Ma'am, I'm just trying.
Can you have your microphone on?
Do now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I'm just trying to clarify some things, if you don't mind. Is it your position that at the present time, if there's a murder involved, your starting position is, listen, I'm going to impose the death penalty, but I'm going to know all of the evidence before I make that decision. So in other words, is it your starting position that, all right, and I'm not trying to imply whether Chad did this or not. Your starting position to say, all right, I'm going to vote for the death penalty unless I see something that convinces me otherwise. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So your starting position is the death penalty, and you're gonna place the burden on the defense attorney to show that Mr. Daybell or anybody else who's convicted of murder should not get the death penalty. Is that what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Oh. Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. And Judge, I'm gonna move for cause again.
All right, there's been a motion to strike based on those responses. What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this juror has indicated that she leans toward the death penalty, just as other jurors have indicated that they lean against the death penalty. However, she's also clearly indicated that she would follow instructions given by the court. And thus, I believe that it would not be appropriate to strike or to excuse her at this time.
Judge, may I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Judge, the concern I have, with all respect to this, the preset notion that this is what I'm going to do, and putting the burden upon the defense to say, it's now your burden to convince me otherwise. That's what's
All right, well, I've considered the arguments here. I think there's a different analysis that comes into play than a innocence or guilt analysis and presumption of innocence in reviewing the standard applying to whether or not a juror may serve in a case where capital punishment is being sought by the state, and the standard the court's looking at is whether or not their views are so strong that it's going to substantially impair or prevent them from serving as a juror and following the court's instructions. This juror has indicated a willingness to follow the court's instructions despite the fact that they may be opposed to that in their personal beliefs, and with that stated willingness to follow the instructions, the court does not find that this rises to the level of a for-cause excusal. So I'll overrule the challenge from the defense, and juror 951, we will return here shortly for further instructions once we conclude our additional individual voir dire. So 1004 will be up next. All right, thank you for returning for this individual voir dire, juror 1004. The first topic I'd like to discuss with this juror before we get into other areas, there's been expression of hardship, which was challenged and overruled by the court. However, there's also some indication of potential bias here, and this juror has already expressed in the questionnaire as well as in response to questioning in voir dire today that may have formed an opinion. So I'll begin with the state. If the state would like to conduct any individual voir dire regarding bias, let's begin there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1004. Just a reminder, there's no wrong or right answers here. And just want you to be fully honest, and everybody here will respect whatever your answer is. Going over your questionnaire, could you turn to page 19? And it looks like you saw or heard some talk radio and some media. Do you recall which talk radio or media programs you saw?
Yeah, exactly what they were talking about. Carlos and Junior at home. I know you mentioned the part of the documentary that I've watched.
And do you ballpark, about when you saw that meeting or heard that meeting?
Year and a half, 2 years ago.
So is it fair to say you haven't recently kept up on the case?
I have, especially once being aware that we potentially involved with this research or listening to the news about it.
So I want to go over a couple of your answers with you just to see where you're at. Under 10D, it says, to be honest, it doesn't look good, but I would want to get the facts before deciding. And then you say you could set aside or put out in your mind what you've read or heard and the facts would drive my feelings of guilt or not.
Correct, yeah, based on just the, based on just the prior, knowledge I have from, like I already divulged as far as, media and whatnot. The honest answer is, yeah, my initial opinion is that, this isn't gonna be good. But then I did want to clarify all that statement up with. Yes, we apologize, sorry, forgot you're typing up with me. Maybe we should start.
And I do want to clarify,
And make it, known that just because, and we kind of talked about this with the bias earlier, already hear something or have parts of the puzzle and start to form assumptions, things like that. Obviously, something in a case like this where, and I mentioned earlier too, as far as, when the person found in charge of crime, I'm not charging based on, solely just what I think based on two things. I need to have evidence and proof of that. So that's, in this case, where I decided handing down a decision one way or the other. I want to base that decision off of the facts presented, all the details of the case, so which ones I'm sure I'm aware of it.
And your involvement in the criminal justice system, you're aware that this defendant has the right, a very, very important right to a presumption of innocence, meaning that every juror who sits on this jury needs to be able to give him a clean slate at the beginning. So if you were to be put on this this jury, can you say without hesitation, with full commitment, you can set aside everything you've heard about him and only base your decision on the facts that are presented in this court?
I would like to say that I could, but in all honesty, I think that'd be difficult.
That's what we want. Thank you for being truthful. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're ready for this juror's honesty. Based on his answers, we think we need to move to excuse this juror cause.
All right, from the defense.
And Officer, I really appreciate your honesty.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Officer, I appreciate your honesty and that there is no wrong or right answer. You're well aware of that. But again, counsel for the prosecution has said that's what this is about. And you keep me honest about your position. Greatly appreciate, Judge. I'll concur with the exclusion, and that's not to be taken personally. Thank you, sir.
All right, the court's considered the motion to strike the cause presented by the state, concurred by the defense. The court also concludes at this stage of the proceedings, there's been an indication that based on pretrial publicity and knowledge of the case, there's likely an inference of guilt that this juror would be struggling with, which will result in the court sustaining the strike. So thank you so much for filling out your questionnaire and returning today. And we will allow you to be excused. Please drop your questionnaire off with the bailiff.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up will be 1048. All right, juror number 1048, thank you for returning for individual board hour questioning. The court's first going to request counsel make inquiries as it relates to any previous case information, noting the juror has indicated in the questionnaire some knowledge of the case or related case based on media coverage. So I don't believe there's been an expression of any concern for hardship. So if the state would like to inquire on bias for voir dire, you can do that at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The state doesn't have any questions in this regard.
All right, Mr. Pryor. Okay. Just briefly to confirm here, juror 1048, you did say that you had heard of the defendant and what he was accused of due to media coverage. You also indicated you've not previously formed an opinion about his innocence or guilt. Is all of that accurate?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Without further questions on that, then the next topic I want to discuss with you, juror 1048, relates to your attitudes regarding the death penalty, and that is part of the questionnaire starting on page 12. Do you recall reading those questions and answering those?
I do.
And did you take, I know it was a long questionnaire, did you take the time to really think through those questions and answer them as accurately as you could?
I did.
Are the responses you made there still the same as the way you feel about things today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I am going to advise you that it might be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And please remember that any penalty you are considering should be considered as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. So with that in mind, you first in your responses stated that when you had the choice between support or oppose the death penalty, you checked the box saying you support the death penalty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also had certain choices that not necessarily your words, but descriptions of what you think or what is most accurately would represent the way you feel. And that's on question 6. You elected option C, and that reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still accurate as to how you generally feel about the death penalty?
It is, yes.
Okay. A final question I have then is, would you always be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
I don't think so. I think it would depend on the circumstances of the case.
Okay, and would you follow all of the court's instructions relating to the death penalty in this case if you were provided those instructions?
I would, yes.
All right, thanks for your responses. Moving to the state on that topic, is there any holdout from the state,
There's not, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, just very briefly.
Very well.
And I always like definites. We can't always get definites. Statements. And I think one of that is, you said, I don't think so. Could you expand on that a little bit for me?
What I meant by that is it really will depend on the circumstances of the case. I can't say that I would always favor it. It would just depend.
And I don't ever want to put words in your mouth. I want you to know your opinion is. That's more important than anything. Not the state, not my opinion or anybody else's. What I'm hearing is that I'm not leaning either way. The death penalty or life in prison. My decision isn't either one. It's a neutral decision, and I'm only going to make that decision after I have all the facts and all the information. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Would that be more accurate if there was a choice on this list in the middle that said, I'm neutral, and only after I hear all the evidence will I make that decision?
If that would have been an option, I would have selected that, yes.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you. I'll pass it.
All right, thank you. We'll have you return for some further instructions here shortly. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is 1057. All right, welcome back, juror number 1057. We are going to conduct some individual voir dire at this time outside the presence of your fellow jurors. The first topic we'll just get right to is relating to questions of bias. You do have some prior knowledge of this case, and you've made some indications, including a statement that said the news makes them seem guilty, and that would include the defendant, and a few other statements. You also raised your card in one question about whether or not you may already have an opinion in the case. So I'll allow the jurors to question you on that. And of course, in this setting, you're allowed to more openly explain in any detail of what you think you may already know and why you may feel the way you feel. So for the state, who's going to conduct voir dire?
That would be me, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Beatty, on bias, please.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about something that might be kind of painful for you that you referenced earlier, which was a situation with your brother-in-law. It sounds like he was burned at one point.
Yes.
And that you happened to be there. And
I could have helped.
I don't want you to have to relive the entire story. But can I ask, is he okay now?
And this, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but if this is a topic you wish to discuss not in a public forum, we can do that, or you can discuss it in a public forum. It's up to you. Okay.
If I find it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And if you change your mind at any point and would like it to talk about it privately, that's okay. So he was severely burned, is that what you were saying?
Yes.
And did he have to get treatment for that?
He spent 6 weeks in Salt Lake and then there's been residual issues.
Approximately how long ago was that?
It was over 30 years
ago. Okay. And you mentioned that that particular experience might make it difficult for you to look at some photos today or during this trial.
Yes.
Do you believe that your personal experience in this case would prevent you from looking at the photos, or do you feel that it would just make it difficult for you?
It would just make it difficult.
Okay. Now, one thing that you're going to be instructed on during the course of this trial is that as Mr. Daybell sits here today in this courtroom, he's presumed innocent, and that all of the jurors need to give him the presumption of innocence until the state meet our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you able to give Mr. Daybell that presumption of innocence?
Yes, I said I would definitely consider all evidence.
Okay. Now, specifically with those photographs, understanding that Mr. Daybell is entitled to a presumption of innocence, would you be able to set aside your personal feelings and experiences and evaluate those photographs and weigh them along with the other evidence that you received in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to talk about some of the media coverage in this case as well, and I thank you for being willing to talk about such a difficult subject. You had mentioned that you had been exposed to some media in this case. And you had also indicated in your questionnaire that you would be able to put out of your mind what you have read and heard about this case and render an impartial verdict based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier, the judge asked all of the jurors if anyone had formed an opinion on Mr. Daybell's guilt. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe that you raised your paddle.
I did.
Would you be willing to talk about that with us a little bit?
I just, in my personal life, I've always been called honest to a fault. And I had a personal situation where somebody tried to get me to go do something that I knew was wrong. And if that person would have done that thing wrong, I would have turned them in. That's my issue.
Okay. So, could you elaborate on that a little bit as it relates to being here today and raising your paddle?
Well, my friend wanted to go confront her ex-husband who had been a little leeway with her daughter. And she said, and I'm taking my gun. And I said, I am not going with you. And then if she would have done that, and I knew that, I wouldn't try to hide it. I would call the police and tell them.
Okay. So do you feel that that relates to Mr. Daybell's case in some way?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And it sounds like that was a very difficult position that you were put in by your friend.
Yes.
But understanding, as we talked about earlier, that you have to presume Mr. Daybell innocent, do you believe you could set all of that outside of your mind?
I would do the best I could, yes.
Are you sure that you could do that? Just brutal honesty.
I probably am.
Okay, okay. I really appreciate your honesty, Your Honor. At this time, I think it might be appropriate to excuse Madam Juror for cause.
Okay. Mr. Pryor.
And ma'am, there is, and as Ms. Beatty indicated, there's no wrong answer. And I actually have high regard for you being so very honest in this thing. I greatly appreciate what you do. The fact that you've done so today. For it. I think that's consistent with your character that you speak the truth. So I greatly appreciate it all. Judge, I concur with the state.
Okay, I've considered the state's motion to strike. I'll sustain that. So juror 1057, based on your potential bias here from previous media exposure to the case, the court very much joins in with counsel in appreciating your service and coming in, filling out your questionnaire, taking your time today, being involved in this process. This will conclude your jury service. You may be excused, and please submit your questionnaire to the bailiff as you leave today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, before we
Back
conclude then, we're
outside.
going to take a late lunch. We're off the record for the remainder of the
Woohoo,
day.
lunch.
The court wants to meet with counsel for further questionnaire reviews, which we'll do this afternoon. I'm going to propose we start that up at 2:00. Is counsel okay with that as a start? I skipped a step. Thank you,
So we did
everyone,
get,
for the reminder that we are bringing the jury back in for cause, and we'll inquire whether or not they're being passed.
yeah,
So
Spins,
while
look at
they're going to
you.
return, is the state okay with a 2:00 start time for questionnaire reviews?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be fine.
Judge
Oh,
Boyce.
yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Judge Boyce is bound and determined to interrupt me. Stop it. Rude. Oh, God, QB is down. I didn't realize QB wasn't on the stage, ma'am. Why didn't you say something? I didn't realize QB wasn't up here with me.
Can't really say something if I'm not up there.
I'm so sorry.
You all right? Thought they were going to lunch.
They are.
Okay. I did
Thank
step
you.
away
Please be
for a
seated.
second. For the love.
I thought they were going to flipping lunch. Hold on a second. Jeez.
All right, having gone through
Oh, yay,
the
Spins.
small group here, remaining are jurors 752, 922, 951, and 1048. We've concluded voir dire. Does the state pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Does the defense pass the group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the four of you, you have now been passed for cause, so we're going to continue to question additional small groups until we reach the necessary number of jurors for the attorneys to exercise their peremptory challenges. You will be returning for that process, and you'll receive further instructions from our jury commissioner, Randy Rutland, who will advise you when you do need to return. Very importantly, between now and the time you do return, please do not do anything to end up biased in the case by looking into the case. So don't do any kind of investigation into the case, follow the case on the news, try to refrain from speaking to anyone about any of the facts of the case. You are, of course, permitted to talk to people, including family, friends, or employers, about your potential service in this case to make those preparations, but no discussion of the details or discussions about the case so that you can maintain your impartiality, which you've demonstrated here today. So that will conclude your service for now. You will be returning. The bailiff will help you out for the day with your further instructions on when to return. And we appreciate your service to this point. Would all please rise for the jury. Okay, we'll come back in for questionnaire reviews on the record, but outside of the public here for further review at 2 o'clock. Thank you, counsel, and we'll be in recess till then.
Sheesh, it's about time. Dude. She's gone again. What in the
Did Ms.
world? Hold
Richens, the
on a minute, you
defendant,
guys.
identify who was unresponsive and anything else about that person's condition?
Yes, she stated that it was her husband, Eric Richens, that was unresponsive, that he was cold to the touch and not breathing.
Okay. I don't know what that was about. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, can you hear anything else in the background playing, like another video?
Hey, I'm here. I'm helping man-child, okay? I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, you don't hear another video. Okay, good. I had to knock it down, but it looks like they stopped the feed um for lunch. Like it automatically cut off and went straight into like an automatic play, like next video. So I'm thinking that they probably are going to start a like part 2 stream um for the afternoon. Y'all hear my birds. Y'all hear my birds. Yeah, it's so pretty out. It's crazy. Yeah, I know, right? Sorry, I'm scrolling back through. Let me go back to the um, comments real quick. Margaret's talking about this new book out called The Citrus Calamity by Chad Daybell. Get it now wherever books are sold. They're supposed to be going to lunch, Patricia, but they have me all kerfuffled. I don't think Corey Richens' thing is going on right now, but I know there's been a lot of like hubbub going on about it. Steph, they made it sound super final, Patricia. Like, okay. Hey, Billy. How are you, Billy? Hey, Sherry. Yes, Corey Richens. She's the chick that literally her husband dies, and then she writes a book with her children about how to go through grief with your children. And then come to find out she poisoned the husband. Like, what in the what? Yeah, I do have autoplay on. But the thing is they should have, like, paused it for lunch. And they usually do that. And the only reason I can think of that they would uh, do that would be cut it off like that would be because they're going to start like a part 2 stream for the afternoon or something. I don't know. I'll
Did
have
you
to go
lock the
look.
door?
Let me go look them.
Yeah. I don't have a key.
I thought you were talking to me. I was like, what?
As the man-child was taking off with the key. I just got home and I've got my BFF's car and he's got a regular car and he's got the house keys and he's fixing to leave. I was like, wait a minute, do you have the keys? He's like, yeah. Like, I'd like to go in the house, sir.
Okay, hold
Anyways,
on. Let me
I'm
go
sorry. I didn't
look.
mean to be all like.
Coming
Also,
in hot.
yay, spins is home. I do come in hot, like
I
real hot.
know. She's coming in hot. Coming in hot.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I was singing that song. I think it's cute. Yeah, the Corey Richards chick, she got mad at her husband because he wouldn't let her invest in a house that he didn't think they'd make money on. Crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go over to.
Your birdies are happy right now.
They are happy right now. It's because it's the calm before the storm.
I'm gonna try to go in my house and see if we can do that without incident. turned my Wi-Fi off, so we'll see.
Do what without incident?
If I can go in my house without dropping.
Oh, okay. I was confused. I thought we were doing something together. I was like, wait, what?
Well,
What
we
doing?
are. We're going in my house.
Are you gonna cook
But
us some cheesy eggs?
no, homie, I went and got McDonald's. Got me an iced coffee. I need some espresso. I don't know what's wrong with me, but yo, I'm tired. Like I feel like I could go to bed right now. When Clara came home, I was like, let me go ahead and get to my house before I fall asleep. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I'm just looking to see. Are they? What are they doing? Like, are
Hi,
they gonna
guys.
make another stream or
Hi.
what?
Hi, bud. Sorry, I'm getting home and my animals are having a fit. Hi. Hi, buddy. It's just a handsome boy. Y'all get to hear how I talk to my animals. Bud. I choose you, buddy, bud.
Patricia says you need a refund on your Wi-Fi, girly.
Yeah, I know. Hi, bud. You're still not shaved. You're still not shaved. You've got a strapless dress on. Hi.
Hypothetically, my child loves cheesy eggs for breakfast.
Hypothetically, but if I change the menu, then he mad. And yes, I do need a refund. I don't think it's my Wi-Fi. I think it's my daggone phone. It don't.
I noticed though when you were at your friend's house, it wasn't like dropping every few seconds.
No, that's true. I dropped a couple times, but seriously, I just tried to get in the guy next to me's car because I don't know what my best friend's car looks like. Rude.
Okay, so I found the other stream, so I'll share that momentarily whenever we get ready to go back to lunch.
Did I tell you I had to go back and get my shoes?
No, what'd you do? Leave the house without shoes on?
No, I had my flippers on, but I left my tennis shoes and my brace at the house because I'm wearing my flippers. I walked back in. Claire was like, "Oh, you back already?" For a second. I don't know what y'all thinking. I love Claire. She is angry because she thinks my best friend sent me there to watch her. And so, trying to control people when it's on their head, that's it. It's over.
Yeah.
So, she was like, "I know you're here to watch me." No, I'm here for the dogs, ma'am. Watch how quick I'll leave when you get home. Bye. I'm just saying, like, it's hot, y'all. It's hot.
It's because you're running around like a crazy person.
No, it's hot out.
That's what I'm saying.
I am running around. I told man-child I need him to get the stuff out of the car, and here I am carrying stuff in the car, out of the car. Only because it's hot. And if it was cold, I wouldn't care, but I got foodstuffs in here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to leave the foodstuffs in here. Yeah, I got that. You can grab everything. I'm a whole hot mess.
QB said, or Sven said, robotic QB.
Oh, yeah. Hi. You're a robot.
And you literally just roboted when you said that.
Of course I did. All right.
Steph said, wonder if it's because there's so many people using it in the apartments. Like, is it like do you have your own internet or do
No,
you
it's my
have to like,
Wi-Fi. Yes, it's mine. And I've got the upscaled because we got so many daggone things on our thing. And then I tried the other day, I was going to upscale it again. And they're like, you have to call to do that. Oh, well, that ain't happening because I don't call. I ain't calling. Ain't no need for none of that. Just saying, like, if I got to come in or I got to call you, I had a delivery that I didn't get from Walmart. And I kept trying to do it in the chat. And they're like, you have to call. And I was like, oh, for the love. So I finally called and the dude was like, well, what took you so long to report it? I said, because y'all make me call. He was like, I'm sorry, what? You heard me, sir. Why can't I just do this on the chat? Like, I don't understand. Now there's hi squeakers.
Spence says her cat doesn't respect her. She didn't say hi when she came home. Aw.
Look.
Meanie cat.
Jinx. Rude.
Very rude.
Very rude. Extremely rude. Because my animals are about to trip me. Oh my God, these kids. I am not going to lie to you. I called him before I left and I said, FYI, I'm on my way home. Just in case. You know, y'all need to like get your stuff. He's like, no, Mom, it's fine. No, it is not. Laundry everywhere. Got stuff on my shelf. Get off my shelf, yo.
Hey, welcome back, Lee.
What's today, the 2nd? Hi, Lee. Y'all get to hear about
she
my
said
whole
her
life.
dog will lose her mind. She said her dog will lose her mind tomorrow when she sees her. Aww.
Oh yeah, my dog don't even get crazy, and he got crazy when I came in. I need to see if he ate last night. How much y'all want to bet he didn't eat last night?
You don't think so?
Nope, I do not. Well, I'm gonna go see, but normally if I'm gone, who does? Yeah, when I went
just got a tornado
Uganda.
watch.
Oh, geez. Man,
Yeah,
they're
and it's
stressing
bad
me
news
out.
because the sun's out. Honey, how do you think I feel?
I know, but I'm just saying. I mean, I just want you to know how much I love you and that I am currently stressed out for you.
I'm super stressed.
I tell y'all about the time that the tornado sirens went off and I was trying to herd M down the hall into the only room that don't have a window, and she was like, I'm gonna just go lay in bed. Ma'am, your whole bedroom is windows. No, you're not. I'm just gonna go lay in the bed. Look, Chipotle gave me this cute little bag. I like it. I ain't mad at it.
They're saying the storms can last all the way up to 8 o'clock tonight. Good Lord.
That's what Morgana said. That's what I'm gonna call her now. Morgana. All right. Y'all.
Morgana.
Woo. Hot. About to drink this iced coffee.
Coffee.
I swear. These people.
She
All right,
said,
I'm gonna
what
mute
is
you
she,
for a second.
a mermaid now? I almost said a
Yes,
mermaid.
mermaid. You're always mermaid.
Kel, yeah, I mean, it's spring and summer. We've had tornadoes pop through in the dead of winter before. But for the most part, spring and summer is when tornadoes are pretty, um, you know, prevalent. And usually, I mean, most of the time one will just pop up around whatever, but then today it's been all day. Like it's been one supercell after the next. So,
Well, Morgana's gonna have to give me a place in the house because I don't know about being out on that patio.
well, preferably a basement.
Okay, whatever.
Do you have a basement, Morgana? Y'all, my
Do
boyfriend
you
is
have
the
a basement,
bestest
Jenny?
and says no.
Yay,
Says not only
Rick.
did he drop everything on Saturday to stay with me in the ER, but he got home early to work at home in case I needed something. Aww.
Oh, that. Yay, Rick.
Cute.
Oh,
Turkey just strolling right through my yard. Sir, get off my lawn. No basement. You don't have a basement. Okay.
what is wrong with y'all? Where JB at? JB, she sleep.
She probably is. She hasn't even been, she's not been in chat today either, so I know she's zonked.
Said she was tired. She was up all night because that band that's hitting you is what went through her last night.
Yeah. Scary, scary, scary.
Yeah.
Very scary.
Ooh.
That's the bad thing
Y'all.
about, I mean, it seems like everywhere people live, you either deal with tornadoes or you deal with hurricanes or you deal with earthquakes.
Okay, so here's my take on that. You ready? You want my take on it?
Mhm.
Okay, I was just making sure. My take is this. Earthquakes? Nope. Because they don't tell you first. All right. Hurricanes, they give me warning. Now she might turn at the last minute, but for the most part, they give me warning. Tornadoes? Nah, homie. Because that's like boom, tornado. Hi. No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hi, Squeaker. Hi. Do you miss me? Yes. She said yes, y'all. I love this cat. She said meow. And Romy's like, I missed you. This dog that don't do nothing, okay? Don't do nothing. Over here having a whole fit. Hi, buddy. That's your buddy. Hi, bud. That's my bud. That's my bud. Sorry, y'all have to hear me being ridiculous with my animals, but them's my babies. Hi, bud. Hi. You're still not done. You're not done. You have a sleeveless gown on. So Jay, twice a year we have to shave him down because he molts. Because he's got that. Only chow he's got in him is he's got some polka dots on his tongue, and he's got this. Ooh, I hear the wind chimes.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got this.
Sorry.
That's okay. I like them. He's got this cotton undercoat that is just a beast, and when he molts, it's ridiculous. Like, so we just shave him down. Well, Jay started it, and he hadn't been feeling well, so he did like half of it. And he's got one shoulder done, and the other shoulder ain't done. It looks like he's got a strapless dress on. Oh,
Sorry, that's weather alert stuff. I can't. Let me turn that phone off thing or that thing off.
it's hot. Y'all, I'm hot.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Didn't mean for my phone to
It's
interrupt you.
okay. I just said that my dog looks like he's got a strapless dress on. Because Jay got started. I mean, it's an undertaking. And he hasn't been feeling well. So he did part of it. He's like, I'll finish it up tomorrow. Well, I guess I wasn't here to remind him, so he didn't. So my dog's got one shoulder with fur and one shoulder without it. And he looks like he's
Oh
got a
no.
strapless dress on. Yeah.
That's
Hot.
cute. Sorry. I'm very, very distracted.
Did
Ay, ay, ay.
I drop out?
No?
Okay. Yeah, Kill, it's a whole dog. He's a big dog, and it's thick. It's so thick. It's like if you took cotton balls, when he starts molting, it's not always like that, but when he starts molting, it's like you took cotton balls and stuck them to his skin, like underneath his regular coat. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm talking about
Oh
you, sir.
wow.
So then when he runs through the house, you'll see like one of these little cotton balls just like poop, poop. They just pop off. I'm like, sir, get that under control. He's like, I can't do nothing about it. So
It's just how I am. I can't help it.
So he needed to be shaved. I got to take him to the vet because he's due for his rabies. Otherwise, he would have gone to the groomer. But I couldn't not shave him anymore to wait for an appointment because he's a hot mess. Aren't you? You are. You're very handsome, though. It's a very cute gown you have on there, sir. No, molting is for dogs. Dogs that have thick coats. When it starts to get hot, the first sign of spring, all that mess falls out. And
I think snakes do shed.
they do. They molt too, but so do dogs.
Oh, I thought that snakes is thing. I thought it was called shedding when they shed their
Yes, Margaret,
skin or whatever.
exactly. It's a dog. It's a hair. Yeah. He looks like he lost 15 pounds. Jay's always like, he got fat. I'm like, he didn't got fat. He got molted. He needs to be shaved. And then when the winter comes, the first sign of cold weather, then they start to grow that coat out and it pushes the other coat out. It's not as bad in the wintertime. The summertime, that chow chow coming out, no, it's terrible. We got a whole dog off of him. Hi. Sorry, y'all. I'm saying hello to my animal. Hi, Squeaker. I missed you. Did you miss me? I wish you could hear the birdies. You'd be freaking out. What are they doing? Because they said they're coming back at 2. It's 2. Are you sharing a screen?
No, not yet. Let me go back and look. Is it 2 already?
Yeah, they took. That's what I said, but I don't think y'all heard me. They only took 30 minutes for lunch. They're bringing them back so they can do their stuff out of the way of the jury.
Okay, yeah, they're not back yet.
Okay, he said be back at 2. So he's not good about taking breaks, and he ain't good about being back on time either. I don't know how I feel about all this.
Well, he might be back. But
They might not. Yeah,
they might not have started the thing back.
I wonder why they started a new stream.
So
Maybe.
can we talk real quick about the stabbing in the river one? That
Girl.
was awful. I watched that video like over and over and over last night. I even put it as slow mode as YouTube will let me, so I could like see it play by play.
Right.
But I turned the volume like all the way down.
It was
And
so chaotic. It was hard to understand what was going on until it was going on. You're like, oh crap.
but
Like,
if you slow that video down in the
mhm.
like 0.25 or whatever and turn the volume down so it's not annoying, you can actually see the knife and you can see him stabbing. What you can't, I mean, like in the real time play of it, you
Right.
can't even see a knife.
Well, all I know is I can't unhear that kid going, saying this ain't real, this can't be real, this can't be real.
Yeah, there at the end, I was hearing them screaming like, oh my God, it was a lot.
It was terrible.
It
Yeah.
was a lot.
It was terrible.
It was hard to watch.
That's one that I'm gonna have to watch though, because I need more context. Because see, it looked to me, and I
Yeah.
don't know. This is just me off of I watched it like 3 times, but I didn't slow it down. So in me watching it 3 times, not slowed down, and the chaos that ensued, what I saw was that those kids were like starting with him. I'm not saying they deserved it. I'm just saying like something happened and they started hollering at him and he came over. And then at some point they started going after him and he was throwing them off. And I think in throwing them off, I'm not saying he's not guilty. I'm saying this is what I saw. That didn't mean he needed to get a knife. Okay. Ain't no need for none of that. Cause they weren't like, they were more attacking him to push him back than they were attacking him to cause bodily harm. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, but in the interim, he hit that girl, which you can't see. It's off camera. And so they start hollering, did you just hit a woman? Did you just hit a woman? And then they went after him. So then, yeah, it's not good.
No, it was awful. It was awful.
It was terrible. And
And it was
that poor
awful.
kid.
It was awful on both sides. I mean,
yeah. And that kid
ugh.
hollering, this can't be real. This can't be real. I'm like, oh my gosh, that poor kid, because he wasn't in it. He was just standing there. All right, Morgana, be safe.
Yeah. I'm gonna be watching too, Morgana. What was I gonna say? Oh, the for you guys that are asking,
It's the
this
Apple
is
River.
no, Steph. It's this actual trial is going on right now.
Yeah.
I think it's Wisconsin versus Nikolai Miu.
Yeah, it's the Apple River stabbing.
Yeah. But basically these teenagers, like 6 teenagers, they were like 17, 18 years old, in the river in Wisconsin, in some river called the Apple River. And I guess it's a really big like tubing section there where they like people go there specifically to go tubing. And they just plop in those inner tubes and float down the river, Well, there were several groups of people out there. And the one guy, the Nikolai guy, he is in his mid 50s probably. And he just happens upon these kids. Said he was looking for his wife's phone. And, but he started coming at them all kinds of sideways. And the one kid takes his phone out and starts videotaping this. Well, all of a sudden, this big fight ensues. They start screaming all kinds of profanities at the man, calling him all kinds of like P word and saying he's a SA person and that he likes little girls and all this kind of weird, they were being a little
It just,
much.
yeah.
They were drinking.
Everybody was drinking.
And carrying on. Right. Everybody was drinking.
And that,
but,
I will tell you, I've floated the river numerous times on New Braunfels in Texas, and that's what they do. That's what they do. They bring a cooler, they get a tube just for the cooler, and they stick the cooler inside, and they float down the river and they drink. And there's places in the New Braunfels where it narrows out, and so all these people get pushed into this little narrow spot, and so you're kind of trying to maneuver and stuff, and everybody's pretty cool, but every once in a while somebody gets sideways. Well, that's kind of what happened here, except for he had a knife and he stabbed that one of them teenagers and hurt 4 others, right?
Yeah, he stabbed 4 others.
Yeah. So we
The
went
one
down.
that had his stomach, the one though that stomach got cut in the yellow trunks, he's not the one that died.
No, there's another one that died.
Yeah.
But I
But
mean,
he pretty much disemboweled that boy in the yellow
yep.
trunks.
Yeah, he did.
His guts were hanging out.
And
It was bad.
I mean, ain't neither one of them was right, but at the end of the day, you don't pull out a knife. I don't feel like, and I have to watch it in slow-mo, but I feel like they were taunting him for sure, and they were saying stuff that they didn't need to be saying. But when they were going after him after he hit the girl, they were kind of pushing him back. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't feel like, and they were all little scrawny kids. And he's not a big dude, but he was solid, the older guy.
Mm-hmm.
The Mikhail.
He was actually, to me, he looked quite a bit bigger than, because all those kids were real scrawny.
Yeah, they were
and
skinny. That's what I'm
gangly.
saying. And he was solid. So they're all pushing him back, but I don't think there was necessarily a fear for his life unless he thought that they had a weapon because he had a weapon. You know what I'm saying? Like, but pulling out I don't know. I mean, I can't, honest engine, I can only speak to the fact that I have watched the video like 3 times. I have not watched it in slow-mo. I have not watched the trial. I have not heard anything. None of that stuff. But that one and the Hammer wife killer person, those 2 will be ones that I go back and watch.
Yeah.
If they stop coming
definitely
up with new stuff. Yeah.
Definitely, Margaret. Another case where somebody could have walked away like Hannah Payne.
Yep. Dude, that girl that they were questioning on the jury that was talking about, I follow this and I do that because I've always been interested in law enforcement. I was like, Hannah Payne, sit down. I think they dismissed her. She was trying hard to get on that jury. Yeah, the float down the river is fun. And there's rivers you can go to with your family, and there's rivers that you go to with your friends. You don't take your family over to New Braunfels. And there ain't nothing wrong with it, but everybody's drinking.
The bad thing about this case was, though, that the guy, after he slices and dices everybody, he stabbed one girl, but he just got up and he just walked off and ended up throwing his knife on the bank and then went on about his merry way, and then acted like he told the friends that he was with that them kids took his knife, that to make it look like one of them kids was the one that did all of it.
Right.
And he acted surprised that anybody died, and they even like was looking for him, and that kid showed the police officer a still shot of the video that he took of the guy, and they later found him. They were walking through the place, the exit, I guess, where they exit out of the tubing place, I guess, where you like rent the tubes and all that. And he said that the guy had gone back and put like his shirt on, sunglasses, a hat, and walked right past law enforcement and everything. Never said a word, nothing. And they finally spotted him and said, "This guy matches the description of that kid's phone." And they went and arrested him and took him in. And he tried to act shocked, like he didn't.
I don't understand why you're picking me up. Yo, I love when places call you and call you by your unmarried name, meaning I've been married twice and they call me for my first married name, which I ain't been in like 25 years. And they're like, "We failed to get your address correct so we can deliver da 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 da." I'm like, first of all, I ain't been that person in 25 years. Second of all, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, yeah, Margaret, he did say that. He said, "I heard there was a stabbing that I might fit the description."
Yeah. If you find my DNA on her, I did walk by and spit on her. But that changes things, right? I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This McDonald's iced coffee is no joke.
It's good, huh?
It is good. And I mean, I make a pretty good one at home, but somebody else will make it for me, and they're like $1.69 right now. Even when I add all the things to it, we all right. It's good. I stopped getting the whipped cream though, because they charge you for the whipped cream, and it always ends up being chunky. I don't know why. Weird. I got my little extra shot. Hopefully that'll kick in here shortly. Oh,
Extra shot of espresso.
I have a question for you, but it may not be. I'll ask you. Never mind. I need to know where to get something, but I don't want to ask you on here, so I'll ask you somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I just had a whole conversation
Okay.
out loud that should have been done in my head. I apologize. That whole thing
You
could have been
crack
done in
me
my
up.
head. Hi, Mousers. Are you glad I came home? You smell the dog?
I'm gonna mute myself real quick and go through the house and get to the bedroom so I can get this other to my laptop so I can get the other stream started. They're still not there, but I assume
Rude.
it'll be starting anytime. So,
all right.
But I'll be right back.
Let me go back. I'm going back through chat. Yeah, cat farts are no joke. Let's see. Okay, Morgana's watching the weather. What, Lauren? I mean, I'm going back through chat. That's like every once in a while I'll be like, "Dang, smelly cat, what they feeding you?" Look, y'all already know I'm a hot mess. She left me up here. She left me in charge. So, let's see. What was I gonna ask y'all about? How much longer do you think is going to be before they have this jury seated? Look, facts, Lauren. I had a whole conversation I should have had in my head. Y'all know Jenny need to be running faster through the house. Leave me in charge all by myself. Can't even put myself back up here because I'm on the app. So if I fall out, I guess I probably need to. I feel like, I mean, I don't know. Are they up to, yay, QB in charge. Are they up to past 6? I think, are we still at 6 or did I miss something? I got distracted when Miss Clara came in. Silly string, yay! Oh, y'all. Oh, she left. Look, now I'm really in charge. Oh my gosh, y'all. You are gonna have your own fault. She's. So my brother and I one time thought it'd be fun to have a silly string fight in the middle of the night at my uncle's house. Let me explain to you how that was not a good idea to have a silly string fight in the middle of the night at my uncle's house. That was not a good idea, and it was a mess. Like if you go on silly string, you got to go outside. Now I do it all day long outside, but not in the house. No, we're not doing that. Oh, yay! Um, yeah, Patricia, like you said, it took a whole day. I mean, I think they're still at 6. I mean, they've been through a lot of people. It's the QB show. Well, there ain't no QB show. No, ma'am. We already talked about that. Yeah, I think we're still at 6. They've been through a lot of people. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, because they didn't dismiss everybody. I think I lost count. Y'all don't pay attention to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to drink my extra espresso. It's all right. You can bring your feet and your eyeballs, Lee. I'm ready for you. I shook it off. I even said I liked Morgana's feet. She got nice feet. They're nice. Don't ask me how I know that. Don't ask me how. So, okay. Do y'all think that they're going to try to, let's see, wait. When I was a kid, me, my brother, and the neighbor kid had a mud fight early in the morning. Made a huge mess. We were still cleaning up when my dad woke up. He thanked us for cleaning up the yard. Yeah, jury is 12 spins, but they're trying to get for 50, and then they'll do 12, and then I don't know how many's in their state. Usually it's like 4 alternates, I think. Yeah, it did not work out for us, Patricia. We were done. My uncle's like the Marlboro man. He's a cowboy and ropes, and yeah, it didn't end well. Yeah, I can't remember though, Lee. Is it 4 alternates? And does it vary by state? Those are the 2 things that I'm not positive about. I feel like it's 4 alternates, but it could vary by state. That's all right, Spence. Put your eyeballs and your feet up there. I see you. You all right? You all right? I'm all right. I'm past it now. The only one that gets me is on the Twitch. The gypsy does. That's what I thought it was for. Is them moving eyeballs, and even that now I'm like I expect it, and then I'll expect the moving feet right after that. She'll hit me with that. Yeah, I thought it was 4. So 16 total, and they have 16 rebuttals each, or challenges each. So the alternates are for if something happens to one of the 12 jurors, a medical emergency, I don't know, if anything happens and they can't be on the jury, then they'll put an alternate in. You're fine, Spins. That's what we're here for. Ask the questions. Yeah, so they have 4 alternates. So then at the end, everybody sits in and listens to the case. And then I think at the end, Lee, don't they do a lottery about which 12 get to deliberate, or is that by state as well? I think they do. So that all 16 will sit and listen to the case. In some states, I don't know if it's all states. In some states, then what they do is they draw numbers and they pick 12. Compromised. Sometimes they talk out of turn. What are you talking about, ma'am?
Hey, I'm back.
Hey. I didn't burn the place down.
You did not. Good deal. Thank you. down.
Jenny, on the alternates, they all sit and listen to the case, but then don't they do a lottery for the 12 that get to deliberate?
No,
Or
well,
is it depends on the state, don't it?
they
It's some-
usually always wait and then they'll pick, they'll like knock the alternates. They'll
Right.
pick from 12 or from the
The
15
16.
or 16 of how many are the alternates.
But
In
some
short
states,
juries, they'll have less. I think in this jury, they're requesting 6 alternates probably because it's going to be a long trial.
yeah. And yeah, Steph, that's another example. If they, you know, do something against the court rules or they talk to somebody out of turn, anything spins that keeps them from being able to fulfill their duties as Miss America, I mean, as a jury, then the alternate would step in. It's the same as like Miss America, like the runner up, she would step in, but different. But that's how my brain works. So, but I think, Jenny, in some states it's a lottery, and in some states you have the 12 main jurors and the 4 alternates, and they're divided from the beginning. But I think they're moving away from that because they found that the alternates tend to not pay attention as much. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why a lot of places have gone to a lottery. So all 16 are fully engaged in the trial because they don't know which 12 of them are going to get picked. And then at the end, they take all the jurors' numbers and they, I did silly string the place. I apologize.
That's just good though.
But then they pick the jurors' numbers and they put them in a hat and they pull them out. They did that in, oh, what was that judge? That female judge? It was a few trials back. She picked them out of a hat. She had a big old like magician's hat. We watched it. I know I'm not making stuff up. I think it was Crumbly. Jennifer Crumbly.
Okay.
She had a big old magician's hat and she pulled him out. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm eating a hamburger.
That sounds yummy.
I apologize. Can y'all hear me?
No, I mean I can tell you're eating, but I can't hear you.
Oh, that's rude.
The wrapper or anything.
I don't want you hearing me chew either. That's rude.
Oh my God.
Gross. That's gross. Spins, but you know what I mean, right? When I say Miss America and the runner up, you know what I'm saying, right? Same as an alternate, except for they don't get a crown.
ASMR with QB, said Lauren.
I apologize. I did not know that y'all could hear me, and I would not have been. No, we're not chewing in the crowd. I can't stand to hear people eat. I cannot. I cannot.
Well, mute yourself and eat then, honey.
Well, I already snarfed one down. There's just little hamburgers.
Oh, those little, like, you got like the 2 cheeseburger meal?
Yeah. Except I piecemeal it together because with my points and then the freebie, and then I end up spending like $7 instead of like 11.
Yeah.
So I am eating the evidence. And I forgot to ask for no onions so I could give a piece to my dog. Now I'm going to have to pull off all the onions.
Oh. Cute.
Y'all know not to give your dogs onions, right?
I've heard that before.
It's very bad.
What does it do?
It's toxic for whatever reason. Something in it's toxic. It's just like, you can give your dog white chocolate. You just can't give them brown chocolate.
Well, My
It's the
dog's
co-
always gotten into chocolate.
Well, they're immune now. Then grapes. They can't have grapes. No grapes. But um, the yeah, the onions. There's something toxic in the onions. It messes their stomach up, and it causes them. I don't know. I have to look it up, but it causes some kind of toxin or something in their belly, and it's not good for them. So we just don't do it. Okay, okay, just don't do it.
I got it. I got it.
Don't do it. I gotta look it up. White chocolate. Who? What'd she say about white chocolate? Yeah, the cacao. That's what I was getting to, and then she said something else, and I got sidetracked. Not good, y'all. I'm all over the place today. I guess I'm kind of like that every day, but I'm really not. But I am. What are you doing, Jenny?
I'm looking at the weather.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. You're fine. Keep leaving me in charge. It scares me. Um,
Yeah. Scary, scary, scary.
okay, it says it causes onions with dogs. Is the toxic principle is N-propyl disulfide, and it causes blood cells to break down, leading to anemia. In extreme cases, onion poisoning can be fatal for dogs. Don't give your dogs onions. Okay? Okay. Y'all heard me?
Don't do it.
Yeah, and grapes are toxic. That'll kill them. I had a friend lose a dog over a grape. She didn't know. Causes renal failure. Yep. No raisins, no grapes, no. I'm not Lee. I'm not all over the place all the time. Just when I hang out with y'all.
Oh, sure. Blame it on us.
Well, I mean, you're the one that thought it was a good idea to put me up here.
Well, I mean, why not? Why not?
Why not?
I'm
It could
going
be
to.
fun. Do you want to not stream, ma'am? Do you need to focus on the weather? Because I'm worried about y'all.
No, I'm fine. I'm just wanting to make sure that I mean, if we get an actual legit like tornado warning,
You're out.
then I'll probably be like, I'll leave the stream up, but I'm gonna go in here and climb in my little hole under the stairs, and if I don't come back, come looking for me. I mean, I don't know what else to do, so. That's pretty much all I can do.
They didn't come back at 2:00. They said 2:00.
Yeah.
You know what? They're 3 hours behind.
No, 2.
Are they 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, they're on mountain time.
Carrots, watermelon, and blueberries are all fine, Spins. Yeah, we don't care that much about jury duty. You just go jury selection. You just go climb under the stairs. Turn everything off.
Ooh, Margaret.
Oh yeah, you got this. You got this.
Yes, ma'am. all the positive vibes, well wishes, prayers, all of it.
All of
for
it.
you. When will you know? Like, when will you know?
You got this, Margaret. You got this.
Yeah, when will you know?
Oh yeah, that's you. You're in, Margaret. You're in.
What'd she say? I missed it. What?
She said they were supposed to get her in for a second interview late this week. They called her back the next day after she talked to them.
Nice.
Nice. You got this.
Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like they were like, yeah, we want that chick.
We want that chick. Just get their email address so we can send them a, send them a thing. Y'all, the kiddos are going to walk in here in a minute, and I got to talk to Manchild. So if I mute, that's why.
Okie dokie.
Wow, 18 years, Margaret? Dang.
Aw. So I bet that was kind of like bittersweet to even think about leaving, or were you like, nah, I'm out? Mm. You're welcome, Margaret.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been a good run, but things are really changing for not so good.
Hmm.
Oh, Steph says, did you forget how she struggled to put one foot in front of the other
Yeah.
every work morning? Yes, 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 yes. I did. I forgot. Steph wins. Crack me up. So,
Yeah.
you guys that have been watching or had watched that video of those kids and that guy attacking those teenagers in the river, what are your thoughts? I mean, where do you like?
I draw the line at the knife.
Right? I know. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like,
I gotta
I know
watch it.
the prosecution was showing a lot of the still shots of the video of like him smiling and the older man like smiling and smirking.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing though. If you play it like that, it looks really bad. I mean, it's not good, but it looks even worse. And the fact was that there was a time there initially in the very beginning of the video, it looked like the kids were like messing with him or something, right? And so, but then there was like some music or something, and they all started dancing, and he was dancing, and the kids were laughing, and they were all laughing, right? And then I don't know what happened that they started going at him, but they went at him, and he went back towards them, and that's when he hit the girl.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, I mean, like, so if you stop it at one point, he was laughing and joking. They were all laughing and joking. See, I don't. That's why I don't understand what happened.
I don't think I saw that part that you're talking about,
It's
music
the
and
very, very beginning, very, very, very beginning. They were all joking like they were dancing or something. I have to watch it again in slow mo.
I don't know. I feel like that was the part that you're talking about. Maybe the part where they're yelling at him and saying those foul things to him.
Yeah, I'll have to watch it again.
Because it was right back at that part right after that is when the blonde-headed lady comes up from across the river, and then he punches her, and that's, yeah, I don't know, but I may have completely missed the music part. And
I don't know
stuff.
that there was actual music. They were pretending like they were dancing or something. He looked like he was. I don't know. Maybe he was taunting them. I don't know. Like I said, I need to watch it again. But I mean, you can stop any video in slow mo and be like, "Oh, this is what happened here." You know what I'm saying? Like if you freeze frame it, why are you freeze framing it? It's a video. Let it play. Let me see what happened. So.
Well, whenever they were doing the freeze frames, and it's like the defense. Whenever the defense got up to do their opening statements, they showed still shots from the video too, but theirs weren't of him smiling. Theirs were of him with fear on his face. So
right.
they were taking the opposite side of that story. But
right.
what they broke down that video and made like I don't even know how many still shots. And then the prosecution is like telling the story of what happened. He's like, okay, and at this point, the next thing he did was reached for his pocket, and then the next thing is you see him holding the handle, and the next point is you see, blah blah blah. So that was really good. But
I wonder
still,
if they're not letting the full video be played.
no, they played the whole thing. It was like 3 minutes and something.
Oh, okay. Why would you take? That's weird. Maybe for the opening statements.
No, they played the video. They played the entire video. But they also, because like you said, that video goes so fast, there's no way you can say, okay, here's doing this, and then here's doing this, because then you get so much in between. So they were taking still shots after they watched the video, or maybe before, I don't remember. And they were like, here, look at this part, and here's this part, and this part, and this part, and this part. Because if they hadn't done the still shots, the jury would never have even noticed or saw a knife.
Yeah.
It was in the still shots when you actually see that the dude's got an actual knife because everything was moving so fast.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Steph, go get your belly full, honey. Yeah, are these guys coming back? I mean, geez, Louise.
Oh, no.
I don't either. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go wee-wee.
I need a nap.
I could go for a nap. That sounds really good.
Like, for sure.
Sounds really good. So for breakfast yesterday morning, which I'm gonna have to hurry up and get them ate because I've got a bunch of hard-boiled eggs from Easter from Sunday. So, well, actually, I made them Saturday night, so I need to go in there and the plan is usually always to take the eggs and crack them, and then either make like deviled eggs out of them or like egg salad for sandwiches.
Yeah.
But I've just been eating like the last 2 mornings. I'll get up and crack a couple, rinse them off really good, and then sit there with my salt shaker and just nom 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 nom. I love just plain hard boiled eggs with some salt. But had I
Yeah.
thought
Same.
about
Salt and pepper. I like salt and pepper.
had I thought about it, I'd have had some cheesy eggs. I don't know how you would do cheesy hard boiled eggs though.
None of that sounds good.
No. I love hard boiled eggs. They don't always love me, but I love them. Okay, I'm starting to hear the thunder, and the dog is scratching at the door. It's getting closer and closer and closer. Hopefully it weakens by the time it gets here. Hold on, I gotta let this dog in. She's killing me. All right. You okay, QB?
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I'm good. I was sorry, sending a text message. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I'm just gonna run to the potty real quick. So I'll be gone like maybe 2 minutes. Yeah, Dale's home, Gail. He's been home
Okay,
for
good.
about an hour and a half.
Really, Billy? All they've talked about during this trial is cheesy eggs, and now we all want cheesy eggs. She even gave us her recipe. Girl, go to the bathroom.
Okay, I'll be right back. What are you
Um,
gonna holler at me for? Jeez.
I'm not hollering, but they're gonna come back, and then your eyeballs are gonna be floating.
She's like, you better go to the bathroom. Don't make me go out to the store. And then you say, Mommy, Mommy, I gotta pee.
Exactly. Oh, paprika. Yeah, paprika's good on them. Oh yeah, Billy, I get that. You probably overate them. I like mine with salt and pepper. That's it. Salt and pepper. Or some egg salad. I love me some egg salad. There's a grocery store here that makes some really good egg salad. So I get that. Deviled eggs are the bomb. I love deviled eggs. But I will eat all the hard boiled eggs before I make the deviled eggs. So you're peeling them. You're like, I'm just gonna eat one. Yeah, it never works like that. Yeah, that's messed up, Margaret. Not Margaret, Billy. I'm sorry. Parents can mess you up for sure. They think they're doing right by you, but I have not tried I have not tried it with shredded pork on it. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would put some bacon on it for sure. Yeah, there's a place here. There's a grocery store here that has a really good deli, and they make like egg salad and chicken salad and potato salad and all the salads, and they're really good. All of them are really good, but I like the egg salad. And then they make subs too, so you can get like an egg salad sub if you want, which is really good. Um, anyways, I love it. Love it. Now I'm gonna want a sub, y'all. Yeah, the diet didn't work, did it? I bet it was good, Steph. There's about to be a fight. The grand kit is out, wreaking havoc. Wreaking havoc. Pork rinds on top. Y'all know if you're trying to cut down on carbs and stuff, you can grind up pork rinds and use it to bread stuff because there's no carbs in it. You're welcome. You're welcome. If I disappear, y'all, it's because there's a cat fight. I'm just saying. It's about to be on. Oh, that sounds good too. Shredded with macaroni and cheese. Yeah. Yummy. Y'all making me hungry. Barbecue pork with macaroni and cheese. Yeah. There's a place in Texas. They got these potatoes that are like the size of a man's foot. And they stuff them with barbecued pork or brisket or whatever you want and all the fixings, and you can eat on it like 3 times. They're so good. So good.
Ooh, what are you eating?
All the things. Man's feet? No. A potato the size of a man's foot.
What?
Everything's bigger in Texas. They have these potatoes at this barbecue place that's like the size of a man's foot. Okay, they're huge. They're huge. And they open them up and they stuff them with all the fixings, and then you pick what barbecue you want on top of it. I always get brisket. And
Oh.
it's good. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Loaded baked potatoes. I love any kind of potato. However, if I go to a steakhouse, I never get like a steak and a baked potato. I always get, you're going to laugh, but I usually always want steak, but I also want like chicken tenders or chicken fingers or chicken critters is what they call it at Texas Roadhouse. And I love Texas Roadhouse. But they finally put on the menu like where you can get like a small, like, I don't know, 6-ounce, or maybe it's smaller than that. I can't remember. Like, is it ribeye or sirloin? I don't never know. But and then you get some like chicken critters with it, right? At Texas Roadhouse, I always get that, and then I get the house salad with ranch dressing, and then I always get the steak fries instead of like the baked potato. I always go for the steak fries. Now I'm starving to death. You guys are no good for me. No good for me. No potatoes for you. No potatoes for you. Do you guys ever seen that episode of Seinfeld where you oh, you've not had loaded baked potatoes, Lauren? Oh my goodness. So you've had a baked potato, right? I keep forgetting. So ranch dressing is a very creamy white salad dressing that's got I'm not good at explaining these things. It's just ranch. Mm, do you know what blue cheese dressing is? It kind of looks like blue cheese, but it's
But not.
but
Sorry,
kind of like
interrupting.
a oniony.
Oniony.
Well,
Ma'am.
no. Okay, hold on. Hold on, let me go look. No, it's not sour, Lauren.
No, it's creamy, and a lot of times it'll have peppercorns in it. And I'm trying to think. It's very like
Here's a homemade ranch dressing recipe. And the ingredient it calls for is sour cream, buttermilk, mayonnaise, fresh herbs, and usually those fresh herbs are like is it like parsley or chives or
sometimes dill. Yeah,
dill?
Steph just put a description in the thing.
What is it?
Buttermilk, salt, garlic, onion, mustard, herbs, commonly chives, parsley, and dill, and spices, commonly pepper and paprika.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't think
savory.
y'all have it there. It's ranch dressing is the bomb. We put ranch dressing on everything. You dip your veggies
Yeah,
in it, dip your hot wings in it, dip
pizza. We
Yep.
put pizza in it.
Dip pizza in it, put your french fries in it.
It's one of the main things that you get with if you order like a vegetable party tray. The dip that comes with like the carrot, celery,
Is
broccoli,
ranch. Yeah.
are usually a ranch dip. But the loaded baked potatoes is a baked potato that you put like, oh God Almighty, cheese, sour cream, like chopped green onions.
She was
Bacon.
talking about the one with the barbecue on it, though. She said she had a loaded baked potato, but not with barbecue on it. I think is what she meant.
Okay. Yeah, I've never had that with barbecue either. I've had a chili baked potato with like chili on it.
Girl, they put some homemade barbecue on top of that.
Okay, we're under a tornado warning. Okay.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Crap.
Hot mic.
I'm gonna leave it going. But I'm gonna go get under the stairs. I'm muting myself. You can stay if you want. Hopefully this will start, and hopefully I'll be back soon.
Bye. Be safe. Oof.
Love you.
Love you. Go get under the stairs. I'm like, yeah. I don't like any of this. And I know I mean it's easy for me to say. Lord. Y'all. I don't like none of this. She's gonna be okay, Lauren. They're gonna be okay. They're gonna be okay. Oof, y'all. Y'all just say a little prayer, say whatever you say to keep them all safe. Morgana's in the same area, not the same area. They're a couple hours apart, but they got the weather too, and ugh. Yeah, Gail went through JB's. That's why JB isn't around today. Because because she was up all night because it came through her area last night. And we're supposed to get it later this week. But y'all, at least it wasn't the tornado siren. Lauren, do y'all have tornadoes there? I know that probably sounds like a weird question, but I have friends in other parts of the world, and I say stuff and they're like, we don't have that here. Right, Spins? Got my attention for sure. I don't know where these people are. Yeah, I didn't think you did. I don't think y'all had that there. Yeah, it's no joke. It's no joke for sure. So I don't know like why these court people are not back. It seems like they would have come back by now. But I don't see anybody at all. Morgana is texting in the back chat. Let me text her really quick. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Give me a second. All right, Jenny still got her phone. That's good. Yeah, we get hurricanes. We don't get, well, we get little tiny itty bitty earthquakes that nobody really feels. Maybe a little vibration here and there, but they're little tiny ones. But Jenny's got her phone. She's under the stairs. But apparently it's coming through her area right now, Morgana just said. So I'll keep y'all posted. I'm kind of watching them chat back and forth. Y'all, I don't like that. I mean, and I know it's worse for them than it is for me because I'm over here and they're over there. But it stresses me out because I don't know what's going on, you know? Oof. Mickey Jor, you need to be safe too. Where are you? Are you in your safe spot, ma'am? Jenny's under the stairs. In case y'all didn't know, Mickey Joe is Jenny's sister and they live very close, which means the tornado's near her too. Mickey, be safe. Get under the stairs or wherever you're supposed to be. Mickey, get in the bad EMT. Mickey George, get off the porch. Storm chaser. See, Mickey George like me. I'll be out on the porch watching for it. Tell Jenny, are Eli and Jolie with you? I'd be on the porch. I get it. Them sirens start going off, not the ones like that are on the radio, the actual like Jenny, you're gonna be all right. Just stay where you are. Okay. Is Jolie okay? There's JB. Hey, JB. They're under the stairs. Mickey Joy, you ain't gonna have time to run, ma'am. I'll read that in a minute. Okay. She got her cape. She's a superhero. Tell her to stay under the stairs, though. I know as a kid, Spence, you're like, oh, party. All the people are under the stairs. Yay. JB. All right, let's see. Motion to dismiss for destroying exculpatory evidence based on a failure by the defense to 1, show that evidence was in fact exculpatory, and 2, that it was destroyed negligently, intentionally, or in bad faith. Come on now. She also found that since law enforcement at the time did not consider either Holder or Westfall to be key suspects, the lost interview of Holder and the failure to record Westfall interview were not material. Therefore, Allen's due process rights were not violated. And then this is from Defense Diaries. So he said, all I will say is this: while the Unified Command may not have considered Holder and Westfall to be suspects at the time, Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy certainly did. He said, I guess some cops' investigations just don't count at all. Wow. Y'all. I'm scared for them too, Kel. They're going to be all right. I wish Mickey Joy would go in the house, although I get it. Oh, but when them sirens, I don't know if if you're not familiar, they have a tornado siren that's like if a nuclear bomb was going off and they played a siren to warn you, that's what a tornado siren sounds like. And it's scary. Now, when that goes off, I ain't playing around. That's when I was trying to herd M down the hallway and get her into one room that didn't have windows. They need to move somewhere other than, and you need to take JB with you. She got to go too. She's right in Tornado Alley. I don't know if like we're just hanging out. What do you want to talk about? Because I don't know where the case is. They said, but they did give us a number, so because court TV is behind. But the Mickey Joy, are you in the basement? Am I a robot? Lord, Jenny, you may be able to put me back on the. Oh Lord, y'all, how can I be breaking news if I have terrible service? Mickey Joe, are you in the basement, ma'am? Can y'all hear me okay now? Ma'am. Get in the basement, ma'am. By the time you hear the freight train, it's too late. Right? You hear it, right? Okay, now just go ahead and get in the basement. Get away from any windows. Don't stand in the doorways. That's a farce. Well, for earthquake, it's good. Um, yeah, that's scary, Mickey Joy. Mickey Joy, go in. Ma'am, don't make me use my mom voice. Jenny, tell your sister to get in the basement. Oh, she's older than you, isn't she? Never mind. You ain't got no power. We're praying for you, Morgana. Are you getting it now, right now too? Yay, Poppy's under the stairs. Dale's under there too? All right. I love you too, Mickey Jor. But get in the daggone basement, ma'am. I'm praying for you, Morgana. Yeah, I'm worried about Jenny and Mickey Jor too. They're under the stair. Well, Mickey Jor ain't listening. Um, are you safe, Morgana? Has it passed you already? Yeah, see, Kel, I can't with the earthquake, man. It comes out of nowhere. I don't like that. Oh, y'all, my heart is like, yeah, Patricia, the tsunamis from the earthquakes, that's no joke either. I don't like the earthquakes. I'll take a hurricane any day. They give me a heads up, and we just go ahead and have a hurricane box before the season even starts. We're all ready. The tornadoes, 85% of the time they give you a warning. Yeah, I've got it too, JB. It's pretty nasty. Um, but yeah, I don't like earthquakes. Mm-mm. They come out of nowhere and act all crazy and stuff. Let me turn my phone. I'm gonna turn my phone on do not disturb so nobody calls me. I bet it is, Mickey Joy. That might be that Mickey. Like, ain't nobody got time to be under the basement. Yeah, I'd rather have a warning all day, any day. That whole shaking. I mean, we've had a couple earthquakes here. I mean, they were little tiny, like 4.3, I think is like the biggest one we had here. Felt like a semi hit the house. It just shook real quick and then stopped. But I can't imagine like a full blown earthquake. No, no, I'm good. I'm out. I'm out. I mean, you could be in a building, you could be on a bridge. Y'all know how I feel about bridges. Nope, not having it. Not having it. Um, y'all, um, um, I'm, I'm nervous. See if it's moving away from them. She said it started raining, which is actually probably a good sign. Sorry, y'all, I don't mean to keep coughing. My throat's dry. Steph, you ain't wrong. Okay. So you're out of it? Yeah, Lauren, it's scary. Mother Nature is no joke. Yeah, Mother Nature is no joke. Swig some coffee. Oh, Lord. That's not good if the sirens aren't working. Oh, if I try to watch the radar live, it's going to toss me out of here. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, it's no joke, Lauren. Y'all don't have any kind of crazy weather there, do you? That's like in Uganda. They don't really have any crazy weather. They just have like, what was I? I'm getting lost. They have like either drought or rain. They do get and there ain't no in between with them. They're drought or they're flooded. Oof, y'all. Jenny, where you at? All right, thanks, Steph. Thanks, Kel. I went over to watch the live radar for Jenny, but I was afraid it was gonna kick me off of here. So I wish I could change the feed and show. Well, I can't really do that because then I'd dox them. Never mind. Oh, Jenny, ma'am. Well, her power ain't gone out because we ain't. Well, maybe it did. See when that. Trying to remember what it looked like when. Let me go back over here. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to stay updated. No, that's fair. That's fair. I think it's past Morgana now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's probably got her earbuds on, but you're right, just to make sure. Yeah, I didn't think y'all got anything like that over there, Lauren. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of watching the back chat. Because JB's feeding me information so I can verbalize it in case she can hear it but can't see it. So y'all give me a minute. I'm kind of watching. Hey, Morgana, can you hear us? Can you hear me? I'm waiting on JB. JB's been feeding me information so I can say it out loud. So if Jenny can't, maybe she can hear, but she can't get text or something. Can y'all hear me? Okay, good. Oh, hey, okay, there's Jenny. All right. I was just making sure because it's flipping on and off on the screen. I wasn't sure if it disconnected me or not. All right. Um, so there was tornado on the ground northeast of Jenny. Thankfully, it missed her. Right? Day after tomorrow. I don't like none of that. All right, you can hear me now, Morgana. Are you good? And where's Mickey Jor? Mickey Jor, need your attention, ma'am. All right. Everybody's gonna be fine. Wow. Morgana, did you see that what Mickey Jor was saying that the county next to them, the sirens weren't working? I think the county next to them is the one that got hit. Well, Mickey Jor needs to bring her butt back in this chat. I'm gonna need her to check in. That's crazy. Hey, Mickey. All right, cool. Whew. Y'all, I don't know about this. But was she wrong, Mickey Jor? I mean, it's 5. Oh, it is 5 o'clock. It's actually 5 o'clock where you are. You good to go. We always say it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Well, it's 5 o'clock where you are. That's Lauren. Lauren's gonna be side eyeing us from now on. She'll be like, y'all crazy. Standing on the back porch with a beverage, watching the tornado go by. I've watched a hurricane go by. They got trash cans flying down the thing. I'm from Florida. I mean, that's what we do for fun. People be like, I'm going surfing. I ain't that stupid. I never went surfing during a hurricane. He's counting cows. Right? No cows. Everybody take a deep breath. Everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. I don't know about the praying for the people in the county next to them because it sounds like they got hit hard. Yeah, Patricia. Yeah, that ain't wrong. That ain't wrong. I left Florida twice. Yeah, I think they're good, Steph. It sound from what Mickey George saying, it's raining, but the wind has died down. Maybe uh just windy, but just she said it's crazy windy, but just a storm now. Um, you might side eye us. If not for this, we'll give you another reason. Jenny left me in charge. Yeah, Nikki George is right real close to Jenny. They ain't far. Mickey, how far are you from Jenny's house? Look, Nightbot, we know. Trigger warning. There's a tornado. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's a huge storm. I mean, it's legit been making its way across the United States. It's crazy. It's coming for me next. It's coming for me next. And I don't know where it's drawing power from. It must be the barometric pressure must be. Yeah, I thought you were right near her. Um, yeah, no, you're right, Steph. They do sometimes have that. I would agree with that, Lee. You are in fact correct. Just kidding. Um, but are y'all like, you're not in the next county over though, are you, Mickey Jor? Because that next county over, ma'am, maybe you have an adult beverage. I don't see nothing happening on this trial. Maybe they're having storms too. Where's JB's typing? Okay. All right, says rotation is past her now on the north side, east side. She should only be having rain and will be ending soon. Thank you, JB. So it looks like it's getting past them. Okay, y'all are in the same county. Oh, thanks, Lauren. We think you're lovely too. And your mama. All right. Mickey JB is watching the rotation. She says past the rotation is past y'all on the northeast side. That you should only be having rain and should be ending soon. She's watching the radar. That's right. We cover the weather. We cover all the thing. Anything breaking news, like we're here. We're here. And if y'all haven't already, do all the YouTube things. Like, subscribe, share. Do all the YouTubey things. Oh, sunshine. Yay. Poor Lauren. Lauren's like, I need to go back to true crime. I don't need to be seeing all this stuff. This makes me nervous. I'm way far away across the pond. I can't do nothing. I feel you. For sure. But I'm on the other side of the country. Y'all, this grand cat is wreaking havoc in my bedroom. I don't know what he's doing. But, oh, yay. Where's Jenny? Jenny. But look, we made it through. Now we just got to hear from Jenny. Oh, wow. Yeah. So Morgana, that county that's next to her, Jenny is definitely going to come in hot. Morgana, I don't know if you heard me say that the county next to her, Mickey George said that their sirens ain't working. That's right, Spins. Got you going in, got you coming out. Yep. Patient zero. Steph's got some fungulitis that don't nobody know what it is. Covered that. We're still covering that story. Got the whole QB saga of, she broken. And that's scary, Morgana. That is scary. Them sirens, I mean, that's your last warning. Yes, that's patient zero. We don't know what that is. More tornadoes or just like storm weather, Mickey? Talk about having people on the ground and in the news. First-hand knowledge. All right, I ain't seeing nothing from Jenny. Yep, you're right. She gonna come in hot. Ma'am, dude, you are not starting another panini. We are not having none of that. I can't go out as it is. I hope only storms too. Jenny said something about it lasting through 8 o'clock. So I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty big band, but I can't go look. I can't go look at the moving radar without dropping off because I'm on my phone. My computer's out in the car. Because my son, fungulitis stream. Yes, my love for feet and eyeballs. Yes, I love them so much. So much. My story, and I'm sticking to it. Yes. Where's your husband? Is he safe? All right, good. Yeah, that's what JB was saying. Patients had passed them. Sir, what in the actual world? This cat better be lucky he cute. You better be lucky you cute, sir. Sir. Y'all, the good test for grandkids. I got grandkids. Thank you, Spence. Appreciate you. Appreciate your eyeballs and your feet. Spence, you know which emote I'm talking about on Twitch, where the eyeball moves left, right, up, down. Jenny, JB said that the rotation had passed you to the north, and that y'all should be good. Mickey George's still out on the porch. Also, hi, Jenny. Everybody okay? Everybody good? Kiddos good? They probably just thought it was a party. All right, good, Mickey George. I'm glad to hear it. Y'all stress me out. I don't even drink, and I'm gonna need a drink. Mickey George, can I have a drink? Can you make me a drink? Maybe something strong, please, ma'am. It's 5 o'clock, and my heart's in my stomach, or my stomach's in my heart. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, Jenny. About 15 minutes ago, JB said the rotation is past you now on the northeast side. You should only be having rain, and it should be ending soon. I'm sure Poppy's probably having a fit. Clear, light rain. You should be good, Jenny. Come out. Yes, spin that emote. Gypsy throws that emote out. That's from Cream of Egbert. I think she only keeps that sub so she can have that. But Mickey Joy, is she wrong? Is she wrong? No. Don't take me for a no. Don't. I wouldn't tempt that thing. Take me for a spin. Look, Nightbot be like trigger warning again. Nightbot has good timing. Like Nightbot be like, excuse me, y'all acting crazy. I don't see nothing. Did y'all see the law and crime thing about P. Diddy and the Tupac murder? Oh, Delphi after dark. Oh no, we ain't playing with him. Huh. I'm looking. I'm trying to see if I could find something, but I don't see nothing on the trial. That was a lot. I love y'all. I'm glad you're okay. Oh, y'all stressed me out. My heart can't take it. I mean, trust me when I say I'm not as stressed as y'all are. Facts. I know it. I love y'all, and I can't be having nothing happen to y'all, especially not. I mean, you can't go out in a tornado. That's what I think. You're right, Steph. I'm good, JB. I'm good. I'm calm. I stayed calm the whole time. Look, I had my 911 operator voice on. I agree, Spence. I got to do more research into it, but I agree. I agree. But it's all coming back up now. See, I'm calm. I take a deep breath. I'll fall out in a little while. I'll be falling on the floor like, oh my God. Just kidding. I don't do that. I don't know about all that, JB. I'm proud of you. I appreciate you sharing the weather report. I'm sorry you went through that by yourself last night. Poor Lauren. Lauren was stressing for all of us. Yeah, it's definitely scary. It's definitely scary. And it's very much like I did not want to scare Jolie. That is for facts. Jolie be like Mickey George. She'd be out on the porch like, wee. Don't get it twisted. Jolie outside watching the storm. All right, good, Mickey George. I'm glad. Lauren, no, you're fine. Girl, please. We all went through this together. You're fine.
Lord have mercy.
Oh, she came in hot. Hey. You good? Everybody good?
That was exhausting. You should see the daggone water like flooding down the road.
I can imagine.
Yeah, our sump pump kept going because we live in an old farmhouse, right? So we have a sump pump under one part of the house where water can like raise pretty quick.
Right.
And that thing was going off left and right. Like it would stop, it would go off and then it quit and then it go right, like instantly go right back off again.
Jenny, tell Lauren you're all right.
I'm okay, Lauren. I'm here.
Okay. She was scared. Yeah, JB, I've got a weather one that I watched too. I was trying to watch the radar, but I don't have my computer. It's out in the car. And so I couldn't open that. I was afraid if I opened it on my phone and watched the live radar that it would drop the feed. So, and don't be sorry. Don't be sorry, Lauren, because that's scary. It's scary, especially when you don't know about it. She said they don't have nothing there. They get heavy storms. That's it. No tsunamis, no earthquakes, no hurricanes, no tornado, nothing.
Oh wow.
So, she's just thinking day after tomorrow, and that's it. I'm just glad y'all are okay.
Oh, Mickey said some storm chaser dude.
He's on the TV.
Well, I'm hearing how bad the tornadoes were that touched down near us. I know more.
Did you see that? Did you see what Mickey was saying that the sirens in the county next to y'all wasn't working?
No.
Yeah. And that's why I mean I don't know for sure, but I think that may be where it hit the hardest. That's scary. Because I was telling them those sirens are your last. That's like your last. By the way, all them other things that went off, they weren't kidding.
Right.
Get it. Hey, little man, are you wreaking havoc? Come on, you want to go in your room? Why do you?
We live too far out in the country to hear the alarms go off in town.
Oh, yeah.
When that alarm went off on my phone, I was like, okay, it's time to go.
Hey, Jolie. Hi.
She's seen all the rain now. She's running around with her pink pink rain boots on.
Is Poppy okay?
Yeah. Oh wow, Mickey.
Is Poppy okay?
Poppy is
Stressed
she's
out?
right back here behind me on a pile of clothes that are laying in the floor. She was literally like she was a nervous wreck.
Yeah, I would, JB, I would have had it going, but my computer's out in the car. I didn't bring it in. Spins is like, I want to live where Lauren is. They don't have none of that.
Oh, Morgana. She said she was in the laundry room worried about Jenny and trying to make sure she was in her safe place. I
Yeah.
didn't know that Morgana was, for some reason in my mind, when it's past Morgana, then it's like my turn.
Well,
And I feel
JB
like,
just said they're south of you by the big town.
yeah.
So we don't dox you, ma'am. Look, I was like, I wish I knew how to share a screen. We could watch the radar. And I was like, no, we can't, because I'll be doxing Jenny and Morgana and Mickey Jor, all of them. Be like, yeah, that's where they live.
Crack me up. It was so funny because I had my phone on under the stairs and we were just sitting there and Jolie was sitting on my, and here I am, because we have this big like space under the stairs where I keep like the random paint cans and
Right.
you know what I mean, and like extra paper towel, like my big storage.
Right. That's
Paper
when you
towel.
start throwing stuff.
Yeah, so I was throwing stuff out of the way to get under there, and whenever we got under there, Jolie was sitting on my lap, and I heard you say something about, is Jolie okay? And Jolie said, I'm okay.
And Steph was like, QB, don't say nothing. You might scare the kids. And I was like, oh, dagnabbit.
I had the volume turned down low.
Okay.
Yeah. I did have the volume turned down low.
Yeah, Morgana, yeah, it's kind of going across both of them. It's kind of going, it's at a weird angle, but that's why it's headed my way.
Yeah.
Because Morgana is south of you, right? Southeast-ish?
Southwest.
Southwest. Oh, so it's going that way. Wait a minute. Oh, it must have come through her.
It comes to me.
Yeah, it came through her and then to you. Okay.
But see, I didn't realize like it was because it was a line of storms. There was more, like it kind of curved around. There was more of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't have both of y'all getting it at the same time. Poor Lauren would pass out. Bless her heart. I think the court went to lunch and then took a nap.
I was wondering. Let me go make sure that they're.
I looked. I don't see anybody that has it on.
Lord have mercy.
I'm trying to read this Delphi thing.
I need a nap after that mess. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. What I'm fixing to do is go. Well, JB said I think we do have more. When I looked at the radar, it looked like there were more.
More coming. Ma'am. Not you, ma'am.
Exhausted.
I'm sure.
Morgana, let's just go lay down. Let's go get our bellies full. Let's go down and take.
Y'all just go take. I mean, the court took a nap.
And then we will be prepared for the next round in case it comes. Yeah, where's this next round at? I see it's a big long tail. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh.
You all right?
Yeah. I'm just kind of scrolling around looking to see if they made a new stream or anything for the.
I don't see nobody streaming it.
Yeah. Go back to, because I just go to Judge Boyce's YouTube.
Did you hear me say, I mean, I know there's no surprise, but did you hear me say that Judge Gold denied his motion to dismiss?
No, what is it?
So she denied the motion to dismiss of the defense's motion to dismiss for deleting exculpatory evidence. Right. So yeah. But I mean, she didn't let him present anything either, so there's that.
Right. I wonder yet if she's I would love to know her thoughts on that whole Frank's memorandum.
Who?
Judge Gull, sorry.
Oh, she didn't read it.
Well, hopefully she has by now.
You would hope so.
I would hope so. Okay, Morgana said so. It was angled this time, so we're getting it at the same time. Yeah.
I don't like none of that.
Oh, we don't want to scare the kids. You cracked me up. That was
Yeah,
sweet.
she was like, "What?" She's like, "Watch what you." I was like, "Oh crap!" Because I just assumed. I mean, I got my earbuds in. I figured you had yours in. Oh dang! They got a video near you of a student getting blown over from all the wind.
Said call a 72-hour hold on Mickey. Right? He's like my dad. My dad was a storm chaser, man. Well, not a storm chaser, but he did do the whole what do they call it? He had his ham radio operator's license.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And he did a lot of the storm watch. He was like one of the storm watchers or whatever. I forget what they're called.
So this says, watch as a student gets completely blown over by the powerful severe storms while attempting to reach the campus earlier this morning. The incident occurred in that place during a tornado warning with reports of winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour, possibly reaching 100 miles per hour. Significant damage has been reported across the area. A straight line winds, possibly embedded with a tornado, have knocked down numerous trees, power lines, and even flipped some cars while damaging homes and businesses. Multiple people are without power, and more dangerous weather is expected to pass through later today. You remember that place that you told me to fly into, Jenny?
Mm-hmm.
That's where it is.
Oh yeah.
With an increased threat of storm, strong to intense, but that was this morning. They said, "Yo, that kid got. I mean, that kid just got thrown." It's a good excuse for not going to class, though. Excuse me, sir. I'm on the news. You can see me floating across campus.
Oh Lord.
I'm just saying, they got a picture of this kid getting blown across campus. I was trying to come to class.
Jeez.
Did you see I know Steph mentioned that video earlier, Swoop's video earlier. Did you see what she did it on?
Uh-uh.
It's on Nickelodeon and Dan Schneider. Add to cart.
Oh, I think I heard about that.
Girl, do you not know what's going on with Nickelodeon and Dan Schneider?
Is he the one that said that his like acting coach or something was messing around with him?
No, Dan Schneider is the messer arounder.
Okay.
He's the producer on all the kids shows on Nickelodeon.
He was messing around with one of those kids on what I can't remember the name of the kid, that one of the kids anyway.
It was several. Amanda Burns was one of them. Or Bynes.
Yeah, it's Bynes.
And they said they did her like she was crazy.
That's awful.
So, yeah.
Awful.
Yep.
What was that?
What?
Did you sneeze?
No.
Oh.
Man, are you hearing stuff?
I must be. I must be. Sheesh. I'm not seeing what y'all are talking about that might develop. I don't know.
I think maybe they were talking about what just came through because they were saying that this was earlier this morning that kid was blown across campus.
Well, JB just told Morgana she's got some heavy rain coming her way, so I don't know.
This guy, you watched the same press conference I did, right? And I don't know nothing about United Cajun Army or Navy, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, whether they're lying or not. But this guy's on here saying that law enforcement confirmed that they're not working together. They've gotten no reports from them, and the only thing that they've done is print flyers. Is that what you heard?
I did
I
hear
heard them
that.
say I heard them say they printed flyers, but I didn't hear them say they negate any of the other stuff. I don't know. People just need to stop talking about stuff they don't know about.
I heard them say in that press conference that something about
the flyers.
That they did. He said something like, "I do appreciate them."
Right.
Putting out the flyers. Basically,
the
that was what they gave the United Cajun Navy credit for. So I don't know enough about that whole mess, but it's messy. I know that. Okay, Mickey. Well, hopefully it's done because that makes me like, blah. Right, Jolie?
Oh, Jeanette McCurdy. That was the other one. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Drake Bell.
Sorry.
Drake Steph's like she cleared her throat. I've been clearing my throat, but I didn't that time. I think Drake Bell was the one that was always trying to protect them. Chris said Riley had a belt on. I don't think the water pulled his pants off and not his underwear. All right. Breaking news. What happened to the trial?
I don't know. What happened to these people? I thought Chris said he didn't know if Riley had a belt on.
Oh.
I remember them asking if he had a belt, and he said if they had a belt on. And I thought that he said that Chris said, "Oh, I don't know." Oh God, don't tell me I hit pause and never hit play. No, it says waiting. You scared
Yeah,
me,
this
Morgana.
no, this all this stuff says live Chad Daybell trial jury day 2, but it says streamed 2 hours ago, which was about the time that you stopped. Day 2 streamed 2 hours ago. They must not have come back.
Yeah, the one that I've got here. Can you see me waving my cursor over it?
Yeah.
It says waiting for Judge Stephen Boyce,
Yeah.
which means they should have already been live. So I don't know what the holdup is.
Yeah, that's what I heard spending, and like he would try to get them to like get up next to him and stuff in pictures, and he would jump. Like there's one picture of him where he jumped in Dan Schneider's arms to deter him from messing with the girls. It's bad.
Oh, you got a sticker? I'm gonna put it on my forehead. Thank you. Thank you, baby. Kiss it. There. Thank you. Ooh, Cupid fell down.
Just over here talking. Nobody hears me.
Okay, it was Drake was the one I was thinking of. Or no, am I wrong?
I thought Drake Bell was the one that jumped in front of him to keep him away from the girls. I could be wrong. I don't know all the players. I just know there's some stuff going down. And here's what I want to know: why he's still producing. That's what I want to know. I need a nap, y'all.
Me too. Let's just all take a nap.
It's like napping with the Crime Cafe. That espresso didn't work.
Well, it probably would have, but then I put you under
duress.
Yes, I'm
I was
sorry.
calm. Go back and listen to it. I was calm. I had my 911 operator voice on. Ask Steph. That's what she said. You might be right, Spence. Because they sure hadn't come back. Everybody was streaming like 2 hours ago. There ain't no live feed right now. And then I saw Court TV post something, but I just figured they were being Court TV and being wrong or late. What did they say? Hold on, stand by.
Twitter to see if there was any updates from any of the.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Hashtag. I don't see. I don't see nothing.
Yeah, me either. I'm gonna go look. Nate Eaton.
They called him Doughboy. Stop it. Okay, Pretty Lies and Alibis says jury selection is over for the day. The judge and both sides will go over questionnaire reviews. 4 have been passed through today for a total of 20 so far. 30 more to go before we hit the magic number of 50. So they're done.
Well, when did she say that?
2 hours ago, when everybody stopped streaming.
Holy shnikes.
When
Are
you
you
were under the under the stairs.
Lord have mercy.
It's all good. We got to hang out. Are you 6 hours yet? You can she was JB was feeding me weather. Ooh. What you mean they found somebody in the White River? I hope it ain't QB was then. Yeah, he shouldn't be producing spins. I don't understand. JB was feeding weather in the background. I was reading it out loud so you could hear it. But then I was being quiet because Steph said I was gonna scare the children. I don't know. I know he's still producing. I don't know that he's gone from Nickelodeon if he's working. I just know he's still producing. I know they ain't arrested him. I know they ain't put him under the jail yet. That's what I know. Jenny, you good?
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at my phone. Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. All right, well, we'll be back at 9 o'clock in the morning.
9 or 11?
9 their time, 11 our time. My time.
Yeah.
Your
Okay.
time.
Our time.
Yeah.
East Coast.
East Coast.
All right. I reckon I'm gonna get off my time.
You're robotic again.
Uh-huh. You hear me now?
Hey,
How about now? Now. Hey,
yeah, you're good.
Now.
Yep, you're good.
There's a place in my lap. If I set my phone there, it gets kind of stupid. I think
Spins,
I'm
you were
going.
right. I had no idea they left. I was too busy being the nervous wreck over here.
Yep. I just can't believe they didn't come back. I thought they were going to lunch, but
Well, the only reason
Jenny,
I thought they were coming back is because they got this stupid stream up that says waiting.
well, it makes sense now why they ended the stream.
Oh yeah.
But you were talking, and then the judge was talking, and then you were talking, and then the judge was talking, and he kept talking over you, which was very rude, very disrespectful.
Rude.
Judge Boyce, sir,
Yeah.
where are your manners? And so I missed it. Spins heard it though. Spins is on top of it.
Yeah.
Spins should have said that 2 hours ago.
Oh gosh. So
you can go take a nap. Everybody can go take a
I
nap.
think I'm actually literally going to. I really think I might go take a late afternoon nap. They did, Lauren. They said they were going to go to lunch.
I could have swore they said they were going to lunch, but it makes sense now why the feed ended. Because law and order don't normally do that. Law and crime. I mean,
Law and order.
y'all know what I meant.
Dun,
Dun 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 dun.
Oh God.
I gotta go get my stuff out of my car. I don't want to get my stuff out of my car.
Yeah, I think I want to go, whenever you get that, because kiddo don't have school tomorrow.
Right.
So I'm like, I think I might go take me a late nap. And
Yeah,
then,
if I take a late nap, I ain't getting back up.
oh, I'll get up.
No, I got for what? I'll take my dog out and go to bed. I'm not doing that. I think I'm gonna watch some of that river stabbing thing.
Yeah, I do want to get
See if
caught
I
up.
can form an opinion. But I'm gonna go get one bag I can leave in the car because I got to go back on Thursday night. One bag I can leave in the car. That's my jump bag.
Yeah.
The other bag I need to bring inside. The one
Well,
with
you
my
guys, thank you all for keeping QB occupied, and thank you, QB, for manning the you made most of the stream today off and on, and then the big chunk through the weather thing. So look at you.
Yay! I don't know how good I did, but
You did a great job.
I didn't delete the stream. I didn't end the whole watch party.
I thought about ending it, but then I was like, well.
Oh no, let's just leave QB up there. She'll be fine. Sure. Absolutely. God bless. I'm like, Mickey Jor, keep the house. I wasn't like that, but I had my mom voice. I gave Mickey Jor my mom voice. I'm like,
Well,
Mickey
good.
Jor, right now, get in the house.
Get in the house.
That's exactly what I did. Sir, what are you doing? My grandkid is on the counter. Sir, if you run and you not, boy, we about to fight. No, you ain't going back in there. You going in your room. Come here, little man. Come on.
Don't make me take my flip flop off.
I got flip flops on too. Hi, buddy. Come here. We're not doing this. Sir. Did y'all hear that? This cat done knocked the whole thing over.
I did hear that.
Sir. Go in your room, sir. Here, look, I'm gonna open the door. Come on. Come on. Here. Come on. Go in your room. Holy crap on a cracker.
She does need a pay raise, Billy. Morgana, I'm glad you lived.
I'm free 99.
Mickey, I'm glad you lived. JB, I'm glad you lived. Anybody else that was in the storm today, I'm glad you lived. All of you.
All yuns.
All y'all and yuns too.
You know what? This cat done knocked this stuff down and knocked the keys down. Oh, there. Nope. Where are my keys?
You should have seen us all piled up in there underneath them stairs.
Oh, I knew exactly what you were saying. You were like, I was pushing stuff out of the way. I was like, yep.
Yeah, well, I was, but I got in there, and then I had Poppy over on one side of me under my armpit, basically. And then I was using a big, like, bulk package of paper towels as like an elbow rest. And then I had Jolie in my lap, and I had my phone in one hand. I had an iPad in the other hand. Then here comes Eli with his iPad, and then here comes Dale with his phone and a flashlight.
Yes.
Everybody had their very own device.
Oh, good.
In my case, I had two. So
this cat.
It was nice and lit up under there.
I had a little pile of stuff of papers on the counter that I needed to go through. And now they're all over the floor. I guess I can go through them now, can't I?
Spin says, I'm blaming y'all even though I heard they were done. I respect my elders and y'all said they were only at lunch.
Elders.
I didn't say anything against my elders.
Ma'am.
I heard him say lunch and something about 30 minutes.
I said 30 minutes because they said be back at 2. They said be back at 2.
Oh, okay.
They said, okay, but they said be back at 2. So what happened?
I guess
What
they
happened,
changed.
sir?
Shut the feed off.
Rude.
Ooh, Margaret's at the doctor's with her mom, and she's hungry, and she's gonna throw a tantrum in the waiting room.
Get a Snickers.
Margaret said, "Start a poop fest, Margaret."
That's what Jenny was trying to start at the jury. And she said, when you got to poop, I mean, what do you do? I need a shredder. People still have shredders. I need a shredder.
Give it to your cat. Your cat's got a shredder.
They do, but they won't, like, they want to shred the stuff that fracking. Grandkids, dang grandkids.
Patricia says, "I think they came back to meet in private. We weren't invited." No.
Right? Rude.
They're probably sitting in there in the courtroom laughing and cackling and saying something like, "Those people on YouTube watching us all day, every day, and we got the worst audio. Isn't that funny? Let's just not fix the audio. Let's make it even worse tomorrow for them."
Rude.
Oh, Morgana. That was QB. You know you can't. That woman.
What? What did I do now? What did I do?
Spends like using her shredder. Margaret says, "You raise your hand and the judge gives you a break, and then you say, 'I gotta poop.'"
Oh, that was you trying to say it was QB? I didn't fart. That's Elizabeth.
Zabi.
She ain't even look, Zabi, that's Zabi. She ain't even here. Y'all.
Oh, where did she go?
When oh my yeah. I just had a whole conversation.
Yeah, you did. Patricia says they need to move the mics to even worse places. Oh, Lord.
Oh, I cannot. I cannot. So, well, I guess I'm going to jump down so you can do your Southern goodbye.
Well, I'm literally on the verge of going in there and getting me a snack and going and crashing in my chair for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to go get my, oh, I started to tell y'all. So y'all know I got back and shoulder and all that problems, right? And I got my recliner, but I have a pillow on either side because it hurts, like to sit. I have to sit funny.
Yeah.
So I got a deal on this pillow and it looks like it, I know it's for a kid and I don't care. But it's like a pad on the bottom and then a pad on the top and it's padded on the sides and it like goes in a chair to like pad everything, but it looks like a princess crown. That's right. You heard me.
Oh, cute.
So it was on sale, on sale, on sale, on sale. I got it for like $8. Hopefully my butt fits in it. But I'm excited for it to get here. So I can be all snuggly.
Oh, my husband is so cute. Do you know what he's doing right now?
Oh, what's he doing?
So we have under our stairs, the space under our stairs, there's like a cutout in our wall. Like
right.
But there's like a door that shuts. So you can open it and shut it to use as, but it's not like a normal door. It's like a big short.
Yeah, it's like a little door. It's a hatch.
And so it's like it closes by magnet. And so when we were in there under the stairs, he's like, "What if the wind was to like catch that and blow it open?" He said we wouldn't be able to keep it shut. Like, in other words, he's saying basically if a tornado comes and slings that door open, it's going to suck us out with it, right?
Right.
And
well, that's helpful when you're under there.
Right. So He's like, I need to put a latch under here so that I can latch it from the inside to keep this door shut. And so I hear him in there with a screwdriver. He's in there putting a latch on the inside of that door.
That's cute. Patricia wants to know if you keep Harry Potter under there.
No, I don't.
It did sound like it though, didn't it? That's sweet. That's cute.
I don't put Harry Potter in there. No.
He did not look anything like I thought he looked like. I don't know what I thought he looked like.
Huh?
I said he didn't look nothing like I thought he looked like.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I had an idea of what he looked like, because I didn't, but.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's my man.
He got a nice bird. What? Why are you laughing? I said a beard, ma'am.
Sound like you said bird.
No. Beard. Ma'am. Also, what would that even mean? Like, I cannot. Y'all, she's punched silly drunk.
No.
Even under the stairs. Mickey George, thank you. She said, if you get blowed on hard enough to pull that door off, your history anyway, sis.
Yeah, Mickey is like the epitome of glass half empty.
It was not bird, it was beard. Beard. He has a nice beard. He has a nice bird. I don't know. I heard your birds.
Oh my God. Quit saying that he has a nice bird.
Beard. Beard.
You said bird.
I did not. I said beard. Beard. He's got a nice beard.
I love you so much. So much.
So much. I meant beard.
What you meant?
Say anemone.
It sounded so wrong.
Oh. She said she's the best pessimist.
Did you just tell her he has a nice bird?
A dodo. Morgana said a dodo beard. You're all wrong for that. You're wrong, Morgana. First, you said I farted when we all know that's Zobby. That ain't me. All right. Second of all, rude. Not a dodo beard. These animals are out of control in this house. Don't be looking at Dale's bird. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done. I quit. I'm done. Where's my tutu?
Oh.
Give me my tutu.
I'm sure you were looking at his bird.
I was not. I'm done. Y'all, she left me. You heard it. You didn't hear it from me. If anything you heard was me rustling papers because that freaking grandkid of mine dumped everything off the counter. He's like, hey, BB, I know you wanted to go through them papers. So here. Now they're all on the floor.
Margaret, at least I'm not a bird by Chad Daybell. No, he's not a bird. He's the storm.
He's the storm. Ew. Ew.
He's the bird.
That's so
storm.
gross. That's so gross.
He's the bird in the storm.
Turkey gobbler. Ma'am.
God.
I cannot with y'all.
I can't either. Okay. He's a lemon head, that's for sure. Okay.
Margaret and her book names. I'm like, I would read that.
Yeah.
Do you want to write a book about lemon bars? I'd read that. Especially Meyer lemon bars. I'd definitely read that. These animals are out of control in my house. I'm going back to Gina's. I'm done.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know what is wrong with them. They're acting like fools. Squeaker's in a box. She's like, I'm done with all of y'all. Legit, she's in the box.
Spins and y'all, I'm glad I didn't have surgery because this stream alone would have ripped all the stitches out.
Yeah, how long is this stream, man? We got to cut it off before 6 hours so you can edit it.
Oh, honey, it's already done. It's 7 hours, 4 minutes.
No, no. Well, there goes my career.
Pink slip.
My tutu. Send me my tutu, ma'am.
What color pink would you like?
Tutu pink. I don't care.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna go.
All right, I'm
starving.
I'm gonna jump down. What you mean gross, Lauren? What did I do? Oh, lemon bars? Meyer lemon bars? I'm
You
confused.
guys, I just got another literal tornado watch.
Oh yeah, no. I'm jumping down so you can do your southern goodbye. Love you, mean it. Be safe. Don't be a stranger tonight, please, ma'am.
Okay.
You either, Morgana. And JB, if you got anybody else got storms, y'all don't be strangers neither. All right, love you. Bye.
Maybe it's just behind or something. Why? It's not even showing anything on the radar. So why is it saying anything about a tornado watch? I don't get that. I don't know. Hey, Shiraz. You came, honey, right whenever I'm getting ready to close it up. We've sat here for 3 hours waiting on them to come back for the Chad Daybell jury selection, and didn't none of us know that they weren't coming back. And then we had a tornado warning. QB held everybody held everybody together while me and the family was under the stairs waiting on a tornado to come through. It was crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. I'm going to get out of here. And anybody in the line of any storms, be safe. Stay safe. You missed what, Margaret? Oh, yeah. I was under the stairs with the kids and my husband. QB was up here by herself. Go scroll back about, I don't know, an hour, 45 minutes ago, maybe. Something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it was not good. Not good at all. Yeah, the alarm went off on the tornado alarm went off on my phone and everything. Morgana was in her safe spot and I was in mine. Yep. It was crazy. Will do. We will be safe. We will be safe. Twice today, right, Morgana? Eesh. Yeah, we'll be back at 9 East. Not 9 Eastern. 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, and hopefully it will be a much smoother day. QB, thank you so much for being with me all day and taking care of the stream. I appreciate you, friend. Love you, friend. And I guess I'll be back in the morning. Shara says, I hate tornadoes. We have a safe room too, but we haven't seen an actual tornado here. I'll check in with y'all tomorrow. All right, Shiraz. It's good to see you, hun. And I'll see you all later. Hit the thumbs up, hashtag replay, and subscribe if you're new. We'd love to have you. Bye, everybody.